Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Explain. Xiahan glanced at the intel from Dongdu and said quietly, "There are 4 people named Su Chao in Donghua City. 2 are in their 70s, one's 8, and the last is 24. Qin Jun's voice was cold. "Tell me about the 24-year-old. If Su Chao really was this so-called son of luck, it had to be him." Su Chao, male, 24, Xiahan continued. High school graduate. Security guard at Dongchang Group. Lived in the Jingganwan community. Doesn't own property, rented a place, recorded in the old residence registry from before the outbreak. Back when the T-virus swept through, the government enforced strict address registration. Even renters had to be logged. Qin Jun's eyes narrowed. Su Chao. Within minutes, the Qin family's forces were on the move again. A few elite guards stayed behind to protect the shelter, while dozens of other evolutionists and soldiers followed Qin Jun toward Donghua City. Their target, Golden Harbor community. When the convoy rolled into Donghua's ruined streets, the noise drew in swarms of zombies. The roads became a seething black tide of rotting flesh. But low-level zombies were nothing before the Qin family's might. Evolutionists tore through them like a scythe through wheat, clearing the way with barely a pause. In the military vehicle, Qin Jun stared out at the crumbling cityscape. He'd made his decision the moment Su Chao's address was confirmed. The son of luck will be handled first. Not only because such people had infuriatingly ridiculous luck, but because Su Chao had dared to provoke him, relying on some shadow spirit body, that nobody had mocked him to his face. Qin Jun, the eldest son of the Qin family, had been born and raised with authority. Whether in the old world or the apocalypse, no one dared defy him, much less insult him. Su Chao was the first. A thin smile of contempt tugged at his lips. "You think that little trick makes you untouchable?" He would make Su Chao choke on those words. They reached the outskirts of Jingganwan. Fortunately for the Qin family, Su Chao's poverty had him living near the suburbs, fewer zombies here. If he'd been in the city center, hundreds of thousands of undead would have been in the way. Seal off the area. Search every building. Don't leave so much as a broom closet unchecked. Start with Golden Harbor. Qin Jun wasn't taking chances. A full blockade. Evolutionists fanning out for a carpet search. Weird talent or not, Qin Jun could tell Su Chao was weak, barely at the level of a newly awakened evolutionary. Against the Qin family's elites, he wouldn't last seconds. Gunshots cracked in the distance. Explosions rumbled. Hidden zombies were flushed out and shredded by the Qin family's power. Inside his apartment, Su Chao's consciousness had just snapped back into his body when he froze. Gunfire? Here? He crept to the window, and his stomach dropped. Soldiers in the streets. Black-uniformed Qin family elites. His face drained of color. The Qin family? Why are they here? This was no coincidence. There was nothing in this area worth sending them, except him. No way my identity exposed? It didn't make sense. He'd barely left home since the apocalypse began, spending most of his time training with Zhou Lan. No one in Donghua even knew he existed. So how? Outside, the Qin family's search net tightened, drawing closer to Jingganwan. Su Chao's mind raced. His heart pounded. Panic clawed at his chest. For the first time, a flicker of regret surfaced. Why the hell did I provoke Qin Jun? Su Chao's breath caught as the Qin family elites drew closer outside his window. His body trembled. Grinding his teeth, he urged his ability. His form dissolved into a shadowy spirit and slipped out into the open air. The void cloaked him. For now, none of the Qin family's experts sensed his presence. But that meant nothing. His body was still in the apartment. No matter how far his shadow ran, if they found his real body, it was over. From above, he saw it. An iron-tight siege, Qin family masters in every direction, room-to-room sweeps already underway. They hadn't reached his building yet, but it was only a matter of time. His chest felt like lead. He slid his shadow through the streets, concealing every trace of his aura, and crept up behind a Qin family fighter. The man's energy was sharp, but his guard was relaxed. Now, Su Chao's shadow solidified, its right arm warped into a blade. In a burst of speed so sharp it split the air with a sonic boom, he thrust for the man's back. The strike tore at the void itself. But in a flash, the man vanished, reappearing 10 meters away. Su Chao's killing blow stabbed only empty air. He's here. The fighter's initial shock shifted into a mocking grin as he shouted the alarm. Su Chao's face twisted. His best assassination, useless. He'd thought he could whittle them down one by one with endless shadow respawns. He'd forgotten the problem. He didn't have the power. The Qin family's elites were monsters forged in the apocalypse, backed by endless resources and crystal cores from Dongdu. Every one of them was a master in today's world. And him? A sky-defying talent wasted on laziness and indulgence. No training, no honing, no better than a rookie evolutionary. The Qin fighter snorted, lightning sparking across his body. He stepped forward, thunder crackling in his fist, and punched. Blue arcs erupted like a thunder dragon, lashing towards Su Chao's shadow. Su Chao roared. His form burst into black mist, clashing against the lightning head-on. The two exchanged blows, shadows and thunder colliding, but neither gained the upper hand. Inside, Su Chao's pride crumbled. Since awakening, he believed his talent made him invincible. Now he was struggling against just one nameless Qin soldier. Then he felt it, the net tightening. More Qin elites were moving in. Gritting his teeth, he became a streak of black light, shattering the air with a sonic wave as he fled. If he couldn't kill them, maybe he could lure them away. But they didn't even chase. They ignored the shadow, still sweeping the area for his body. Panic spiked. He abandoned the shadow and snapped back into his apartment. His face was pale, slick with sweat. Through the window, he saw them, already in his neighborhood. 2 hours. That's all he had before they reached his home. The ticking of the wall clock grew deafening. Each twitch of the second hand felt like the countdown to his death. Qin Jun wasn't the type to forgive and forget. Su Chao knew that too well. The bedroom door opened. Zhoulan stepped out, brows knitting. What's wrong? She had no idea, no perception, no sense of the danger closing in. Su Chao looked at her, his first woman, and regret slammed into him. If he'd spent these days training instead of playing, his shadow could have evolved by now. His body and shadow could have merged, immortality within reach. He'd been so close. But he'd chosen comfort, chosen pleasure, and that small gap was now the line between life and death. His eyes reddened, brimming with bitter remorse. If time could be turned back, Su Chao would never put all his energy and time on Zhoulan. Instead, he will work hard to practice, at least let his own shadow evolve successfully, so that he can become an immortal body. But alas, time does not turn back. Su Chao will never have this chance again. Su Chao could only watch helplessly as the powerful members of the Qin family had entered the community and began to search the buildings and rooms around the community, not letting go of any corner. Ruined, Su Chao suddenly slapped himself twice. These 2 slaps were so forceful that his face was swollen directly. Zhoulan was startled. What are you doing? Su Chao didn't answer, and he didn't have the strength to answer either. Su Chao slumped on the chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. How he wished it was just a nightmare. Su Chao couldn't figure out how to expose himself. How did Qin Jun know where he was? Even the strong of the Qin family called out his name just now. How did Qin Jun know his name? These doubts hovered in Su Chao's heart, which made him unable to let go of it for a long time, and made him feel very unfair. Why did I hide it so well, but Qin Jun knew everything? He recalled the incident of provoking Qin Jun yesterday. Thinking of this, Su Chao regretted even more in his heart, and gave himself another big mouth. Why the F***K do you have to talk so cheap? Su Chao couldn't have imagined that because of a whim, he said a few words of congratulations, but in the end it brought such serious consequences. Su Chao felt extremely remorseful in his heart. He regretted his impulsiveness and also hated his cheap talk. But all this is irreparable. He can only bear the consequences. Outside the window, The strong men of the Qin family were getting closer and closer to Su Chao's building, and Su Chao was getting more and more desperate. He stared at his own shadow, which was incomparably against the sky and capable of continuous evolution. Even if there is no corpse king, he can accumulate and evolve little by devouring the crystal nuclei of ordinary zombies. It can be said that this is a talent that is enough to make everyone very envious. But he didn't grasp it. Su Chao stared blankly at the shadow without saying a word. He originally had a great future, but after his shadow evolved, he was immortal, and no one in this world could kill him. And the talent has evolved to the highest level, which is an S-level talent plus immortality. He can definitely occupy a place in the Doomsday world, and even become one of the most powerful existences in the world. But he didn't seize the opportunity. He felt that he still had a lot of time, and it didn't matter if he practiced a few days later. Just play with women and enjoy life first, and then think about spiritual practice. But today, no matter how much he wants to practice, he doesn't have this opportunity. Su Chao's heart is full of unwillingness. Although he hasn't practiced much, he has no shortage of imagination about the future these days. He wants to build a free city and become a hegemon. He wants to create a big effect, attract all kinds of beauties, police beauties, pure school beauties, young women, and so on. There are also sisters, even mother and daughter. He has thought about it. But in fact, if Qin Jun hadn't been provoked, with Su Chao's talent, all these fantasies would have been realized one by one. It just took some time. But he'll never have the time. He suddenly thought back to this morning. He originally thought that today was just an ordinary day, and the world was still the same, full of zombies and dangers, but he was extremely comfortable at home. But now, Su Chao discovered that this was also his best day. And such a beautiful day will never come back. He used to have a lot of time, and if he could spend some of it, he could make the shadow evolve. But he wasted it all. Hearing the noise outside the window, and feeling the approaching aura of the strong man of the Qin family, Su Chao's mentality completely collapsed. He laughed, but wept bitterly. Fear, remorse, unwillingness, and other emotions filled his chest. After an unknown amount of time, he finally calmed down his wry smile. On the other hand, Zhou was already petrified, thinking that Su Chao was crazy, hiding in a corner, far away from Su Chao. Although she is Su Chao's woman, she actually doesn't have any feelings for Su Chao. She just wants to survive. Over time, she also accepted her fate. Su Chao looked at Zhou, his first woman, and suddenly felt hostility in his heart. If it wasn't for Zhou, how could he waste his time not practicing? But soon, a wry smile appeared on his face. He also knew in his heart that it was no wonder that Zhou was on the head at all. It was just that his own willpower was not firm. Su Chao seemed to want to say something, but the next moment, the door of his room was kicked open. An evolutionary with a body as strong as a cow rushed in and directly blasted at Su Chao's head indiscriminately. If this punch landed, Su Chao's head would explode. Su Chao's shadow suddenly moved, entangled with the evolved man's hand, and blocked the fist of the strong Qin family. The strong man of the Qin family snorted coldly, and his right arm became even bigger, like a hammer, shaking Su Chao's shadow away. Then, one evolution after another appeared, looking at Su Chao coldly. And outside the window of the room, there were evolutionaries standing there, completely surrounding Su Chao's room. They finally found Su Chao. Su Chao's body trembled violently. This moment finally came. So many evolutionaries stared at him. Su Chao knew that he was dead. Then, a handsome young man walked into the room, and the strong members of the Qin family lowered their heads, their faces full of awe. With a smile on his face, Qin Jun looked at Su Chao with a smile on his face. He looked at Su Chao's sweating profusely, the despair and fear on his face, and sneered in his heart. Presumably this son of luck has already fully understood what the consequences of talking to him are. Su Chao, we finally meet. Qin Jun nodded slightly and looked down at Su Chao, as if looking at an ant. Su Chao looked at Qin Jun. At this moment, his heart was full of remorse and unwillingness. But more still doubts. How do you know me? Su Chao really wanted to know how Qin Jun found him. Otherwise, he would die in peace. Qin Jun smiled slightly, very surprised. After meeting him, his attitude towards Su Chao was pretty good. There is no condescending insult, as if you were here as a guest. Is it important? Qin Jun did not answer this question. From the moment Su Chao appeared, he already knew Su Chao's name, and Su Chao was incomprehensible in front of others by virtue of the disguise of his shadow. But in front of him, it was useless at all. It's just that this doomsday villain system is Qin Jun's deepest secret, so Qin Jun naturally won't explain too much. For him, as long as he can get rid of Su Chao, the son of luck, getting the villain value is enough. Su Chao's eyes were full of unwillingness. He regretted it more than once, and in the current situation, he still had illusions in his heart. He expects a miracle to happen. For example, someone suddenly appeared to save him, or there was a transfer of space or something that allowed him to escape. After all, his talent has not yet been fulfilled. How could he be willing to die like this? He seemed to want to say something more, but Qin Jun was impatient to waste time on Su Chao. The villain died because of talking too much. This Su Chao is the son of luck after all. Maybe something unexpected will happen. Only a dead son of luck is a good son of luck. Qin Jun stretched out his hand directly and pointed towards Su Chao's brow. The next moment, Su Chao felt that the void in front of him was distorted, and an inexplicable force came towards him. Although he was completely desperate at this moment, Su Chao couldn't help but want to struggle once in the face of death. He roared, and the shadow in front of him suddenly appeared from the void, blocking Su Chao. At the juncture of life and death, Su Chao's strength was beyond the level, bursting out several times stronger than usual, and he could barely block Qin Jun's blow. Qin Jun's eyes flashed strangely. These Su Chao's talents are really weird. He could tell that Su Chao's strength was almost non-existent. He hardly had any practice, and he was still a rookie who had just stepped into level 1. And he is already at the peak of level 2. Even the most powerful blood bear in Donghua City can't make a move in front of him. But Su Chao was able to block his blow, all because the shadow was extremely weird. But that's all. In the face of absolute power suppression, Su Chao's talent is of no avail. Qin Jun snorted coldly. His eyes suddenly turned golden, his body exuded an extremely dangerous aura, and the space in the room began to become distorted. And the shadow that Su Chao relied on was firmly fixed in the void by an invisible force. Su Chao also lost contact with the shadow. Without the shadow, Su Chao is just an ordinary person. The next moment, Su Chao was hit by an inexplicable force. His body slammed into the wall fiercely. His bones were shattered, and the severe pain almost made him faint. Su Chao looked at Qin Jun unwillingly. He knew he was going to die. Looking at the strong man of the Qin family beside Qin Jun, Su Chao could only feel the injustice of fate in his heart. Why can Qin Jun have everything since he was born, and why can he have the allegiance of so many powerful people? Although he regretted his previous cooing, but before he died, he couldn't help cooing again. Your surname is Qin. You just relied on your birth. Otherwise, you're not much better than me. Yeah. Qin Jun's eyes were calm, without any hint of anger. He looked at Su Chao, who was lying on the ground, and smiled slightly. Do you think my current strength is entirely based on background? Su Chao sneered and didn't speak. Qin Jun said lightly, Since the doomsday came, I have been practicing day and night, never relaxing. What about you? I can see that your talent is good, but your strength is very weak. What have you been doing for so long? Qin Jun's few short words left Su Chao speechless, unable to utter a single rebuttal. What did he do? He basically didn't practice at all and went to enjoy himself. And Qin Jun, the young master of the Qin family in the eastern capital, a noble son who has countless powerful people loyal to him, instead practiced hard day and night without stopping. How could it be not strong? Looking at Su Chao, whose expression turned pale and extremely ugly, Qin Jun only had sarcasm and disdain in his eyes. In the Doomsday Era, there are many crises. Even if the Qin family in the eastern capital has taken the lead and become the master, they dare not say that they are as stable as Mount Tai. Qin Jun, as well as the entire Qin family, felt a sense of crisis all the time. That's why he works very hard on his practice, because he knows that in the troubled times of the end, his own strength is the greatest guarantee. Everyone envied Qin Jun, thinking that Qin Jun had a good background and would live a carefree life all his life, as long as he was happy. But in fact, Qin Jun works harder than most people, even almost everyone. And what about Su Chao? He has nothing, but fortunately awakened the talent that ordinary people dream of, but he doesn't cherish it at all. He only knows to waste his time. Perhaps in the original script or the trajectory of the world, Su Chao may have experienced a certain event and awakened, practiced hard, and then soared into the sky. But now he meets Qin Jun. As for Qin Jun, it will not be a chance for Su Chao to come back again. Su Chao wanted to say something, but Qin Jun shook his head. This kind of son of luck doesn't have the heart of a strong man. With a blank expression on his face, he pointed out directly and crushed Su Chao's head. The second son of luck died so easily in the hands of Qin Jun. With Su Chao's death, the sound of system improvement also rang in Qin Jun's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Su Chao, the son of luck, and reward the villain with 30 villain points. Mission rating, S. Additional reward villain value, 5 points. Ding! All detected hosts have obtained potential gains and an additional reward elemental affinity. A system panel also appeared in front of Qin Jun's eyes. Host, Qin Jun. Physical strength, 3. Extraordinary talent. S-level talent for psionic control, SSS-level talent for devouring. Devoured talent. A-level talent giant bear transformation, S-level talent shadow control. Extraordinary level, 2. Villain value, 40 points. Is the S-level talent shadow control? After Su Chao's death, his talent was also devoured by Qin Jun. In addition to the previous blood bear, Qin Jun now has 2 more talents, both of which are extremely powerful. Although the giant bear transformation is only A-level, it is a very rare transformation system. After transforming, the strength can skyrocket, and even without transforming, the strength of the physical body can be directly enhanced. After devouring the blood bear's talent, ordinary bullet machine guns can't pierce Qin Jun's skin. And this Su Chao's talent, shadow control, is even more against the sky. The shadow can actually evolve continuously, and as long as it evolved from the primary shadow once, it can be integrated with the main body and become an immortal body. Of course, it's not really immortal either. If both the main body and the shadow suffer devastating damage at the same time, they will still die. But the shadow can continue to evolve, and after evolution, it can merge into the void. Unless the main void is completely suppressed in a nothingness, Qin Jun will be immortal. A flash of excitement flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. Immortality. He didn't expect Su Chao to give him such a big surprise. In a crisis-ridden doomsday, how terrifying it is to be immortal. The meaning behind these 4 words is self-evident. It can even be said that Qin Jun is willing to give up all his talents to obtain this immortal body. And Qin Jun looked at Su Chao's bones and suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart, which he couldn't understand. As a result, Su Chao didn't cherish such a heaven-defying talent of immortality. As long as Su Chao practiced a little, it would take at most half a month to evolve the shadow once, and he would become immortal. In this case, even Qin Jun would find it very troublesome. Maybe Su Chao would really run away. But Su Chao just didn't even take this simplest step. It is simply unacceptable for him not to die. Zhou Lan on the side was already stunned. Looking at Su Chao's body, she couldn't say a word and shrank in a corner in fright, motionless. Qin Jun looked at Zhou Lan and asked softly, "Who are you?" Although Zhou Lan didn't have any feelings for Su Chao, after all, he had been with Su Chao for so long. Now that Su Chao died in front of her, Zhou Lan was even a little sad. But Zhou Lan was more panicked and afraid. After all, she was fine at home, and suddenly a group of people rushed in and killed Su Chao. She is just an ordinary person. How could she not be afraid? But listening to Qin Jun's calm and gentle voice, for some reason, Qin Jun's voice seemed to have a magical power. It made Zhou Lan's anxious heart gradually calm down. She blushed and whispered about her relationship with Su Chao. There was no surprise on everyone's face. The lonely men and widows lived together. In the last days, people's desires were rampant. Zhou Lan must be Su Chao's woman. To put it harshly, Zhou Lan is Su Chao's tool to vent his desire. Qin Jun nodded. He stared at Zhou Lan without saying a word for a long time. The reason why Su Chao has not practiced is probably because he wasted his time on Zhou Lan. Being stared at by Qin Jun, Zhou Lan's face turned red, and the deer jumped wildly in her heart. Could it be that the eldest son of the Qin family has taken a fancy to her? Thinking of this, Zhou Lan suddenly felt a little shy. If this is the case, it is not impossible. In the old days, she was a proud daughter of a rich family, but after the apocalypse, she also resigned to her fate. For a woman like her who has no talent for awakening, the best destination is to be attached to the strong. At least she can live in peace and stability. Zhou Lan also knew the identity of Qin Jun, the Qin family in the eastern capital, a top noble family in the old days. Coupled with Qin Jun's incomparably handsome appearance, Zhou Lan couldn't resist much in his heart. Her only worry is that she is not virgin. Will Qin Jun get tired of herself soon? But she thought again. Qin Jun should also know this. When Zhou Lan was thinking wildly, Qin Jun suddenly sighed. It's not your fault that you committed yourself to Su Chao. He looked at Zhou Lan with a strange look in his eyes and said lightly, Su Chao was extremely talented, but he didn't practice at all, so he died at my hands. Zhou Lan thought that Qin Jun was worried about whether she would feel resentful because of Su Chao's death, so she quickly shook her head, wanting to explain. Then I heard Qin Jun's voice again, and gradually became colder. His death, although his own will was not firm, he wasted his time, and he did not have the heart of a strong man. But it also has an inseparable relationship with you. Because of you, he wasted too much practice time. Zhou Lan was taken aback, then raised her head to look at Qin Jun. Qin Jun stared at her indifferently. His eyes were cold and heartless, which made her shudder. Su Chao has such a powerful talent, but because of a woman, he became a waste and died worthless. You must keep in mind his lessons learned. Qin Jun had no expression on his face, his eyes were cold, and he ordered the strong men around him. Kill her, cut off her head, make a specimen and bring it back to Dongdu to warn everyone. In the apocalypse, practice is the most important thing. You must not indulge in carnal desires and forget your duty. The Qin family, you don't need this kind of waste that can't control your desires. When Zhou Lan heard this, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Qin Jun wants to kill her. Why? She obviously didn't do anything. She is just an ordinary person, and she can't resist Su Chao at all. Su Chao is obsessed with her body every day. What could she do? A look of panic appeared on Zhou Lan's face. She screamed, wanted to say something, and turned to run. But soon he was strangled by a strong Qin family. Soon, her consciousness gradually blurred, and her vitality gradually disappeared. Only one last thought remains. This young master of the Qin family is really a devil. Zhou Lan died, and a strong member of the Qin family killed her and took off her head. While the rest of the strong Qin family looked at Zhou Lan's body, a chill grew in their hearts, and they looked at Qin Jun's back with awe. The Qin family, you don't need trash. This sentence, like a mark, is deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone. After Su Chao died, everyone wouldn't feel anything special. After all, Su Chao is really too weak. Anyone can crush Su Chao. It is only right for such a weak person to be killed. Zhou Lan is different. If Su Chao is not determined, then Zhou Lan is equivalent to the temptation itself. Qin Jun killed Zhou Lan and frightened them with this woman's head, trying to obliterate the temptation itself. It has to be said that Zhou Lan's death shocked them far more than Su Chao's death. Many people were stunned and began to reflect secretly. They are strong men under the command of the Qin family. They have a detached position in Dongdu and enjoy absolute resources, such as women. Many of these Qin family powerhouses have many women, although they are not as obsessed with carnal desires as Su Chao and forget to practice. But Sheng Xiao is indispensable every night. But now, they made up their minds that they could no longer be as ridiculous as before every night. If they gradually degenerate and become trash like Su Chao, they might be eliminated by the Qin family. Now I don't know how many evolutionists want to enter Dongdu and join the Qin family. Behind their positions, there are many people watching. Looking at the awe-inspiring look of the strong men under his command, Qin Jun nodded in satisfaction. He killed Zhou Lan just to warn the strong under his command. Besides that, it was also because Zhou Lan was Su Chao's woman. Although Zhou Lan was forced to commit herself to Su Chao, who can tell what a woman is thinking? After all, she has been with Su Zhao for so long. How can she not have any feelings? Of course, Qin Jun can also take Zhou Lan under his command first, and then slowly test Zhou Lan in the future to find out Zhou Lan's sincerity. But it's not necessary. After all, Zhou Lan is just an ordinary person, without any use value. So what if he is innocent? All Qin Jun chose to kill Zhou Lan in a simple and brutal way, completely erasing all hidden dangers, cutting weeds and eradicating roots. This is the instinct rooted deep in the blood of every Qin family. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Qin Jun was expressionless. Now that everything about Su Chao is understood, it's time to deal with the Corpse King who is about to evolve. Qin Jun has been waiting for a long time to break through to level 3. East Flower Market, deep in the urban area. This used to be the most prosperous business district in Donghua City. When the apocalypse came, it was precisely for this reason that this place became the most densely populated place of zombies in Donghua City. The streets are full of zombies, densely packed. Just looking at them is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Looking around, I'm afraid there are nearly 100,000 zombies in this place. This is a scary number. Although for an evolutionary, ordinary zombies are just for gaining experience. But an ordinary evolutionary can deal with hundreds of ordinary zombies at a time at most, and then the psionic energy in the body is almost consumed. What is strange is that in the depths of Donghua City, a jungle suddenly appeared. This jungle suddenly appeared after the doomsday came and the surface changed drastically. But the nearly 100,000 zombies did not dare to approach the jungle at all. Directly formed a weird vacuum zone. And in the jungle, a terrifying aura is gradually brewing, and it doesn't come out. Even the sky in this area is covered with dark clouds, which makes people shudder. There is the domain of the Corpse King. Zombies are also constantly evolving. An evolutionary murmured in a low voice, looking at the group of zombies coming out in the distance. After the doomsday, with the existence of the Black Obelisk, human beings awakened their talents, and evolutionaries appeared. But this has not changed the weak status of human beings in front of zombies. In addition to the fact that the number of evolvers is too rare, it is also because the zombies are constantly evolving. For example, now, among these zombie groups, several zombie leaders were born. They are obviously bigger and more terrifying than other zombies. Qin Jun led the evolutionists under his command, as well as the powerhouses of Donghua City, who had descended to the side of the city center, watching this scene from a distance. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could feel the terrifying and dangerous aura in the depths of the jungle. Even he couldn't help but feel a little palpitated. After all, the Corpse King should be one of the most dangerous creatures that appeared in the early days of the Doomsday Era. But looking at the dense zombie army, if you want to enter the jungle, you have to deal with these zombies first. Otherwise, the nearly 100,000 zombies would be extremely troublesome. Grinding alone can also grind them to death. Even if the Qin family's army could retreat completely, they would be exhausted and unable to hunt down the Corpse King anymore. Qin Jun took a closer look and saw that the entrances and exits of several streets in the city center were blocked by roadblocks. Although it is not enough to prevent all zombies from getting out, it also blocks most of them. These roadblocks were set up by Bloodbear himself. To maintain, the Bloodbear even transformed himself to attract the attention of the zombies, and his subordinates took the opportunity to set up various roadblocks. Then the Bloodbear killed a bloody road and escaped, and several evolutionaries under the Bloodbear's command also died. Bloodbear is an ambitious person. He wants to rebuild Donghua City and liberate Donghua City as his own territory. So besides treating ordinary people in the shelter very cruelly, he also did a lot of practical things. For example, he sealed off the city center and then cleared out the zombies in the outer area one by one. Some shelters are even built in remote areas of the city. Qin Jun suddenly called an evolutionary from Donghua Market and asked indifferently, "Which places in Dongwa Market still have shelters?" The man lowered his head and said, "There are several shelters in Yingqing district to the south." There were not many evolutionaries in those sanctuaries, so the blood bear didn't take care of annexing them for the time being. Qin Jun nodded expressionlessly and said lightly, "Go and destroy the roadblocks to the south, and lead these zombies to those shelters." When Qin Jun said this, his face was expressionless and his eyes were calm, as if he was just talking about what to eat tonight. But these words made all the evolutionists in the East Flower Market look pale. With so many zombies led to those shelters, can the people in those shelters still survive? It will definitely become the food in the mouths of these zombies. What's more frightening is that if these zombies locked in the city center escape, Dongwa Market will become a place full of zombies again, and their previous efforts will be in vain. And regaining and liberating the East Flower Market is doomed to become a distant luxury. These evolutionaries who were born in the East Flower Market no longer have a base. Compared to the fright and anger of the evolutionists in the East Flower Market, Qin Jun's expression was very calm. He has no enmity with those shelters, nor is it the kind of perverted demon who likes to watch the shelter be swallowed up and destroyed by corpses. It's just because this is the easiest way to avoid the hordes of corpses. With the survivors of those shelters as bait, the swarms of zombies will not appear in the city center for a short time. This also freed up time for them to hunt the Corpse King. That's all. If there is no conflict of interest, Qin Jun is actually quite easy to get along with. Courteous, approachable, and a gentle-looking guy. But once there is a conflict of interest, Qin Jun will show extreme cruelty. In his eyes, human life is really just a number. Paltry numbers. The powerhouses in Dongwa City looked at each other, but under the coercion of the Qin family powerhouses, they had no choice but to succumb. After all, although the survivors in those shelters were innocent, they couldn't bear it. But they are not going to be tough with the Qin family in Dongdu for the sake of these survivors. After all, your own life is more important. Gritting their teeth, several Dongwa City powerhouses quietly touched the roadblocks on the street. These roadblocks were set up by the blood bears. They suddenly felt a bit funny and absurd in their hearts. The blood bear, which they considered bloody and brutal, prevented the outbreak of corpses in the city center. But Qin Jun, who killed the blood bear and appeared as a liberator, wanted to release these zombies and let the last survivors of Dongwa Market be buried with them. Several Dongwa City powerhouses destroyed the barricades, but without the shackles of the barricades, the zombie crowd in the city center rushed out along the street like a tide. Looking at it from a distance, it seems like a flood has been released. This scene is really heart-palpitating. The roar of the zombies kept ringing, echoing between the tall buildings, overlapping, terrifying. This city has completely become a city of zombies. Qin Jun's eyes were low and his face was expressionless. He knew that after the group of zombies escaped, all the survivors in Dongwa City would become the rations of the zombies. There will no longer be a shelter in the entire Dongwa City, and it has completely become a city of death. But all of this could not cause any waves in his heart. In his eyes, Dongwa Market is worthless. Although Dongwa City is near Dongdu, it is a small third-tier city. There is basically no industrial foundation, and the service industry and tourism are the main industries. Even if the Qin family sends an army to wipe out the Morning Group, what they get is just an empty city. In addition, the main energy of the Qin family in the eastern capital has been put on several big forces that have emerged in the southeast region. The East Flower Market turning into a dead city is also beneficial to the Qin family in the eastern capital. At least in a short period of time, there will be no powerful forces in the back and forth of the eastern capital. After a while, the group of zombies in the city center finally disappeared. Wah! With Qin Jun's order, the strong people from the Qin family and the remaining strong people from Dongwa City headed towards the city center one after another. After the roadblock disappeared, there were basically not many zombies in the city center, and those huge groups of zombies were led away, chasing after the breath of the living. Only a few scattered zombies were directly wiped out. Now under Qin Jun's command, plus these people in Dongwa City, there are already hundreds of evolutionists. Soon, Everyone came to the jungle that appeared out of thin air. This jungle has a radius of several kilometers, and it suddenly appeared after the end of the world. Ivy is covered with tall buildings, grass is under the feet, and there are many big trees with strange shapes. No matter how you look at it, it's weird. And when people stepped into the jungle, they felt an inexplicable sense of depression in their hearts. It seems that this place does not belong to human beings. Those who step in rashly will definitely be punished. The strong men in Donghua City looked solemn, because they knew that they were about to face a bloody battle, and the strong men of the Qin family behind them were all watching. If you want to survive, you can only be the cannon fodder of the Qin family in the eastern capital. However, the young master of the Qin family also hinted that if they can hunt and kill the Corpse King, then they will have a chance to enter the Qin family's command in the eastern capital. This condition made them tempted. They also used to be the bosses of the shelter, and they felt that this kind of life was not bad. They had supernatural talents and could eat and drink easily in the apocalypse. But after seeing the strong men under the command of the Qin family, they knew what the real life of a master is. Even evolutionists have to rely on powerful forces to survive in the end. Otherwise, just like them. So what about the evolutionary? They still have to bow their heads in the face of great forces obediently. If you can enter the Qin family in the eastern capital, it will be worth it even if you walk through the sea of swords and fire. Everyone walked towards the depths of the jungle, and with every step they took, they could feel the dangerous aura getting stronger. Finally, in the deepest part of the jungle, a huge ancient tree soared into the sky. The canopy is lush and lush, covering the sky and the sun, and covering thousands of shadows. No one knows how this ancient tree appeared. This ancient tree is probably bigger and older than all the ancient restraining trees on Earth before. And in the roots of the ancient tree, a zombie was kneeling on the ground. The skin on the Corpse King's back was split in two, and a blood vessel protruded from the flesh, which was inserted into the trunk of the ancient tree. This scene was so weird that everyone shuddered. This Corpse King is absorbing nutrients from the ancient tree. Feeling that the Corpse King's aura became more and more terrifying, the powerhouses in Donghua City glanced at each other. Their bodies jumped up and rushed towards the Corpse King one after another. This Corpse King is evolving, and it is a good time to hunt it down. Once the Corpse King has fully evolved, they may not be the opponent of the Corpse King together. The body of this Corpse King is extremely huge, a full 3 to 4 meters high. It was full of abscesses all over its body, and its face was swollen and hideous. Maybe it was just an ordinary person, but now it has become this monster, the king of zombies. As if sensing the presence of the living, the Corpse King slowly raised his head. His eyes were cloudy, as if they were cement. Sensing the attack of the strong men from Donghua City, the Corpse King roared. His voice was sharp and deafening, his body suddenly exploded, and his speed reached the extreme. It appeared in front of an evolutionary almost instantly, and the sharp claws of both hands directly grabbed his head fiercely. The next moment, the evolutionary's head was crushed and exploded by the zombies, turning him into a headless skeleton. The strong smell of blood came out immediately, making people sick. The faces of the other Donghua City powerhouses showed extremely ugly expressions, and their eyes were extremely solemn. Is this the Corpse King? Ordinary zombies are completely different from it. But since the hunt had already started, they certainly couldn't back down. There was still a powerful Qin family staring at them behind them. The remaining Donghua City powerhouses continued to attack the Corpse King. An evolutionary let out a long cry. His speed became extremely fast, his body dragged out an afterimage in the void, and his right arm turned into a black tentacle, constantly rolling towards the Corpse King. The Corpse King kept roaring. Although his eyes were cloudy, they revealed a danger and cruelty completely different from ordinary zombies. Obviously, compared to zombies with only instinct left, this Corpse King has initially possessed wisdom, at least in terms of combat. The Corpse King opened his mouth and suddenly sprayed a green viscous liquid towards the evolutionary. Although the evolutionary was extremely fast, he didn't expect the Corpse King to make such a move. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly sprayed in the face by the green slime. There was a scream, and the face of the evolutionary was directly corroded by the green mucus, and his head was completely corroded in just a few seconds. In just 10 seconds, 2 evolutionaries died at the hands of the Corpse King. Careful! The remaining Donghua City powerhouses were terrified. The strength of this Corpse King was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The evolutionaries didn't dare to rush forward anymore and began to fight with the Corpse King. Some evolutionaries with elemental talent kept urging elemental psionic energy to attack the Corpse King from a distance. And some talented gunmen also began to shoot continuously. Boom! Explosions continued to sound, and the jungle was full of roars and screams of fighting. Evolvers keep falling, and they don't even have room to resist in front of the Corpse King, because these evolutionaries in Donghua City are generally weak. After all, their practice is completely relying on themselves to hunt and kill ordinary zombies. Moreover, under the rule of the Blood Bear, most of the energy crystal cores they obtained had to be handed over, and there was not much they could enjoy. More importantly, they don't have a huge scientific research team to plan their practice methods like Qin Jun. Their practice is entirely on their own groping. And it has only been more than a month since the end of the world, so what can I find out by my own exploration? The strong men in Donghua City fell one by one and died in the hands of the Corpse King. The bones on the ground were lying on the ground, bloody and confused. The strong Qin family watched this scene from a distance, as if watching a bloody fight in the Colosseum. However, under the desperate attack of the strong in Donghua City, the Corpse King's body was also covered with injuries. It was scorched black, and his movements seemed to be a little slower. "Aren't you up yet?" A strong man from Donghua City shouted. Their persistence has reached the limit, and in just 10 minutes of fighting, most of them were killed or injured. This Corpse King is simply an evolutionary killer. No one did anything, and all the strong members of the Qin family looked at Qin Jun. Now that Qin Jun already had a very high prestige in their hearts, if Qin Jun kept silent, they would naturally not act rashly. Qin Jun looked calm, watching the tragedy with a blank face, and was indifferent to the Donghua City powerhouse's plea for help. He could feel that this Corpse King was evolving. Only when the evolution is complete can it be regarded as the real Corpse King. If he hunted down this Corpse King now, the purity of the energy crystal nucleus he got would be a little less. Qin Jun looked at the flesh and blood pipeline connected to the ancient tree behind the Corpse King. The Corpse King was absorbing nutrients from the ancient tree, and he was only one step away from full evolution. If this continues, the Corpse King will evolve successfully. And through those strong people in Donghua City, even if the Corpse King is completely evolved, he will still be covered with injuries and fall into a weak state. As for how many people will be left in the Donghua City powerhouse, that's not what Qin Jun cares about. In other words, from the very beginning, Qin Jun had no intention of keeping these East Flower Market powerhouses alive. These Donghua City powerhouses think they are evolutionaries. He thinks he is very important and worthy of Qin Jun's attention. But in fact, the evolutionaries of Yaluzi, are weak and not very talented. In Qin Jun's heart, he is actually an ant who is similar to ordinary people and can sacrifice at will. Seeing the indifferent appearance of the strong of the Qin family, the strong of Donghua City finally came to their senses. They were all just abandoned children in Qin Jun's plan. No matter how hard they hunted and killed the Corpse King, it was impossible for them to enter the Qin family in the eastern capital, and they could only die in the mouth of the Corpse King. At this moment, all the powerhouses in Donghua City were filled with grief and indignation. They wished they could turn their guns and fight the Qin family. But unfortunately, in front of the Corpse King, they didn't even have a chance to escape. Once they reveal their backs to the Corpse King, all that awaits them is death. They can only continue to fight against the Corpse King in despair. He clearly knew that he was an abandoned child, and he clearly knew that Qin Jun was using them. But these Donghua City powerhouses still have to continue to fight against the Corpse King as Qin Jun imagined. Because as long as they turn around and run away, they will be hunted down by the Corpse King in an instant. The remaining strong men in Donghua City were filled with despair and anger, but they had no choice but to continue to kill the Corpse King. They secretly vowed in their hearts that this hatred will be avenged. In the jungle, the sound of explosions and screams gradually disappeared, and there were fewer and fewer strong people in Donghua City. There were more than 30 people when they arrived, but now there are only less than 7 people left. Nearly 30 evolutionaries died. This time hunting the Corpse King was really too tragic. The Corpse King's body is also full of injuries, and there are even several fist-sized bullet holes in his abdomen. After all, it was besieged by dozens of evolutionaries. No matter how powerful the Corpse King was, he was still weak at this moment. Its breath is getting weaker and weaker, but it feels more and more terrifying. The Corpse King gradually became violent and irritable. Its speed became faster, and its strength became more astonishing, and its body directly rubbed the air to make a sonic boom. The Corpse King screamed, and immediately rushed towards the remaining strong men in Donghua City. It opened its bloody mouth wide and spit out a mist like steam, directly covering a range of hundreds of meters, thick with mist. And every time the Corpse King's body appeared from the mist, a strong man from Donghua City fell. The screams kept ringing, and in just a moment, only the last Donghua Market evolutionary remained. The last Donghua City powerhouse is not very old, only about 20 years old. At this moment, his face is full of fear, and the terrifying opportunity of the Corpse King will break his spirit. At this moment, Qin Jun suddenly moved. The next moment, the void above the Corpse King's head suddenly collapsed, and an invisible force directly squeezed the Corpse King's head into the chest cavity. But the Corpse King roared, pulled out his head with his hands, and turned to look at Qin Jun. Even the strong man in the East Flower Market who is close at hand doesn't care. Although it doesn't have much wisdom yet, its instinct tells it that Qin Jun is very dangerous. Qin Jun looked at the Corpse King carefully with an expression of interest on his face. He could feel that the Corpse King had already evolved. It could be said that his plan was fully realized. But Qin Jun discovered something more interesting. He looked at the flesh and blood pipeline connected to the ancient tree behind the Corpse King. At first glance, it seemed that the Corpse King was absorbing nutrients from the ancient tree. But Qin Jun discovered that the flesh and blood on the bones of the dead Donghua City powerhouses were being absorbed by the roots of the ancient trees. Through the flesh and blood pipeline again, it was transported into the Corpse King's body. Is it the Corpse King who then absorbs the nutrients of the ancient tree to evolve? Or is this ancient tree creating a Corpse King? Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something, while the Corpse King continued to roar in a low voice, as if feeling extremely uneasy. But he didn't dare to attack Qin Jun. Suddenly, Qin Jun's eyes froze. Behind his body, a golden rune portal suddenly appeared, and countless golden runes were circulating. He stretched out his hand to hold it, and suddenly a hand of Yuanling appeared out of thin air behind the Corpse King, and slapped it fiercely towards the Corpse King's head. A ferocious look appeared on the Corpse King's face, and the nails on his hands suddenly grew and turned into sharp knives, beheading towards Yuanling's hand. The black nail blade is so sharp that it even directly cuts a crack in the void. Ka! The next moment, the Corpse King wailed in pain, and the nails and sharp blades of its hands broke off. But the more the Corpse King was in pain, the more ferocious and berserk he became, rushing towards Qin Jun crazily. Toxic slime, shadow, fog, and the Corpse King continued to attack Qin Jun, but all were in vain. In front of those Donghua City powerhouses, the Corpse King is like a killing god, but in front of Qin Jun, he is like a fragile child, without any threat. The strong people of the Qin family were shocked in their hearts, and they really felt the awareness between them and Qin Jun. They had already felt it when Qin Jun crushed the blood bear before. But now, this sense of disparity is even more obvious. The last surviving Donghua City powerhouse was named Zhu Cheng. He stared blankly at this scene, except for the shock of Qin Jun's strength in his heart. More anger and resentment. Since you are so strong, why do you want us to die? Didn't you kill this Corpse King yourself? Zhu Cheng's heart was full of resentment, because in the fight just now, his cousin also died on the spot. In just a short moment, the Corpse King was beaten to death by Qin Jun and crushed from all directions. Qin Jun watched the Corpse King fall to the ground, so weak that it was very difficult for him to even stand up. He calmly stepped forward and directly stomped on the Corpse King's head. Behind him, a strong Qin family stepped forward, immediately disemboweled the Corpse King, and took out an energy crystal nucleus from it. This energy crystal nucleus is crystal clear, and you can feel the majestic and pure power contained in it just by looking at it. A smile appeared on Qin Jun's face. The Corpse King crystal core is finally in hand. With his Corpse King crystal core, he can directly break through to level 3 evolutionary. But Qin Jun didn't feel much excitement in his heart because he discovered something even more mysterious. He turned around and stared at the huge and ancient towering tree in front of him. This ancient tree stands quietly on the ground, looking majestic and magnificent, having gone through the vicissitudes of time. But in Qin Jun's ears, the whispers of the ancient gods seemed to sound. "Son, come here. You will be my most devout believer. And I will also give you endless power. Come here, my boy, come here." The ancient gods' whispers resounded clearly in Qin Jun's heart. He stared at the towering ancient tree in front of him with dim eyes. This ancient tree seems to have come to life. The trunks of ancient trees are covered with lines, and the traces of time are recorded by the lines, giving people a feeling of incomparable ancient vicissitudes. "Good boy, come here." The hazy voice seemed to come from outside the sky. With a deceptive magic power, people couldn't help but want to surrender, want to kneel down, and offer their beliefs. Qin Jun's eyes were deep and chaotic, as if bewitched by the voice. He walked towards the front step by step and walked under the roots of the ancient tree. Standing here, Qin Jun felt a mysterious feeling, as if the ancient tree in front of him was not a tree, but a god high above him. The stalwart is incomparable, sleeping with a higher life. The next moment, a green light suddenly bloomed from the trunk of the ancient tree, completely covering the entire jungle. Qin Jun only felt that the void changed, and he suddenly appeared in another time and space. He was in a wilderness, and in the void around him, there were temples floating one after another, shining with emerald green divine light. Overcast clouds covered the head, extremely gloomy, as if the sky was about to fall, making people feel extremely depressed and almost breathless. In front of Qin Jun, a towering ancient tree slowly transformed, and huge branches fell down, turning into a staircase leading directly to the crown of the tree. Without hesitation, Qin Jun lifted his legs up the stairs and walked up step by step. Every time he took a step, the surrounding flowers began to bloom, like a ladder of flowers ascending to the paradise of paradise. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Jun finally climbed to the top of the treetop. In front of him, a huge eye slowly opened, staring at Qin Jun. "Good boy, you're finally here." The ancient tree began to tremble, and behind the eyes, a human-shaped thing stood up. It seems to be a collection of plants. The body is deadwood, the hands are flowers, and the legs and feet are vines. But he has a beautiful face. This face cannot tell whether it is male or female, old or young. A flower bloomed in the eye socket of the left eye, and the green pupil of the right eye was staring at Qin Jun. This eye looked at Qin Jun very tenderly and lovingly. It seems to be looking at his most perfect creation, looking at his proudest heir. "Who are you?" Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, also looking at the stalwart in front of him. "I am the almighty seed, Elo. I am also the god you call." A smile appeared on Elo's face, and he explained Qin Jun's question with a smile. "God." Qin Jun didn't show awe and admiration on his face, but frowned instead. But he is not surprised by this. This world is no longer the world of science. After the apocalypse came, human beings awakened their talents, which already possessed some power of gods. And those black obelisks that broke through the ground recorded countless cutting-edge scientific and technological knowledge, as well as some words that humans still can't understand, and they can't be explained by science. This is a doomsday world, and it is also an extraordinary world. The smile on Elo's face remained the same as before. He looked at Qin Jun patiently and said, "Yes, the will of the gods has enveloped this planet, and I'm one of them. Don't doubt the existence of God, and don't question the power of God. We are beings beyond your human imagination, something great above the laws of the universe." He looked at Qin Jun with gentle eyes and said softly, "My good boy, your talent is so powerful, You should be my most devout believer by birth. It is destiny that I will share my glory with you. Qin Jun's eyes were dim, and he suddenly showed a smile. What about my reward? The smile on Elo's face was even brighter, and he almost couldn't wait to stretch out a vine pipe. Good boy. Come and accept my gift. I will give you endless power. Qin Jun looked at the vine pipe in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly asked, Isn't your will able to affect this world? Elo's smile remained unchanged, and he said leisurely, I'm still in a deep sleep. I need your help, my most devout believer. How can I help? Elona's only eye burst into light. In this world, 24 black obelisks have appeared, and they're the creations of the Supreme God. Good boy. I need you to collect all the oracle codes recorded on the black obelisk for me. Oracle code? Qin Jun's expression moved slightly, and he immediately recalled the words on the black obelisk in Dongdu that humans still can't understand. Even the most experienced linguists can't see the mystery of those words. There is no trace to be found, and they seem to be just some irregular symbols. But those words have enough power to make people crazy. In those research institutes in the eastern capital, many researchers have already fallen into madness because of this. So those words were also covered up, and no further research was allowed. It seems that those words are oracle codes, and mortals have not yet been able to peep into the truth. Ordinary humans would be driven mad by witnessing a glimpse of the truth of the universe. Yellow smiled and said, After gathering all the oracle codes, I could become a new supreme god. And you, as my most loyal and intimate servant, will manage this world for me. Become the master of this world. Yellow explained many questions for Qin Jun, and the smile on his face remained. Okay, do you have any questions? There's one last question. A proud smile gradually appeared on Qin Jun's face, and he looked down at Yellow. His eyes were full of sarcasm and chill. How should I deal with you, this so-called god? The smile on Yellow's face slowly disappeared, and his face was full of anger offended by mortals. He stared at Qin Jun with his remaining eyes and screamed, Mortal, do you know who you're talking to? I am a god, Almighty Seed. Apologize to me quickly, otherwise I will punish you severely. I will torture your soul and make you howl in pain. Qin Jun smiled slightly, and he calmly looked at the angry god in front of him. If I'm not wrong, you don't have much power, do you? Qin Jun's eyes froze, and the next moment, Elo's head was squeezed by an inexplicable force, and his entire face was split open, bloody and bloody. Do you dare to attack the gods? Yellow roared angrily, and his face became distorted, full of ugliness and resentment. Countless vines bloomed from his body, sweeping towards Qin Jun frantically. Mortal, you will pay the price for this. But when these vines collided with Qin Jun's body, it was as if they had hit a glass wall, and they couldn't get any closer, and they couldn't get close to Qin Jun's surroundings at all. Psychic control. Qin Jun's natural awakened S-level talent can directly control the most original real spiritual power. Within a radius of 100 meters around Qin Jun is equivalent to Qin Jun's domain. Behind Qin Jun's body, a golden rune portal emerged, and countless golden runes were circulating. These golden talisman cultures made extremely sharp golden spirit swords, like a sword formation and sword field, and suppressed towards Luo. And those vines of Elo were cut off, one after another, causing the god to suffer endlessly. This god was actually firmly suppressed by Qin Jun. Qin Jun sneered. You may be a real god, but your current strength is too weak. If you were really omnipotent, you would have pushed the world across the world long ago to collect the 24 black obelisks. How could it be hidden in this East Flower Market? To create the Corpse King. Want to make the Corpse King your puppet? Yellow was extremely angry, startled, and furious. Why didn't he think that a mortal would dare to do something to him? As a god, he naturally thought that as long as he showed his identity, mortals will become his believers in fear, and as his family members, offer their souls to him in exchange for strength. Mortals, how dare they disrespect the gods? In Qin Jun's eyes, there has never been admiration for Yellow. In the Doomsday Era, he is destined to become the master of this world. No one can be above his head, not even these so-called gods. And this almighty seed, perhaps he originally possessed countless incompetent powers, but now he is extremely weak. In Qin Jun's view, Elo's current power is a level 3 evolutionary. It is stronger than that corpse king, but it is also very limited. With such strength, is he worthy of faith and allegiance? Under Qin Jun's full attack, Yellow was firmly suppressed, and his body was constantly cut off by Qin Jun. Although he could be reborn continuously, the rebirth again and again exhausted his little remaining divine power. "Stop, mortal! I forgive you." Yellow started to panic. He had just woken up, and he didn't have much strength at all. If this continues, he may become the first god to die at the hands of mortals. But Qin Jun just sneered and continued to attack. With all his strength, he was like a god of judgment. The spiritual control distorts the void around Yellow and keeps collapsing towards the center. And Yellow grew more and more terrified. "Mortal, stop! Stop! I will share the glory with you. I will give you power for free, and you don't need anything in return. I can sign a contract with you, mortal, soul contract. I will be your partner and bless your people." "Stop! I surrender. I am willing to surrender to you. I am willing to offer my soul." Elo's breath is getting weaker and weaker, and his bottom line is getting lower and lower. In the end, he was even willing to surrender to Qin Jun and become Qin Jun's servant. Finally, when AI Luo was dying, Qin Jun stopped his hands. He walked up to AI Luo and looked down at the god. "Tell me, Almighty Lord, are all the gods as weak as you?" Elo's body was covered with scars, and the green blood of the gods flowed. Under the water of the blood, countless flowers bloomed wildly. Around Yellow, it looks like a coffin of flowers. This time, Yellow no longer had the aloofness that he had before. His face was full of fear, and he lowered his head. "We came into this world and consumed too much power. Those who wake up early like me are not powerful, but only have the ability to influence the will. And those powerful gods are still in a deep sleep and will not wake up for the time being." Qin Jun nodded, with a sarcastic smile on his face. In other words, the gods are nothing more than supernatural creatures with stronger power. Yellow seemed to be humiliated, and he screamed. "Of course, not only that, we have peeped into the truth of the universe, above the laws of the universe." Overriding the laws of the universe? Qin Jun had a weird smile on his face. "Then I really want to take a look at the gods who are above the laws of the universe. Will he die too?" After all, he stepped on Yellow, directly smashing the god's head. Elo's body also turned into countless green lights and disappeared into the void, leaving only a green seed. Qin Jun picked up the seed, and a memory flooded into his mind. Almighty seed. Yellow fell, and his will return to the origin of the universe. Only the body remained. It is this omnipotent seed. If the seeds are planted, an almighty world tree will be born, possessing mysterious and infinite power. Through the almighty tree, evolutionaries can be created one by one, just like the corpse king made before. When Iluwa fell, the environment around Qin Jun also began to collapse. Soon, Qin Jun returned to the real world, and the place just now was nothing more than an illusion of what created by Yellow. Qin Jun stared at the almighty seed in his hand, with a smile on his face. With this almighty seed, he can bring it back to Dongdu and plant it. After the almighty tree grows in the future, the Qin family will be able to produce powerful evolutionaries in batches. It is self-evident what this means in the context of the Doomsday Era, when evolutionaries are very rare. Hunting gods is much more rewarding than hunting corpse kings. Qin Jun had a smile on his face, and he didn't have the slightest pressure and fear after killing the gods. Although it was said that there are gods in this world, he was a little surprised. But through Yellow, Qin Jun also learned that these gods have great restrictions. The power of the gods who awaken early is not strong, and those powerful gods are still sleeping. Wait until those powerful gods wake up. Qin Jun believes that by then, he will already have the power to rival them. In other words, he doesn't need to pay too much attention to those gods now. However, the oracle code mentioned by Elo made Qin Jun very interested. The Black Obelisk. The existence of the Black Obelisk is indeed very heaven-defying. The Black Obelisk in the Eastern Capital has brought the strength of the Qin family in the Eastern Capital to a higher level. Controlling the Black Obelisk is equivalent to controlling the most cutting-edge technology, as well as the methods of cultivation and various world rules in the Doomsday Era. But now appears that the Black Obelisk is something truly precious. It's those words that humans can't understand. At this time, the powerful members of the Qin family also appeared one after another. Just when Qin Jun was pulled into the world of will by Yellow, they were also affected by Elo's will and had hallucinations. Only now have they returned to sobriety. Qin Jun looked at the strong men of the Qin family and nodded in satisfaction. During this trip to the East Flower Market, the strong men of the Qin family had 0 casualties. But in comparison, the powerhouses in Donghua City suffered heavy losses, almost completely annihilated. There is only one left. Qin Jun looked at the last survivor with a smile on his face. "You hate me?" Zhu Chong originally lowered his head, but after hearing Qin Jun's words, the anger in his heart could no longer be concealed. "Why? You obviously have the ability to single out that corpse king. Why didn't you make a move and let us die?" Zhu Chong stared at Qin Jun resentfully. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of Qin Jun's background strength. He just went all out. "Why?" Qin Jun smiled and said lightly, "Because it can save some trouble. After all, fighting is a very labor-intensive thing, isn't it?" After all, Qin Jun didn't care about Zhu Chong, the poor man, and walked outside. He knew what the people under his command would do. And Zhu Chong stood there blankly, his heart filled with disbelief. He originally thought that Qin Jun would say something about a conspiracy to deliberately use them and want them to die. But I didn't expect that Qin Jun's reason was so simple. Because I want to save energy. Just because of such a simple matter, let them die. Zhu Chong's body trembled violently. Looking at Qin Jun's background, he couldn't even feel hatred. If Qin Jun sent them to die because of some conspiracy, Zhu Chong would feel better. But now, he only has fear in his heart. What a devil. In Qin Jun's eyes, they are not human beings at all. Boom! Violent explosions continued to sound, and a huge python kept roaring. The body of this boa constrictor is extremely huge, hundreds of meters long, and the scales on the snake's body are colorful. The snake's head was huge, the size of a truck, and its fangs shone dangerously in the sunlight. This boa constrictor is entrenched in the mountains, and when the snake's body twists, it is like the end of the world. But even such a terrifying snake was howling in pain. A young girl held a golden spear. Her body was nimble, floating like a dragon, and she kept attacking the magic snake. With every attack, violent power erupted from the snake's body, and her figure is extremely nimble. Even if the magic snake wants to swallow it, she will dodge it flexibly without any danger at all. In the end, the girl appeared on the snake's head, holding a golden spear with both hands, and stabbed fiercely at the snake's head. The spear pierced through the head of the demon snake, and the demon snake let out a wail, and its body fell down heavily. "Valkyrie! Valkyrie! Valkyrie!" There were enthusiastic cheers all around, and countless admiring eyes looked at the girl. In their minds, girls are their patron saints. Above the snake's head, the girl's delicate body exudes a faint golden light. She holds a long spear, which looks like a Valkyrie in Norse mythology. Immediately after killing the snake, other people stepped forward and began to clean up the snake's body. A middle-aged man said with a smile, "Thanks to Miss. Otherwise, Liming hoped that we would really suffer a heavy loss this time. I really didn't expect that a magic snake would attack our base." The girl smiled slightly. Her beautiful and heroic face made everyone lose their minds. Her name is Lai Yanshi. The S-level talent hero descends, and a level 2 evolutionary. She is also the most powerful evolutionary of the Dawn Hope organization, known as the Valkyrie. Under her leadership, the Dawn Hope organization regained a city as its foundation and established a free city even a week ago. And at that station, Lianshi was like a Valkyrie, hunting and killing 2 corpse kings by herself, and countless zombies died in her hands. But now, with the city as its foundation, Dawn Hope has officially gained a firm foothold in the apocalypse. Survivors and evolutionaries from countless shelters around have come to seek refuge. The current hope of Dawn is a huge monster with nearly 1 million people and more than 200 evolutionaries. It is the well-deserved overlord of Qin Jun province. In the entire southeast region, they are all powerful forces with great influence. Lai Yinsher asked, "Where's Grandpa?" Lianqi's grandfather is the leader of Liming Hope. This wise old man is the wise man in the eyes of everyone under Liming Hope. The chairman is in a meeting, and I heard that he plans to invite people from the eastern capital Qin family, the Northern Army, the Kaso Group, and other forces. Come to discuss the establishment of order in the southeast region. Lai Yinsher nodded upon hearing this. At this moment, a handsome young man walked over with a smile on his face. Senior sister. Seeing this young man, the surrounding crowd greeted one after another. Obviously, they were very close to this young man. Lai Yinsher showed a smile on his face. Xiaozhou. The young man's name is Huang Xiaozhou. Before the doomsday, he was Lai Yinsher's college alumni. He was 1 year younger than Lai Yinsher, and he was her junior. After the apocalypse, Huang Xiaozhou also awakened his talent, and he was also an A-level talent with an increase in the sword field, and his strength was extraordinary. He is considered a top player in Dawn Hope, and because of his extremely fast speed, he is called the Yellow Flash, with Smokestone and become the twin stars of Dawn Hope. An evolutionary said with a smile, Xiaozhou just hunted down a group of zombie hounds, and now our Dawn City will not be in any danger for the time being. Hearing the praise from others, Huang Xiaozhou showed a bit of shyness on his face and lowered his head in embarrassment. Contrary to his extremely fierce talent in the sword field, Huang Xiaozhou himself is a very shy person, and it can be said that his personality is very different from Lai Yinsher's. Seeing Huang Xiaozhou's embarrassed expression, Lai Yinsher couldn't help laughing. In her heart, she already regarded Huang Xiaozhou as her younger brother. After all, Huang Xiaozhou's character is that of a little brother. He is not at all as domineering as other evolutionaries, and his attitude towards ordinary people is also very good. Therefore, Huang Xiaozhou's popularity in Liming Hope is very high, which is about the same as her, the Valkyrie. After the apocalypse, after a period of chaos, the situation in the southeast region is gradually becoming clearer. In the former Xinjiang province, the Liming Hope organization is the well-deserved overlord. Because of its gentle attitude towards ordinary people, a considerable number of survivors come to Dawn Hope from all directions every day, become the people under the protection of Dawn Hope. But now, Liming Hope has regained Qingshan City, a second-tier city in Xinjiang province. After regaining Qingshan City was also renamed as Liming City, as the base camp of Liming Hope. Although Liming City is only a second-tier city and its scale is far smaller than the provincial capital, it still has some industrial foundations and a lot of land suitable for farming. However, after the catastrophe, many buildings in the urban area of Liming were destroyed. Liming still has a long way to go to run this free city. At least for now, monsters and zombie groups are constantly attacking Dawn City. But led by Lai Yinsher, Liming Hope repelled the attacks of these monsters, and this snake was one of them. In any case, with a city as its foundation, Liming hopes for a bright future. These days, Dawn Hope has been building the city wall, and it has begun to take shape. After the city wall is built, then this Dawn City will be considered a truly free city in the last days. Besides Hope of Dawn, there are also the Northern Army, Corso Group Company, Apocalypse Sect, and Eastern Capital Qin family. The predecessor of the Northern Army was the Second Northern Army. The Doomsday came, and in this catastrophe, most of the army in the country suffered heavy losses, and almost all of them were destroyed by zombies. The small number of surviving troops became warlords, scattered all over the country. The Northern Second Army is the army with the most strength preserved among the surviving armies, and it is also the biggest Doomsday warlord. The current leader of the Second Northern Army is Jiang Nanshun, who was originally a lieutenant colonel. After the apocalypse, he awakened the S-level talent magnetic cutting and became a strong man. Then he relied on his transcendence talent and his direct troops to launch a mutiny, killed General Bao Guozhong, the former commander-in-chief of the Second Northern Army, and proclaimed himself king. He turned the Second Northern Army into the current Northern Army, calling himself the governor of the Northern Army. The current Northern Army, under his control, has completely become a militaristic organization, with a large number of weapons and ammunition, and hundreds of thousands of well-trained soldiers. In addition, hundreds of evolutionaries have been awakened within the Northern Army. The strength of the Northern Army in the entire Southeast region can definitely be regarded as the overlord level. The Kasuo Group Company was a very powerful giant enterprise in the old days, and the chairman of the group, Shi Guangming, awakened the S-level talent absolute field. In the Doomsday, Shi Guangming also established a large shelter and followed the corporate structure to rebuild the Kasuo Group. He recruited many evolutionists and formed a board of directors. It has to be said that this kind of cold company structure that only considers interests is especially suitable for Doomsday. Now the Kasuo Group Company has also developed into a big force, which should not be underestimated. The Apocalypse Sect is a very peculiar religious organization. When the Doomsday came, many sects came into being, and desperate people hoped that the illusory god would save them. The Apocalypse Sect is one of the most powerful sects among the many sects. They preach that the god of Apocalypse descends on the earth, will save mankind from fire and water, and the end of the world, and bring believers to the world of bliss. This kind of teaching not only attracted countless people, but even many evolutionaries converted to the sect and became believers of the god of Apocalypse. As for the Qin family in the eastern capital, it goes without saying. The top noble family of the old era, the chosen family of the Doomsday era, occupied the super city of Dongdu, a behemoth with millions of people and nearly 1,000 evolutionaries under its command. It can be said that it is in the southeast region, even the whole country, and even the whole world. The strength of the Qin family in the eastern capital is second to none. In addition to these major forces, there are also other forces, large and small, in the southeast region. But now the order in the southeast is very chaotic. It's not just that the major forces are jealous of each other, but it's common for small and medium forces to annex each other and be hostile to each other. Even in the last days, human beings still can't work together, and they still fight endlessly. Therefore, Lai Sheng, the chairman of Dawn Hope, contacted various forces, hoping to hold a meeting in Dawn City to discuss how to establish order in the southeast region. Dawn City Parliament Building. This building is the brain of the Dawn Hope organization, and it is also the most powerful place in Dawn City. In a magnificent office, an old man is processing various documents. The old man is gray-haired, but he doesn't look old at all, especially those deep eyes, which are full of the brilliance of wisdom. This old man is the president of Liming Hope, the grandfather of the Valkyrie Lai Yinsher, Lai Sheng. Although it is said that now Valkyrie Lai Yinsher hopes to have a very high reputation in Dawn. But everyone understands that Lai Sheng is the soul of Liming Hope organization, Dinghe Shenzhen. Under Lai Sheng's leadership, Liming hoped to develop steadily and grow step by step, and finally reach the current overlord status in Qin Jun province. It can be said that it all depends on the wisdom of this old man. Are there any echoes from other forces? The old man looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked. The middle-aged man's name is Rong Feng. He is the confidant of Lai Sheng's secretary, and almost Li Ming Hope's second in command. Hearing Lai Sheng's question, Rong Feng immediately replied, "The Northern Army, the Kasuo Group Company, and the Apocalypse Sect have all agreed and will come to the conference to formulate the order in the southeast region." But the Qin family's reaction in the eastern capital seems to be relatively flat. It seems to be lacking in interest. Hearing this, Lai Cheng frowned and immediately ordered, "Continue to invite people from the Qin family in Dongdu." The old man knew very well that in the southeast region, the influence of the Qin family in the eastern capital was enormous. It can be said that if the Qin family in the eastern capital did not attend, even if other major forces established the order in the southeast region at the meeting, it would be just a dead letter. "It's useless." Rongfeng nodded, turned and left to carry out Lai Sheng's order. In the office, silence was restored again. Only Lai Sheng was left. Lai Sheng's eyes were dim, and his brows and eyes were full of thoughts. He worries about the future destiny of mankind. These days, the situation is extremely chaotic, and wars broke out between many shelters, causing countless casualties. Some are because of resources like food, and some are simply because of power. Under such circumstances, Lai Shang hoped to unite several major forces in the southeastern region to establish order. Even if this order is only superficial, in any case, an order is much better than the current chaos. At least this endless melee will subside a lot. In the Doomsday era, there are dangers everywhere. Zombies are also evolving, and there are all kinds of monsters. It would be too unwise to spend all human power in internal fighting. Qin Jun left Donghua Market and returned towards Dongdu. This trip to the East Flower Market, Qin Jun's harvest can be said to be extremely rich. Not only got the crystal core of the Corpse King, but also hunted down a son of luck, got a lot of villain points, which can be exchanged for a lot of good things. But the most important thing is the spoils after killing the gods, the almighty seed. In the carriage, Qin Jun was playing with the seed in his hand, and Elo's head was crushed by his foot. A god just died so uselessly. In fact, Elo's death was entirely because he didn't expect that mortals would dare to attack the gods. Otherwise, Yellow hides in the fantasy world he created, and Qin Jun has nothing to do. This almighty seed can continuously produce powerful people for the Qin family. As time goes by, the gap between other forces and the Qin family will only grow wider. And Qin Jun was also thinking about hunting the gods. After all, he had tasted the sweetness of hunting gods. From Elo's mouth, he learned that there are other gods in this world. Most of these gods are still asleep, and Su Xing's strength should be about the same as that of Yellow, not so strong. I don't know what kind of spoils other gods will bring him. And the Black Obelisk, there are only 24 obelisks in the world, and as far as he knows. In the original territory of Huagua, apart from one in Dongdu, one in Jiangjing, and one in Emperor Capital, I don't know where the others are. But these things are not in a hurry. After all, the Black Obelisk is there and will not move, and I will slowly map it in the future. A few days later, Qin Jun and his party finally returned to Dongdu. Along the way, Qin Jun's convoy passed through countless shelter camps. Most of these camps were very simple, and the survivors all looked numb, as if they were bodies without souls. But after returning to the eastern capital, Qin Jun found that the conditions of the people in the eastern capital were much better than those in the camps outside. In the early days when the Qin family ruled Dongdu, the lives of the people in Dongdu could be said to be very difficult. Whether it is building high walls or working in factories, countless people die suddenly and exhausted every day, and their lives are not as good as pigs and dogs. But with the gradual increase in the production capacity of those factories in the Dongdu industrial zone and the resources plundered by the Dongdu army, now the resources stored in the eastern capital are very sufficient, and for a long time, there will be no shortage of resources in the eastern capital. Therefore, the Qin family also relaxed the working standards of the factory and the exchange of other materials. Although the people of the eastern capital still have to work more than 10 hours a day, it has been a lot compared to before. At least the sudden death rate plummeted. However, this little bit of kindness from the Qin family made the common people feel grateful for it. But in all fairness, the life of the civilians in the eastern capital is much better than that of the camps in the shelters outside. At least in the eastern capital, there are no conflicts that may break out at any time, and there are no zombies and monsters that may appear at any time. This kind of stable life is extremely rare in the last days. After Qin Jun returned to Dongdu, he didn't go to Qin's mansion immediately, but headed towards the Black Obelisk. He really wants to know, what is the Oracle Code? Make the god Yellow so eager? On the streets of Dongdu, there are a lot more pedestrians than before. The common people are used to the new life in Dongdu, and they are also used to the daily life of factories and homes. When they saw Qin Jun, their faces immediately showed awe, and they retreated to both sides of the road. They all know Qin Jun's identity, the eldest son of the Qin family, and the future master of Dongdu, also their master. They don't dare to provoke such a big man. At this moment, a few children who were playing on the side of the road rushed out of the road and ran straight towards Qin Jun. These children were dressed plainly, so they should all be children of common people. At their age, they are carefree and don't understand power. They only know that they are having fun. Accidentally, He rushed into the middle of the road. Qin Jun's entourage immediately reacted, and several evolutionaries directly entered the fighting posture, full of murderous aura. The soldiers also came up with guns, staring at the children warily. The faces of the surrounding crowd suddenly changed, and they turned pale with fright. It's over. Something big happened. The crowd on both sides of the street clattered and knelt on the ground, not even daring to breathe out. For them, Qin Jun is their master, their emperor. But if you collide with the emperor, you'll be beheaded. Those children were also shocked. Although they were innocent, they were not fools without eyesight. Seeing such battles, he immediately realized that he might have gotten into a catastrophe. The children were so frightened that they stood still, their teeth chattering, and they almost cried. At this moment, everyone looked at these children with pity. Especially Wang Ji from the crowd. She had seen with her own eyes how Qin Jun dealt with the civilians in the Blood Bear Sanctuary. The cruelty and ruthlessness of the means is like a devil. Wang Ji would not feel dissatisfied with Qin Jun because of this. She had stayed in a shelter camp and seen many ugliness of human nature, knowing that in the apocalypse, only a character like Qin Jun can go further. And those who abused the benevolence of women, without exception, all died miserably. But to everyone's expectation, Qin Jun looked at the children in front of him with a smile on his face. He bent down and asked with a smile, "What's your name? How old are you this year?" The children were still terrified, but seeing the smile on Qin Jun's face, all worries and fears disappeared. The children scrambled to respond with a smile. "My name is Wang Hexiang, and I am 7 years old. My name is Yutong Tong. I am 7.5 years old. My name is Yuan Bin, and I am 8 years old." The children laughed and chattered nonstop. After all, children are always naive, and they don't have a clear concept of authority and status at the moment. In their view, Qin Jun is a very kind big brother. Qin Jun watched the children's performance with a smile and teased the children a few times. Then the children, led by their fearful parents, returned to the crowd. The crowd around didn't seem to have thought that Qin Jun would be so approachable, without any anger. Looking at Qin Jun's background, Wang Ji felt a trace of complicated emotions in her heart. "There is some disbelief in my heart." Qin Jun not only forgave the children's rudeness, but even laughed and got greedy with them. She could tell that Qin Jun had just shown the smiles on the children's faces from the bottom of his heart, mingling with the children, talking and laughing to amuse the children. He seemed to really like these kids. But just a few days ago, he was able to take the lives of tens of thousands of people without hesitation. With one order, countless wives were scattered and their families were destroyed. For a moment, Wang Ji became a little crazy. She didn't know which Qin Jun was the real Qin Jun. After this episode, Qin Jun didn't take it seriously, and soon, they left the city center and came to the north of the East capital. Here, there is a black obelisk. At the foot of the black obelisk, research institutes with advanced equipment have been set up to study the profound knowledge and rules on the black obelisk. Anyone who came to the foot of this black obelisk, you will feel a sense of magnificence and majesty filling your heart. This black obelisk is definitely a gift from God to mankind. No science can explain the origin of this black obelisk. What's even more ironic is that many of the sciences of human beings are learned from the black obelisk. When the senior management of the Research Institute heard Qin Jun's arrival, they immediately greeted him, accompanied Qin Jun around, and continued to explain their research results. "I hope to be appreciated by Qin Jun, so that I can soar into the sky. Did you parse out those words that you didn't understand?" Qin Jun asked. Hearing this, the high-level executives of several research institutes suddenly looked a little panicked and hurriedly said, "We have organized many seminars for linguists, but nothing has been gained. Some people even think that those words do not belong to our world. In other words, it is not a human written language." Qin Jun nodded, and it seems that what Yellow said is right. Those words are the words of God, the so-called Oracle Code. Qin Jun walked slowly to the foot of the black obelisk, raised his head, and watched this majestic building up close. On the surface of the black obelisk, there are countless lines carved on it, and countless knowledge and laws are recorded on it. On the other side of the black obelisk, There are characters carved one by one. These words seem to be irregular and randomly arranged and combined, but just by looking at them, one can only feel a shock from the soul. At this moment, the almighty seed in Qin Jun's arms suddenly floated up. On the back of the black obelisk, a golden divine light suddenly appeared, illuminating and purifying the almighty seed. After an unknown amount of time, the light of the oracle code gradually disappeared, and the almighty seed returned to Qin Jun's hands. Qin Jun looked at the almighty seed in his hand. His expression moved slightly. After being illuminated by the divine light, the aura of the almighty seed about yellow completely disappeared. A smile gradually appeared on Qin Jun's face. He was still a little worried about whether this almighty seed would be contaminated with Elo's breath and will. Will there be any accidents in the strong man created in the future? But for now, don't worry. After being illuminated by the light of the oracle code, the aura of the almighty seed about yellow completely dissipated, becoming a stream of pure primordial energy. In other words, yellow the god. It can be said that it has completely disappeared from this world, and there is no trace of him anymore. The almighty seed in front of Qin Jun floated above his palm. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, and he suddenly cut his finger, blending a drop of blood essence into the almighty seed. And the almighty seed also faintly exudes Qin Jun's own aura. Qin Jun could feel that this almighty seed was connected with his blood and was the continuation of his spirit. He even suddenly had a hunch in his heart that after this almighty seed was planted, an almighty world tree would grow. And the almighty world tree can create strong people one by one, and those strong people will be infinitely loyal to Qin Ling. They will be Qin Jun's most devout believers. They will dedicate everything to Qin Jun without hesitation. Life, even soul. Qin Jun exhaled slightly and had to say that although the god 907 yellow was a bit weak, it could even be said to be so weak. But gods do have their transcendence. If yellow met another person, he became a believer of yellow. Then wait for Elo's power to recover. Then Elo will create an army of evolutionaries. But now, all of this belongs to Qin Jun. The almighty seed in Qin Jun's hand suddenly flew towards the city center of Dongdu City, and plunged into the ground. Immediately, the position of the entire eastern metropolis trembled slightly, and a huge and magnificent towering tree broke through the ground. This big tree became taller and faster with the naked eye. The crown of the tree covered the sky and the sun, and it went straight to the sky, and the sun could not see the end. The tree body is extremely thick, and the emerald green light is like a ribbon wrapping around the tree body. The roots of the trees are exposed, rolling up and down like majestic mountains. Looking from a distance, it seems that the eastern capital is under the protection of the world tree. The birth of the world tree immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the eastern capital, and countless civilians watched this scene in shock. Although they know that this world has the existence of transcendence power. But this world tree that appeared out of thin air is really too spectacular and magical, is simply a miracle. The shock to them was no less than the moment they saw the black obelisk appear. And this sudden change in the eastern capital immediately triggered a quick response from the army, and the garrison immediately went on alert and entered a wartime state. Those evolutionaries also rushed towards the world tree one after another, thinking that something big happened, although this caused quite a commotion. But it can also be seen from it that the army and evolutionists under the Qin family's command are well-trained, orderly, and extremely effective in combat. Qin Jun's father, Qin Yuan, who is now the patriarch of the Qin family in the eastern capital, also rushed over under the protection of many evolutionaries. As the patriarch of the Qin family in the eastern capital and the ruler of the eastern capital, Qin Yuan awakened to the extreme coldness of the S-level talent, and is also a very powerful evolutionary. But now, Qin Yuan's main energy is on dealing with many things in the eastern capital. Under the governance of the former chairman of the standing committee, the Qin family in the eastern capital has established an extremely efficient and ruthless system, which is interlocking from top to bottom. The current East Capital Qin family is like a never-ending chariot with precise and efficient interior, but also cold and cruel. If a person has no use value, then he will be replaced immediately. and gradually weeded out. But I have to admit that it is precisely because of Qin Yuan's ruling skills that the Qin family in the eastern capital can grow into the behemoth it is today. While frantically annexing the surrounding area, the interior is also extremely stable. No one dares to disobey the will of the Qin family. This alone is enough for the eastern capital Qin family to overwhelm other forces. After seeing Qin Jun, Qin Yuan's expression immediately relaxed. He screened off the others, leaving only the father and son between them. Knowing a son is like a father. Although Qin Yuan doesn't know the specific situation, Shun also knows his son. This world tree that appeared out of thin air definitely has a big secret. Qin Jun didn't hide anything from Qin Yuan, except for the secret of the system. He told everything about Donghua City's experience in detail. In this cold world, Qin Jun killed people like hemp and treated the people as pigs and ants, cruel and ruthless. But in Qin Jun's heart, there is also a soft corner. And Qin Jun also knew that in this world, only his father, Qin Yuan, would consider everything for him, no matter the cost. God. Qin Yuan frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this world would mutate so much that even gods appeared. He also knows that many sects have sprung up now, hoping that God will save the world. But I didn't expect that there really is a God in this world. And this will also have a huge impact on the world. Qin Yuan raised his head and looked at this world tree. Only by standing at the foot of this world tree can he feel what is majestic. This is the world tree? Qin Jun nodded and explained, "The almighty seed has been recognized by me with a drop of blood, and we can use this world tree to continuously create evolutionaries. And these people who receive the infusion of the world tree will become my believers and be absolutely loyal to me. Right now, this world tree is still in its infancy. It can imbue spirits 5 times a month, and the evolutionary it creates will have at least a C-level talent. After you grow up, you can evolve to imbue spirits 10 times a month, and your lower limit talent can also be raised to B-level." When Qin Yuan heard this, a shocked look appeared on his face. The speed of producing 10 evolvers a month is really not slow. You must know that these are all evolvers with at least C-level talent. Among the evolutionaries, talent is extremely important. A 0.6 evolutionary with a C-level talent is as important as a dozen D-level talents and dozens of low-level F-levels. More importantly, these evolutionaries will remain absolutely loyal to Qin Jun. If this is the case, the birth of this world tree is self-evident for Qin Jun and the Qin family in the eastern capital. After all, the evolutionary is the most important combat force in the Doomsday world. In addition, the Dongdu Research Institute has been studying the use of genetic agents and brainwashing experiments to create evolutionaries who are loyal to the Qin family, and some progress has been made. But with all of this, there's a problem. That is God. The existence of God will bring more variables to this world. Although Yellow died in the hands of Qin Jun, it has to be admitted that God is a very powerful existence. They just consumed too much power when they came to Earth. If the gods regain their power, then they have power that mortals cannot match. Even the evolutionary is the same. How should people get along with God? When the gods wake up, what kind of attitude should the Eastern Capital Qin family use to face those gods? Are you saying you want to bow down? Qin Yuan and Qin Jun looked at each other, and both father and son saw the answer from each other's eyes. No one could be above the Qin family, not even a god. Qin Yuan thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Since that God wants to obtain the divine writings of the 24 black obelisks, it means that collecting these writings will give you great power. And this kind of power, even the 06 gods are extremely eager. Maybe even the reason why they came to the earth is for these so-called oracle codes." Qin Jun nodded and said suddenly, "I have an idea." "What idea?" A strange smile appeared on Qin Jun's face. "I want to become a god." When Qin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help looking at his son's face, as if he was a little surprised. Qin Jun smiled slightly, staring at the world tree in front of him, and said with a smile, "Or to put another way, become a god in the hearts of the people." Qin Yuan immediately understood what Qin Jun meant. He pondered for a moment, and then also laughed. "Yes, this is indeed a good idea. although the millions of people in the eastern capital are generally relatively stable. But the Qin family's territory will not always be Dongdu. The Qin family is destined to expand outward. At that time, more civilians and evolutionists will be brought under the Qin family's command. The uneven distribution of benefits is bound to bring riots and turmoil. Although these turmoil will not threaten the rule of the Qin family, having a stable foundation is a prerequisite for ensuring efficiency. More importantly, after the apocalypse, various sects emerged in an endless stream. Even in the current eastern capital, there are signs of this. After all, in this desperate world, people's hearts need a sustenance. If it was before, the Qin family would turn a blind eye to these things. As long as you finish the work on time, you can believe in whatever god you want. But it's different now. After those gods gradually wake up, they will inevitably develop believers. At that time, the mortals who believe in those gods will become the eyes of those gods. Their power can be extended to every corner of the world through believers. The major forces of human beings are riddled with holes, and believers of other gods are everywhere. So the Qin family should prepare early. And the best way is undoubtedly to create a god to make those people believe in. Qin Jun is the best candidate. This world tree can be called a miracle. It was planted by Qin Jun. In addition, Qin Jun himself is a unique SSS-level talent, and his strength is extremely powerful. He is simply a god in the eyes of ordinary people. So it is reasonable to promote Qin Jun as a god, right? Qin Yuan thought for a moment and immediately came up with a plan and said in a deep voice, "I will send people among the common people to publicize this world tree as the focus and make you a god. And the 5 perfusion opportunities of the world tree every month will be obtained by the people who admire you the most among the common people. At that time, there will be a very shrouded ascension conference. Let them accept the blessings of the world tree in front of all civilians and become evolutionaries." It has to be said that Qin Yuan is worthy of being one of the top chiefs in the old era, and he is very handy with this kind of thing. It is conceivable that when those ordinary people saw ordinary people like them, they became evolutionaries after being infused with the blessing of the world tree. He became a master in one leap and directly realized the class leap. What impact this will have on their hearts. Prior to this, there was only one way for these civilians to achieve class leapfrogging, and that was to join the army. After becoming a soldier, enter the most dangerous investigation force, go to the outside world to sweep up zombies, and after accumulating enough meritorious service, you could become a grassroots officer. And after accumulating a huge number of grade points, you can apply for talent seeds. Get an F-level or 347E level low-level talent seed and become an evolutionary. But where is this road so easy to walk? Every month, the Dongdu army will recruit thousands of new recruits, but the army's establishment is always maintained at around 400,000. It can be seen how terrifying the soldier rate is. Rather than saying that this is a road, it is better to say that the Qin family left a little thought for the common people, so as not to make the common people completely desperate. But now, there is an extra path. That is to become a follower of Qin Jun. As long as you become a believer of Qin Jun, you have the hope of becoming one of the 5 lucky ones every month, receiving the blessings of the world tree, and becoming an evolutionary. Obviously, this road has greater hope and is also safer. As a result, the common people began to believe in Qin Jun and regard Qin Jun as a god in their hearts. It's not just that the Qin family's rule will become indestructible and impenetrable. Dongdu, Ding'an District. In the old days, Ding'an District was the old city of Dongdu, and it became one of several civilian areas in the Doomsday era, lived by millions of civilians. There are many pedestrians on the streets in the evening, bustling with people. Most of them have disheveled faces. Obviously, their current standard of living is second only to being able to eat. As the Qin family plundered a large amount of resources from several other cities and shelters, Dongdu's current material reserves are very sufficient. The factories in the industrial zone are no longer running at full capacity 24 hours a day, but only maintain sufficient production capacity. Although the Qin family authorities don't take civilians for granted, but it is not necessary to force civilians to death. After all, in the final analysis, these millions of civilians are the leaders of the Qin family, and they are the assets of the Qin family. Too many civilians died, which is also a loss to the Qin family. The civilians in the eastern capital can also breathe a sigh of relief. Not only the working hours have been reduced to about 10 hours, but some shops have also been opened on streets. They can use their grade points to exchange for some living materials. But the days are getting better. In fact, it is just better than the previous days without human rights. The days of common people still belong to the level of black slaves. But at least the civilians are finally able to take a breath now and even have the mood to discuss things other than survival. That's the world tree. A group of civilians stood on the street, stretching their necks and looking at the huge ancient tree. Although Ding'an district is still far from the city center, they can still clearly see the whole picture of the world tree, which shows how majestic the world tree is. It's really unscientific. A middle-aged man with glasses kept shaking his head, as if he couldn't understand how such a world tree could appear out of thin air. The people around him all sneered at him. I said, "Professor Sun, science has long since failed. Otherwise, the world would not have become like this. Tell me, in our world now, which thing can be explained by science?" The middle-aged man's name is Sun Yu, who used to be a university professor teaching philosophy. After the doomsday catastrophe, like other ordinary people, he entered the factory and is now a glorious assembly line worker. After all, the current world does not need any philosophy professors. Everyone stared at the world tree, feeling an incomparable shock in their hearts. "It's a miracle. It's a gift from God," someone shouted, attracting the attention of others. Sensing the attention of others, the man became more excited, and he stood directly on a tree stump, shouting loudly, "This world tree is a gift from God. With the blessing of the world tree, we will all be saved." Most people are a little surprised. These days, many sects have appeared in Dongdu. Some sects still believe in the god of the old age, while some sects believe in unknown gods. Very messy. However, some people still ask, "God? Which god is it?" The man shouted, "God is Master Qin Jun. He is the omnipotent God." When people heard this, they were quite agitated, but no one turned around and left. This is an ironic fact, although the policy of enslaving civilians was put forward by Qin Jun. But in fact, common people generally have a good impression of Qin Jun. After all, Qin Jun is good at putting on a show. In the previous Li Deng incident, Qin Jun proposed to improve the treatment of the workers, which is enough to make the workers grateful to date. Afterwards, Qin Jun had been practicing and didn't show up much. However, the Qin family authorities have been propagating that it was Qin Jun who led the army and evolutionists to exterminate the zombies and protect the safety of the eastern capital. Coupled with Qin Jun's gentle attitude towards the children before, it even created a wave of favorability in the hearts of ordinary people. Someone said, "How do you know that Master Qin Jun is a god?" The man immediately said, "Master Qin Jun is an SSS-level talent. His strength is far stronger than other evolutionaries. He is an omnipotent god." And this world tree was planted by young Master Qin Jun. Besides God, who else has such ability? When they heard that the world tree was planted by Qin Jun, people gasped in amazement. Many people have a little faith in their hearts. After all, the person who can plant the world tree, will it be an ordinary person? Even evolutionists can't do this step. Thinking of this, Qin Jun's status in people's minds became somewhat unpredictable, shrouded in a layer of divine radiance. And the man said mysteriously, "Grave accent, this world tree is the gift of Qin Jun girl. If we can believe in Master Qin Jun, then we will be blessed by God's grace." God's blessing. Hearing this sentence, people immediately became excited. Even Professor Sun, who was skeptical before, pricked up his ears. In fact, in the final analysis, no matter which denomination it is, the beliefs of believers cannot be free. They offer their faith to the gods, and the gods will bless them. Whether it's Catholicism in the old days, Limas, or various sects in the last days, the way to attract believers is God's blessing. After all, If there are benefits, believers will believe in you. No good, who are you? Professor Sun couldn't help asking, what kind of altar is God's blessing? The man said mysteriously, the most devout believers to Master Qin Jun will almost be blessed by the world tree, and they will be able to directly awaken their talents and become evolutionaries. As soon as this statement came out, everyone gasped. Become an evolver. It can be said that in the Doomsday era, becoming an evolutionary is the ultimate dream in the minds of all ordinary people. There are longing looks on people's faces. If they can really become evolutionaries, then they are willing to pay any price. What is it to believe in Qin Jun? Let them sell their souls. They have had enough of this kind of work day after day with no end in sight. People shouted, then how should we believe in Master Qin Jun? The man's face was full of enthusiasm. Work, hard work. Young Master Qin Jun is the successor of the Qin family. All the East is his territory, and we are all his subjects and believers. Only hard work can reflect our devotion to the young master. I don't know how long it took, but the crowd slowly dispersed. Professor Sun also returned to his home. Rather than saying it is a home, it is better to say it is a broken house. He originally had a happy family. There's a virtuous wife and a lively and lovely daughter. But the coming of the doomsday ruined it all. His wife and daughter all died in the catastrophe, leaving only himself. 527 and he, a well-known professor in the philosophy circle, also became an assembly line worker in order to survive. Sun Yu bought something casually in the room to feed his hunger, then turned off the light and lay down on the bed with his head resting on his arms, recalling what that person said just now. Master Qin Jun, is he a god? Although Sun Yu is engaged in philosophy, he is also a master in the academic circle after all, and he firmly believes in science. Originally, he scoffed at the matter of God and was a standard atheist. But now he was a little moved. The reason is also very simple, because everything that happens in this world cannot be explained by science. Although applied sciences such as physics and electromagnetism are still playing a role, science is no longer the foundation of this world. It's more like a technique and skill, coexisting with those transcendence powers. God, Sun Yu murmured on the ground and slowly fell asleep. Before dawn the next day, Sun Yu got up, washed up, and walked toward the factory. And the street was full of pedestrians. Their destination was the same as Sun Yu's. This is the life of ordinary people in the apocalypse. They have to work before dawn, and they can't leave work until it gets dark in the evening. There are no holidays, no rest days. They're like a screw, a cog, and they will never stop. The days to come will be the same, day after day, year after year, with no end in sight. After entering the workshop, Sun Yu immediately started working. But this time, he worked extra hard, and his work efficiency was higher than before. Unfortunately, no one cares, because it seems that people have started to work hard, and there is no need for supervisors to supervise, but spontaneously. Waiting for lunchtime, people did not take the opportunity to rest as usual. Instead, eat and work at the same time, full of energy. The supervisors were dumbfounded. When it was time to get off work at night, Sun Yu called the supervisor directly. Director Zhou, I am applying for overtime work, and I don't want any grade point compensation. Others looked at Sun Yu, and some seemed to know something and couldn't help laughing. Professor Sun, do you also believe in Master Qin Jun? Didn't you always say to trust science? What to believe in science? Sun Yu's face was flushed, and he argued, I study philosophy, which pays attention to the spirit and state of mind, and believing in God. Can it be regarded as violating philosophy? Immediately afterwards, there are difficult words. The rational pursuit of fundamental truths, AGD, and the study of principles of conduct caused everyone to laugh. Even the supervisor couldn't help laughing. All of a sudden, the inside and outside of the workshop is full of happy air. In the past few days, an organization called the World Tree Sect has become popular in various places in the Eastern capital. The teaching of this sect is to believe in Qin Jun. This sect preaches that Qin Jun is the god of the world, who will lead his followers to become new humans and escape from the doomsday catastrophe. In just a few days, this sect has developed rapidly, and countless civilians are eager to break away from the status quo and become evolutionaries. They joined this sect one after another and became followers of Qin Jun. This result was possible on the one hand because of the support of the Qin family and Qin Jun's good image in the hearts of the common people. On the other hand, it is also because the appearance of the world tree is too magical. The most direct effect of the emergence of the sect of the world tree sect is that the production efficiency of the factory is much higher. Many workers, namely followers of Qin Jun, are enthusiastic about their work. He even took the initiative to apply for unpaid overtime work, which is like a chicken blood. Dongdu, Qin family mansion. The high-level person in charge of Dongdu's production is named Qin Kansas. Although he is not a member of the direct line of the Qin family, he is only from a collateral line. But because of his outstanding ability, he was appointed by Qin Yuan to manage the production project of Dongdu. It can be said that he has a high position and weight, and he is a big man who does everything he can. But this big man didn't have any demeanor at the moment, and his mouth was almost crooked. The reason is very simple. These days, the production capacity of the Dongdu factory is almost on a straight line. The enthusiasm of the workers for their work can be described as fanatical. Qin can said with a smile, "Master, these are the 5 people who have gained the most grade points in the past few days." After that, he handed the list of 5 people to Qin Jun. Qin Jun took it indifferently, without even looking at it. These 5 people are all his so-called believers in name, and they have also proved that they're Qin Jun's most devout believers with practical actions. But Qin Jun didn't care, because no matter whether these 5 people really believe in him, or they just want to become evolutionists, after being infused with the world tree, they will all become his most fanatical and devout believers. Qin Yuan on the side nodded, with a smile on his face. In that case, let's hold the Ascension Conference. The ruler of the Eastern capital walked to the window, looked at the cityscape of the Eastern capital, and said quietly, "Let us create a god for these people." When the notice arrived, Sun Yu couldn't believe his ears. He was selected as one of the 5 people who received the world tree infusion. But the smile on the face of the evolutionary in front of him is real, and the envy and jealousy on the faces of the people next to him are also visible. "Congratulations, Sun Yu." The dignified evolutionary in front of him, dressed in a black military uniform and full of majesty, stretched out his hand at this moment, showing kindness to Sun Yu. And when the people on the side saw this side, their eyes turned red with envy. Sun Yu seemed to be half drunk, and his whole body was light floating. Evolutionary, in his mind, is an unattainable figure, let alone giving them a good face. Ordinary people like them have never been seen in the eyes of evolutionists. In the eyes of evolutionists, they are just ants, tools that can only work day and night to produce resources. But now, an evolutionary took the initiative to extend his hand to express kindness to him. This change of status really confused Sun Yu people. He quickly grabbed the hand of that evolutionist. The smile on his face couldn't stop. His mouth almost split to the back of his head. The evolutionary looked at Sun Yu, feeling a little disdainful in his heart. What a lucky god. But no matter what, Sun Yu will be infused with the world tree and will soon become an evolutionary, already in the same class as him. Moreover, they were the first 5 people to receive the infusion of the world tree, and they were destined to have extraordinary status, so it was necessary to show some kindness. All right, the evolutionary showed a smile on his face and interrupted Sun Yu's wild thoughts. "You should prepare well. We will hold the ascension ceremony in the afternoon. At that time, everyone will witness in the square. Even Master Qinling will attend." Hearing these words, Sun Yu showed a solemn look on his face and nodded quickly. Dongdu, World Tree Plaza. After the world tree was planted, the Qin family built a huge square in front of the world tree. The square is so big that it can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Coupled with the surrounding high platforms and seats, it can accommodate millions of people at the same time. Here, It will be the landmark of Dongdu. This square is so majestic and magnificent, coupled with the world tree in front of it. It is enough for anyone standing here to feel their own insignificance. The people began to enter the arena, and they stayed in their places in an orderly manner according to their badges. The noise gradually sounded, like a heat wave, wave after wave. It was densely packed. All of them were people. Nearly 1 million people crowded into the square, and the air was so turbid and sparse that it made people breathless and felt a sense of suffocation. And farther away, the periphery of the square was also densely packed with people. Almost everyone in Dongdu gathered in the World Tree Square. Sun Yu, also led by an evolutionary, came to the high platform of the World Tree Square, and his appearance immediately attracted everyone's gaze and attention. There was envy and jealousy in these gazes, which made Sun Yu's legs go weak. Although he was a university professor in the old days, he also gave lectures to all the teachers and students in the school, but the number of people was a few thousand at most. And now, that's millions of people. This kind of pressure is really unbearable for him. In addition to Sun Yu, 4 other lucky people also appeared, 3 young people and 1 girl. After all, when it comes to work, men are more dominant. In contrast, it was a little unexpected and surprising that the girl could stand out from the crowd of workers. The girl pursed her lips and looked a little stubborn. She was very good-looking, but her skin is slightly dark, which makes her look very capable. The girl's name is Zhou Di, and she is a top student at the University of Architecture. After the end of the world, she has no talent for awakening, so she can only live with her father. Her father broke a leg in the catastrophe and was disabled. Such a person was originally going to be expelled from the eastern capital. Because there is no use value, food will be wasted. But because the girl is a rare architectural design talent, her father was allowed to stay in Dongdu under her prayer. 0. Seeking flowers. These days, the teenage girl has been working hard to support herself and her father. But even if she is a rare architectural design talent, the accumulated grades cannot support her father and her. A few days ago, her father was seriously ill, but she couldn't afford the grade points needed to see a doctor. Hearing that becoming a believer of Qin Jun would give her the opportunity to receive the infusion of the world tree, Zhou Di chose to work hard without hesitation. She didn't sleep for an hour these days, just working like crazy. Finally, luck fell on her head. Zhou Di joined the world tree and muttered in his heart, "I don't know if you're a real god, but as long as you can change my fate and save my father. 0. Then I will use my life to believe in you." After an unknown amount of time, the uproar broke out suddenly, and a handsome young man appeared on the World Tree Square in front of everyone. He is handsome in appearance and noble in temperament. Although he was watched by millions of people, he looked as usual, strolling in the courtyard. Under the World Tree, his whole body seemed to be shrouded in this layer of sacred brilliance. Everyone lowered their heads. They all knew the identity of this young man. Qin Jun, their master. Qin Jun looked around and looked around. Everyone lowered their heads to express their awe, and no one dared to look at Qin Jun. This is power. From Qin Jun's background, but also from Qin Jun's strength. Qin Jun slowly closed his eyes. He enjoyed this feeling very much. In heaven and earth, I am the only one. At this moment, he is God. True God. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Jun suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the 5 lucky ones in front of him, his most devout believers. His voice was not loud, but resounded in the World Tree Square, and it sounded clearly in everyone's ears, solemn and majestic. As my most devout believer, I will give you glory. The next moment, 5 vine pipes suddenly emerged from the trunk of the World Tree, and they were inserted into the backs of the 5 people's heads for a long time. The vines on the trunk of the World Tree were connected to the backs of the heads of the 5 people. Their bodies were straightened, and their faces showed extremely painful expressions. Seeing this weird scene, all the people in World Tree Square showed palpitations on their faces. Their eyes widened, and they watched this scene closely. But as time went by, the painful expressions on the faces of these 5 people gradually disappeared. Instead, He looked happy, as if he was in the world of bliss. I don't know how long it took. Enmo was taken back to the minister of the trunk of the world tree. The 5 people also slowly opened their eyes. Sun Yu stared at his hands. He felt the boundless power in his body. He roared, and the void around him suddenly began to freeze. A light blue, ghostly fire danced on his fingertips. Although 550 was aflame, the surrounding void began to freeze. It directly condensed into an icicle. Zhou Di stepped on his right foot. The ground under his feet began to surge, and a black earth wall rose into the sky. It seems to be the strongest shield, enough to resist any damage. The other 3 also showed great strength. These 5 people, under the watchful eyes of everyone, after receiving the blessing of the world tree, awakened their talents and became evolutionaries. These 5 people looked at Qin Jun with fanatical submission in their eyes. Even if Qin Jun asks them to commit suicide now, they will die without hesitation. In their hearts, Qin Jun is their god, a god they need to believe in with everything. The 5 people knelt down and bowed to Qin Jun with sincere and fanatical expressions. Seeing this scene, the millions of people watching the ceremony in the square were also shocked, and all of them knelt down. Seeing is believing. Qin Jun really has the ability to bless them. Qin Jun is really a god. Not only the ordinary people, but even the evolved ones showed awe and bowed down one after another. Looking around, the entire world tree square, except for Qin Jun, everyone is kneeling down. Qin Jun looked at the 5 people kneeling in front of him, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This world tree really defies the sky. The created evolutionary is extremely loyal to him, even to the point of fanaticism. He could see that although the previous 5 people were in awe of him, they were not fanatical from the bottom of their hearts. I still have doubts about whether he is a god. But now, they are all willing to die for Qin Jun. But looking at the enthusiasm on the faces of Sun Yu and Zhou Di, Qin Jun didn't feel any fluctuations in his heart. Although Sun Yu and these 5 people regarded him as their god, everyone also thought that these 5 people, as the first batch of blessings, would definitely make Qin Jun remember him in his heart and the emperor's heart. But in fact, Qin Jun didn't care about these 5 people, because in the final analysis, these 5 people are just lucky. And every month, 5 people will be bestowed by God and become his most central and most loyal subordinates. There is really nothing special about Sun Yu and the others. However, Qin Jun would not be a big spoiler. He needs to treat these 5 people preferentially, so that the common people will have more faith in him. Qin Jun nodded and smiled. Get up from now on. You'll be my bodyguards. When others heard this, they couldn't help but look at Sun Yu, Zhou Di, and the others enviously. Qin Jun's personal guard. What a great honor this is. And their status will immediately become different, soaring into the sky. Personal guards are not just guards, but confidants. These 5 people were still the lowest black slave laborers yesterday. And today, he has become a big shot. And all these changes are because they believe in Qin Jun. Almost everyone's eyes flickered. They looked at this scene, at this majestic world tree, and at Qin Jun. In the Doomsday era, people's hearts are full of fear and panic, and they need something to sustenance. Coupled with the fact that Qin Jun's background strength is extremely strong, people inherently have a psychology of admiration for the strong and have a natural awe of the strong. All kinds of factors superimposed together turned into worship and belief in God. I don't know who called out, "My Lord." The next moment, everyone was shouting, "My Lord." The cries of millions of people were deafening, reaching into the sky. Even the hand guard outside the city of Dongdu could faintly hear it. The faces of the people in those shelters showed shocking expressions. They could feel that the whole city was faintly exuding a fanatical atmosphere. After the ascension ceremony, the civilians returned to their homes. Everything was organized and orderly, without any confusion or commotion. All looked peaceful, but the followers of World Tree Sect are growing at an almost explosive geometric rate. Almost all of the millions of civilians in the eastern capital became followers of Qin Jun. and it's pretty frenzied. The way they show their fanaticism is by working hard. I hope to get the favor of Qin Jun and get the chance to be instilled by the world tree. If they were not selected, they would not be resentful towards Qin Jun. And I just feel like I'm not trying hard enough. More importantly, the people's admiration and belief in Qin Jun also extended to the Qin family. God's family is naturally sacred. Now, some people call the Qin family a god clan. People feel that under the rule of the Protoss, they will eventually be redeemed, and their hard work in 5.8 will be rewarded. It has to be said that this god-making movement of the Qin family can be called a stroke of genius. Solved many problems for little to no cost. It's not just that after the gods wake up in the future, they will not be able to develop believers within the Qin family. The foundation of the Qin family's rule has also become extremely stable. No one wants to resist anymore. No one wants to escape, and everyone supports the rule of the Qin family from the bottom of their hearts. If outsiders enter the eastern capital, tell these people that they are all enslaved, and they will come to liberate them. I'm afraid they will be directly sent to the police station in Dongdu by the angry people. After Sun Yu and others became Qin Jun's personal guards, their treatment immediately changed dramatically. Their family moved out of the civilian area and entered the noble area, not only living in a villa, but also a group of servants to take care of their daily life. Jodi's father entered the hospital with the best conditions. Some of the people who harassed her before were kneeling in front of her house, crying and begging for forgiveness. The changes in the treatment of Sun Yu and Jodi were all noticed by people. Everyone worked hard and worked crazily, hoping to be favored by the gods in the next month's ascension ceremony and receive the infusion and blessing of the world tree. Sun Yu, a former philosophy professor, also gave Qin Jun a big surprise. This great professor, who has a deep knowledge of the theoretical school of philosophy, suggested to Qin Jun that a textbook of the world tree sect should be compiled. Study the nature of the world through the philosophical system and the point of view of law. Taking the relationship between matter and consciousness or thinking and existence as the main line, it systematically discusses dialectical views of theology, practice, and consciousness. From the perspective of philosophy and dialectics, it explains why Qin Jun is a god and why he should be worshipped. He spent a few days compiling the first draft of the World Tree Sect scripture. Qin Jun looked at it for a while. I have to sigh with emotion that this Sun Yu is really a talent. This scripture very scientifically demonstrates the rationality and necessity of Qin Jun's existence as a god. It's just a brainwashing tool. However, this was a good thing for Qin Jun. He immediately ordered that this scripture be printed in large quantities and made available for people to read for free. It's even included in children's textbooks. Education should start from the doll. In Qin's mansion, with a woman's satisfied sigh, the room returned to calm. In Qin Jun's arms lies a very beautiful woman, a beauty that can make all men feel dizzy. It was Suya who hadn't seen her for a long time. With a satisfied blush on Suya's face, she lay quietly in Qin Jun's arms, like a kitten. But Qin Jun was expressionless. Obviously, his thoughts had drifted to other places. Seeing Qin Jun like this, Suya couldn't help feeling a little resentful at her heart. What a ruthless man. In Qin Jun's heart, the love between men and women is just a dispensable condiment. These days, as an interrogator, she has been working in the intelligence department of Dongdu, and she has achieved a lot. Among the lower-level residents of the eastern capital, some riots were controlled by her with iron and blood. Some so-called hardbones, in the face of Suya's transcendence talent, can't even resist 10 hits, so they have to explain everything. 80, if not 100 people died under her torture. She was secretly called the female Rakshasa by her colleagues in the intelligence department, and they respected and feared her. What I respect is that she's a Qin Jun woman, and what I fear is that she is ruthless. Suya said softly, "Now the people regard you as their god and worship you very much. There will be no more internal turmoil. It seems that I will lose my job." Like a water snake, Suya entangled Qin Jun's body, sticking out her sweet tongue to lick it gently. "You've got to find me a new job." Qin Jun enjoyed Suya's service with a smile, and he said lightly, The intelligence department will not be as simple as internal, and our territory will not be limited to Shandong capital. Future annexation and expansion will require the participation of intelligence agencies. I will inform the following that you will be the deputy chief of the intelligence department, the second person in charge, responsible for the training of intelligence personnel. Qin Jun's words made Suya the second in command of the intelligence department. But this also has Qin Jun's considerations. In the intelligence department, they're basically evolutionaries of the spiritual department and the camouflage department. Although these two talented evolutionaries are not capable of fighting, they are natural intelligence workers. In the Doomsday Era, the heroes are divided. The Qin family in the eastern capital wants to understand, and even secretly infiltrate and control other forces. Pushing horizontally by force is the slowest method. The importance of intelligence services will only increase. Qin Jun must firmly grasp this kind of key department. Suya is his woman, and all of Suya's power comes from him. Just because of this, it is impossible for Suya to betray him. What's more, Ye is indeed a very smart woman. What makes her smart is that she is very self-aware, and she puts her position in the right place. He never developed his own power and did everything under the banner of Qin Jun and never surpassed it. So Qin Jun is also willing to give Suya some opportunities. After all, Suya is also her own woman. Besides, the work in bed is also very good. Qin Jun is not a moralist who is ascetic and ascetic. In his spare time, enjoying can be regarded as a combination of work and rest. And Suya also began to think in her heart, should she introduce her sister? Now Suya, 943, has more and more sense of crisis. Because there are more and more women around Qin Jun, let alone thank you letters. That Wang Ji who came here from Donghua Market spent all day hanging around Qin Jun's side. Who doesn't know what's on her mind? Suya knew very well in her heart that all men love new beds. With more and more women around Qin Jun, his weight in Qin Jun's heart will decrease. I can't be by Qin Jun's side all the time, so I need to help Qin Jun watch the intelligence department. I have to let my sister serve Qin Jun instead of me. Not to say it is to tie Qin Jun's heart, but at least let the sisters leave a place in Qin Jun's heart. Thinking of this, Suya chuckled lightly. Her eyes were like silk. Her whole body was like a ripe peach, exuding a seductive aroma. Master, I have a request. Seeing Suya's behavior, Qin Jun snorted softly. Say, my sister Suyu, can you come into the mansion to serve you instead of me? She looks a lot like me. As soon as Qin Jun heard it, he knew what Suya was planning. However, although he is not a woman with a mind full of women, he will not hypocritically refuse such a good thing. Are sisters flowers? Orandash. Father. Early the next morning, Qin Jun received a call from his father Qin Yuan and came to the meeting room. In the conference room, many people gathered, all of whom were high-ranking members of the Qin family. Seeing Qin Jun's appearance, the senior members of the Qin family nodded their heads one after another, with expressions of awe on their faces. Now Qin Jun's status and prestige in the Qin family in the eastern capital is second only to Qin Yuan. It can be said that he is the second in command of the Qin family in the eastern capital. In addition, Qin Yuan is now obedient to Qin Jun's opinion. It seems that there is nothing wrong with saying that Qin Jun is now the leader of the behemoth of the Qin family in the eastern capital. Looking at Qin Jun, a smile appeared on Yuan's face. Since the end of the day, his son has always been giving him surprises. He nodded to Qin Jun and said lightly, I called you here today because I have something to discuss. Liming hoped to hold a conference and invited us, as well as forces such as the Northern Army, the Corso Group, and the Apocalypse Sect, to formulate the order in the southeast region. The Northern Army, the Corso Group, and the Apocalypse Sect have all agreed to participate, so the president of Dawn Hope has been contacting me. Hearing this news, the crowd was slightly commotioned. After all, this should be the first formal contact between the Qin family in the eastern capital and other forces. However, the Qin family in the eastern capital has annexed many shelter camps these days. But these shelters are not so much forces as they are places for some survivors to report to keep warm. In front of the Qin family in the eastern capital, there was no other choice but to surrender. But the forces of Dawn Hope, the Northern Army, the Corso Group Corporation, and the Apocalypse Sect are different. These forces are regional overlords, with hundreds of evolutionaries under their command and nearly 1 million people. Although the strength is far inferior to the Qin family in the eastern capital, they are also huge and should not be underestimated. What do you think? Qin Yuan asked lightly. I think we should participate. This is the first time we have encountered other forces. Of course, we have to show our strength. Someone immediately spoke, obviously thinking that they should attend this meeting. That's right. The situation has temporarily stabilized now. Our Qin family wants to expand, so we won't have any dealings with these forces. It's better to get to the bottom of these forces first. Many people supported it. Qin Yuan nodded and looked at Qin Jun. The rest of the people also looked at Qin Jun. They all knew in their hearts that it was not Qin Jun who could really make the decision. The establishment of order in the southeast is beneficial to us. Qin Jun also supports going to Liming and hopes to participate in the meeting. Now the southeast region is in chaos, and shelters are annexing each other everywhere. Of course, these would have little effect on the Qin family in the eastern capital. But Dongdu can't just sit and eat. Now the dungeons in different spaces near Dongdu have basically been wiped out, and the zombies are almost hunted down. The energy crystal nuclei in Dongdu's hands are in a saturated state. In addition to supplying the evolutionary to practice, they also have a lot in stock. These are hard currencies at the end of the day. Moreover, Dongdu Research Institute has been researching genetic medicines, many of which are scarce in Dongdu. Therefore, it is necessary to open up trade routes and exchange needed things from other forces. At least it is necessary before the Qin family annexes these forces. However, how to formulate this order is up to us to decide. Qin Jun smiled slightly. A trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. The time has come to truly show power, and the will of the Qin family will also envelope every inch of land in the southeast region. Qin Yuan nodded, and he said to Qin Jun, "In that case, you will attend this meeting as my plenipotentiary representative." No one objected, because Qin Jun's identity is indeed very suitable. The young master of the Qin family in the eastern capital is also the most powerful existence, coupled with this scheming skill that can be called a hero. It is enough for Qin Jun to let other forces and power level change to understand the Qin family. The next day, Qin Jun led many entourages and left the eastern capital in a mighty way. This time, Qin Jun didn't bring many evolutionaries, only more than 80. But the army did not bring it, because as the evolutionary becomes stronger and stronger, the role of the army becomes smaller and smaller, and in the end it is to defend the city and maintain order. The last time Qin Jun visited the East Flower Market, the army he led was almost useless. So this time, Qin Jun only brought the evolutionists, not the army. But even so, Qin Jun's phase field is enough to wipe out most of the forces. After all, in the southeast region now, if there are more than 50 evolutionary forces, it can be called a big force. Even Dawn Hope, who held the meeting, only has more than 200 evolutionaries under his command. And Qin Jun's entourage is almost worth half of Dawn Hope. It can be seen from this that although Wang Qian's are all called overlord forces, however, compared to other forces, the strength of the Qin family in the eastern capital is simply crushed by faults. A huge convoy of specially made cars drove towards the valley in the direction of Xinjiang province. Beside Qin Jun, Xia Han asked softly, "Young master, we still have 5 days' drive away from Liming City. Do we need to speed up?" "Need not." Qin Jun was expressionless and ordered lightly, "Notify the team to slow down." There was a sneer on his face. "Let those forces understand one thing first. Without our Qin family, any matter and agreement they discussed would be a piece of waste paper." Formerly Xinjiang province, Liming City. The high wall surrounding the entire city has been built. Although it is not majestic, at least the ordinary zombies and monsters are no longer a threat to the civilians in the city. With the city wall, the civilians in Liming Hope also feel very safe. I'm also gaining a sense of belonging to Liming Hope. The urban area outside Liming City is where civilians live. Although Liming Hope is the most gentle to civilians among the major forces. But this doesn't mean that Hope at Dawn really means that everyone is equal, and ordinary people can sit on an equal footing with evolutionaries. After all, equality or something does not exist even in the modern society of the old era. Not to mention in the more bloody and violent Doomsday era. In Dawn Hope, the evolutionary status is far higher than that of ordinary people, and they can enjoy resources that ordinary people can't imagine. Only the evolutionists and their families can live in the inner city of Dawn City, and civilians can only live in the outer city. But even so, the civilians in Dawn City are already very satisfied with the status quo. At least the powerhouses of Liming Hope will not be able to decide their life and death, like other forces. Yellow flash. Yellow flash. On the street, the children kept cheering because people 260 also had smiles on their faces. A convoy slowly drove into Liming City. The co-pilot of the pickup truck at the head sat a handsome young man who was smiling and greeting the people on both sides. It was Huang Xiaozhou, one of the twin stars of Liming City. And the large, heavy truck in the middle of the convoy had the corpse of a monster on it. The corpse was so huge that it was no longer possible to tell what kind of animal had mutated. There were sword marks and wounds all over the corpse. It was obvious that Huang Xiaozhou hunted and killed this monster. Huang Xiaozhou is now the pinnacle of a level 1 evolutionary, and he is only one step away from being able to advance to level 2. In Liming Hope, the strength of the organization is second only to the Valkyrie Lai Yanshi. But his popularity is comparable to Lai Yanshi. Especially among common people, Huang Zhou is extremely popular, and this has a lot to do with his gentle personality. Xiaozhou, you are the same. Now you are the mainstay of our Liming Hope, and we don't need a few servants at home. The driver in charge took a puff of cigarette and said with a smile, Iba. His name is Zhu Huai, and he is also an evolutionary, but his talent is a bit peculiar, and he is an E-level vehicle enhancement. Any vehicle in his hands will be strengthened, just like a bulletproof vehicle. Although it is not a combat talent, it is very useful. So now Zhu Huai is Liming Hope's vehicle captain, responsible for mobilizing all vehicles. Huang Xiaozhou smiled, shook his head, and didn't say much. In Hope of Dawn, the evolutionary status is very high, and the accommodation is basically served by ordinary people. For example, Zhu Huai has 5 servants in his family. That's a small amount. Some evolutionaries who like to enjoy themselves have dozens of servants to serve them, and they live a life that was unimaginable in the old days. But Huang Xiaozhou has no servants. He is the only one at home. Among the evolutionists, it can be said to be a different kind. Seeing that Huang Xiaozhou didn't speak, Zhu Huai didn't mind, but just shook his head, looking at the civilians on both sides of the street, with a hint of emotion on his face. He knew the yellow flash well. Although Huang Xiaozhou's strength is very strong, this young man has an introverted and kind personality. More importantly, Huang Xiaozhou always has great sympathy for ordinary people. Even he is unwilling to let those ordinary people serve him as his servants, which will make him very uncomfortable. Zhu Huai sighed softly in his heart. This kind of personality cannot be said to be bad. Huang Xiaozhou is a good person, and he can also win the support of the people. But at the end of the day, Zhu Huai felt that such a character was too soft. In other words, there will be many constraints. But Zhu Huai wouldn't say anything. At least Huang Xiaozhou was still young. The future is still very long, and he will grow up in the future. And it is always a pleasure to be in the company of kind people. Huang Xiaozhou also fell silent. He was just an ordinary college student in the old days. The family background is also very ordinary, with no power or money. After the apocalypse, he awakened the A-level talent sword field booster and became a very powerful evolutionary. Many people think that Huang Xiaozhou should like the Doomsday world very much. After all, he has jumped from an unknown ordinary person to a yellow flash that has attracted much attention. But only Huang Xiaozhou knows that he has never liked this cold and cruel world. In this world, everyone has changed. Those who were kind in the old days have become cruel and ruthless, and those simple and honest people have become cunning. After the end of the day, the worst in people's hearts was inspired. He hated this world of deceit and indifference. He never felt that he was superior to ordinary people. He always felt that he was just an ordinary person. It's just good luck and awaken talent. But fortunately, compared to other forces, Dawn Hope is already considered a utopia in the doomsday. Looking at those laughing people on both sides of the street, Xiaozhou secretly swore in his heart. He will protect everything that Liming hopes for. Outside Liming City, a huge convoy slowly appeared. All blue and white modified heavy-duty off-road vehicles, and each vehicle's door is sprayed with a Blue Shield logo. This is the logo of the Kozul group of companies. The vehicle stopped, and a group of soldiers with live ammunition came down. They wore blue peaked caps and tactical bulletproof vests. They were fully armed and well-equipped, very typical tactical special police equipment. After all, the Corso Group Company was one of the main suppliers of special living room equipment in the old days. This is Dawn City? A handsome young man got out of the car and looked at Liming City with a flamboyant expression and a haughty look on his face. He wore a badge on his chest, introducing his identity. Luo Ming, the upstart of the Corso Group. After the Doomsday, he awakened the A-level talent energy shock. Not long ago, in a strife within the Corso Group, he was supported by a board member. After being promoted to 5 levels in a row, he became the director of the 2nd Intelligence Department and directly joined the ranks of senior executives of the Corso Group. And this time, he was authorized to attend the meeting held by Liming Hope as the plenipotentiary representative of the Corso Group, to establish order in the southeast. Behind him, an employee of the Kozul Group whispered, "Director Luo, what the board of directors means is that we try to balance various forces. At least until we complete that plan, ensure the stability of the order in the southeast." A smile appeared on Luo Ming's face, and he said with a smile, "I don't think I'm too old. You shouldn't need to remind me of these things." The employee's face suddenly showed a look of fear, and he directly apologized. "I'm sorry, Director Luo. I was the one talking too much." And the rest of the Corso Group lowered their heads one after another, obviously very afraid of Luo Ming. You know, within the Corso Group, Luo Ming has a nickname called Madman, and his personality is very arrogant, even arrogant. Therefore, the people under his command respected and feared Luo Ming at the same time. A trace of deepness flashed in Luo Ming's eyes, and he couldn't help but think of the commotion that broke out in the research department of the Kozul Group. It's a pity that with Luo Ming's authority, he doesn't know the specifics. I just know that the headquarters is secretly researching some forbidden power, and only the board members are qualified to know this matter. Luo Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, the board of directors requested to try to balance the forces of all parties and establish a relatively stable order. Must be stalling for time, waiting until that plan is completed. However, this does not mean that the Corso Group has to give up some interests. On the contrary, Luo Ming wanted to fight for more interests for the Corso Group. After all, for his position, there are many competitors in the company staring at him. Luo Ming is not really as arrogant and exaggerated as he appears on the surface. In fact, he is a very scheming person. Otherwise, the boss of the board of directors would not choose Luo Ming to be his spokesperson. After the people from the Corso Group arrived, in the next few days, envoys from other forces also arrived. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire Liming City became a lot more serious. A major general came to the Northern Army, named Li Yin, who is gifted with A-level magnetic control. And the Apocalypse sect has a priestess named Song Ke, who is also an A-level talent. It can also be seen from this that for an evolutionary, the most important thing is not hard work, but talent. A-level talents are born to be countless times stronger than E-level and F-level talents. Not only the same level of strength, but the power that can be displayed by a talent at the same level is far stronger than that of a low-level talent. Even in practice speed, high-level talent is much faster than low-level talent. But now, The high-level talent has left the low-level talent far behind. These days, besides the Apocalypse sect, the Northern Army, and the Corso group, many other forces have also rushed to Dawn City. For example, some large shelter camps or some mercenary organizations. Although these forces are not considered frontline forces, they should not be underestimated. They are forces that cannot be ignored in the southeastern region. If they want to formulate the order in the southeast region, they must also be part of it. But it is also emotional that in the old days, they were all ordinary people with all kinds of occupations. But now, they belong to various forces respectively. In this way, Dawn City can now be described as a jumble of fish and dragons, with people from all sides gathering together. But fortunately, the forces of all parties have maintained restraint, and Liming Hope itself is also the dominant force in the southeast region. So Liming City is still relatively calm. Even the lives of civilians are basically not disturbed much. Though, seeking flowers, the only problem is the Qin family in the eastern capital has not arrived yet. Generally speaking, the distance between Dongdu and Liming City is 5 days by car. Even if the surface mass becomes larger, the distance by car should not exceed 10 days at most. But half a month has passed, and even the Apocalypse sect, which is farthest from Dawn City, has arrived. There is still no news from the Qin family in the eastern capital. In the beginning, the major forces waited patiently, but as time passed, the various forces finally lost their patience. Has the people from the Qin family in the eastern capital arrived yet? In the meeting hall, a middle-aged man in military uniform looked indifferent, frowned, and asked dissatisfied. 0. This middle-aged soldier, with a Huxia character face, looks majestic and honest, exuding a faint aura of austerity and terror. It was the special envoy of the Northern Army, Major General Li Yan. Anyway, it's been almost half a month, so it should be here. In the corner of the council hall, a woman in a gray robe also nodded and said coldly, "We don't have much time to waste here." Special envoy of the Apocalypse sect, Priest Song Kur. They have been waiting here for several days, but the Qin family in the eastern capital has not been seen for a long time. Let the major forces wait very impatiently and gradually lose their patience. After all, it's the end of the day, and time is precious, so they can't wait for the East Capital Qin's family all their lives, right? A strong man from another force suddenly suggested, "Why don't we establish the order in the southeast region first? Don't wait for the Qin family in the eastern capital." As soon as this remark came out, the Parliament Hall was suddenly quiet. Everyone looked at the person who just made the suggestion, looking at him with foolish eyes. Are you awake? Not to mention the small forces, even those from the Northern Army and the Apocalypse sect. Although these powerful forces are very dissatisfied with the Qin family's late arrival, they are also very clear in their hearts. Without the Qin family in the eastern capital, no matter how many meetings they hold, it will be useless. After another useless quarrel, the major forces left the Parliament Hall. Only Lai Sheng, the leader of Hope of Dawn, and his granddaughter, Lai Yanshi, the Valkyrie, are left. What do you think? Lai Sheng looked at his granddaughter. Lai Yanshi frowned and said softly, "I heard that the envoy of the Qin family in the eastern capital is the young master of the Qin family, an SSS-level talent. And it's a level 3 evolutionary. Such a powerful strength should not have encountered some accidents on the road. They haven't arrived yet. I'm afraid they are late on purpose." Lai Sheng nodded and sighed. "That's right, that young master of the Qin family did it on purpose. He wanted to give us a bad impression. Let us know that the order in the southeast region, without him, the Qin family in the eastern capital will never be able to build 397. Lai Yanshi Dai frowned slightly and suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. This is the suppression brought about by absolute strength. Without that Qin family assembly, this meeting would not be held. Without the support of the Qin family, the established order in the southeast region would be nothing. Although the eldest son of the Qin family did not show up, he has already established an extremely strong image in the hearts of all parties. When the order in the southeast region is established, other forces will be 3-point weak in the face of Qin Jun. Suddenly, the door of the council hall opened, and a strong man of Dawn Hope walked in quickly. "President, Miss, the people from Qin's family in Dongdu have arrived." Hearing this, Lai Sheng frowned instead, and the wise old man sighed softly and praised. What a formidable young man. If Qin Jun doesn't show up all the time, if the time is delayed, I'm afraid it will cause great resentment in the hearts of the major forces. But now that it appears, it can achieve its goal, and it will not really offend the forces of all parties. The heat is just right. Lai Sheng nodded to Lai Yanshi. "You and Xiaozhou go to meet the young master of the Qin family, and hold a dinner tonight to clean up the dust for the young master of the Qin family." Lai Yanshi and Huang Xiaozhou are called the twin stars of Dawn of Hope, and they're the two most powerful evolutionaries in Dawn of Hope today. The two of them went out to greet Qin Jun in person, which was regarded as giving Qin Jun the highest courtesy. The convoy slowly appeared in the field of vision, all black military off-road vehicles. But the most eye-catching thing was the stretched luxury car in the middle of the convoy. This kind of ostentation is just like the old days when the leaders of the national government went out. Qin's family in the eastern capital, so they arrived. And those who got out of the vehicle were all officers in black military uniforms, exuding a dangerous and powerful aura. They are all evolutionaries. At this scene, the eyelids of everyone who watched it jumped. Although they knew that the Qin family in the eastern capital was very powerful, it was an exaggeration for all the evolutionary members. Qin Jun's entourage alone is almost half of their power. I am afraid that only Qin Jun, the youngest of the Qin family, can afford such a scene. Before Qin Jun's late arrival, some people felt a little dissatisfied, thinking that Qin Jun was really crazy. But now they found out. Qin Jun does have this capital. Lai Yanshi and Huang Xiaozhou looked at each other, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. An extremely handsome young man stepped down from the stretched limousine. He is tall and straight, with a faint smile on his face, surrounded by a group of Thai family powerhouses and stars. Immediately attracted everyone's attention. He seems to be a born king, born to be aloof and be looked up to by everyone. It is Qin Jun. Lai Yanshi and Huang Xiaozhou immediately went up to Liming Hope's strong man to meet Shangdo. "Welcome to Dawn City." A smile appeared on Lai Yanshi's face, and he greeted Qin Jun. "I am Lai Yanshi, and he is Huang Xiaozhou." Huang Xiaozhou silently nodded to Qin Jun. I don't know why, but from the first time he saw Qin Jun, he always felt the vague danger. The handsome young man in front of him seems to be well-mannered, but there seems to be another side that is unknown behind him. Extremely dangerous side. A smile appeared on Qin Jun's face, and he nodded to Lai Yanshi. "I've heard of you, twin stars of Dawn Hope." His voice was calm, with a kind of high-ranking reservedness unique to the children of the rich and powerful, but it was not offensive. At this time, Qin Jun's ears suddenly sounded system prompt. "Ding, Ding found Luck's son, Huang Xiaozhou. Task: eliminate the threat of Huang Xiaozhou. Reward for completing the task: 35 villain points. Ding! Evaluating the potential value of Luck's son Huang Xiaozhou is completed. Potential harvest value: SS rank. Son of Luck?" Qin Jun's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect the son of Luck, who was the main character, to appear just like that. He looked at Huang Xiaozhou in front of him, the yellow flash of one of the twin stars of Liming Hope, who seemed very introverted and taciturn. Huang Xiaozhou's strength is not weak. He is already at the peak of level 1, and he is only one step away from level 2. But Qin Jun didn't attack directly, but took a deep look at Huang Xiaozhou and followed Lai Yanshi towards Liming City. No matter what, Huang Xiaozhou is the double 2.9 child star of Liming Hope, the core figure. If he killed Huang Xiaozhou right now, he would surely offend Liming Hope completely. Although the strength of Liming Hope is far inferior to that of the Qin family in the eastern capital, this is the base camp of Liming Hope after all, and there are other forces. Besides, Qin Jun's visit this time is to establish the order in the southeast region. For the time being, I don't want to directly turn against Liming Hope. But if you want to kill someone, there are many ways. The arrival of Qin Jun caused great shock in Liming City. After all, in the southeast region, the Qin family in the eastern capital is a well-deserved overlord. Whether Qin Jun is the young master of the Qin family in the eastern capital or an SSS-level talented evolutionary, Qin Jun deserves everyone's attention. As for Liming Hope, he is clearly aware of Qin Jun's weight. The place where Qin Jun arranged to stay was a high-end hotel. Such an environment was not considered top-notch in the old days. But in the end times, it is already rare and precious. The Qin family's convoy drove into Liming City and headed towards the inner city. All the strong members of the Qin family were expressionless, and they looked at the city of Liming City with critical eyes. There was a hint of disdain in his expression. In their view, Liming City is a rural place compared to Dongdu. The area of the urban area is only 0.8, which is equivalent to a district of Dongdu. After arriving at the place where they were staying, the Qin family's motorcade immediately became busy. The servants started cleaning the residence that Liming hoped to prepare for Qin Jun with their bags and bags. This scene made Huang Xiaozhou very surprised. He watched a servant of the Qin family walk into the kitchen carrying a box and asked curiously, "What is this?" "A freezer containing frozen sturgeon from the Arctic Ocean. The young master likes to eat a slice of pan-fried sturgeon belly for breakfast." The servant of the Qin family smiled politely at Huang Xiaozhou, raised his head slightly, and answered the question reservedly. Although he is an ordinary person, he is even just a servant. But facing Huang Xiaozhou, an evolutionary, he didn't have any awe, but instead had an inexplicable sense of superiority. It seems that in his heart, being a servant of the Qin family is more honorable than an evolutionary. Huang Xiaozhou was silent, and an incredible feeling rose in his heart. Although human beings are gradually adapting to the doomsday era, they're only just struggling from the brink of extinction. The lack of resources has been plagued by human beings. But Qin Jun's life is so extravagant, even to the point of extravagance and waste. Huang Xiaozhou was thinking, if Qin Jun's living standards were a little more relaxed, I'm afraid it's enough to feed hundreds or even thousands of ordinary people. A gloomy flash appeared in Huang Xiaozhou's eyes. He didn't like the situation very much. When the top dignitaries like Qin Jun spent countless manpower and material resources to enjoy themselves, the vast majority of human beings are still starving, still struggling on the verge of life and death. But Huang Xiaozhou didn't say anything. He is also a very clear-minded person. Qin Jun is far superior to him in both strength and background. Not to mention, these are the resources of the Qin family in the eastern capital, and how they should be distributed has nothing to do with him. The servants of the Qin family moved luxurious and exquisite items into the room. Renovate the room, Liming Hope prepared for Qin Jun like a palace. This scene stunned everyone in Liming Hope. Is this young master of the Qin family here for a meeting to establish order in the southeast region? Or is he here for a vacation? They are also evolutionaries, and their life is considered a luxury. But compared to Qin Jun, they are like bumpkins. These enjoyments are beyond their imagination. But they also knew that this was not Qin Jun's intentional show-off. Because from the expressions on the faces of the servants of the Qin family, it can be seen that these are just the daily life of Queen Qin. And the servants of the Qin family didn't feel that there was anything extravagant or out of the ordinary at all. This scene also gave people a great shock. Suddenly, I feel that Qin Jun and them are not from the same world. The Qin family in the eastern capital is really a grand occasion. Luo Ming stood in front of the window of his room, looking at the busy servants of the Qin family, and sneered. After all, it is a family of gods chosen. Even in the old era, the Qin family was a top dignitary. Chairman Qin's name should be familiar to you. Beside him stood a middle-aged general officer, said with a blank expression. It was the special envoy of the Northern Army, Major General Li Yan. Luo Ming nodded. He turned his head to look at Major General Li Yan and smiled. That's right, the Qin family in the eastern capital is too strong. They are definitely going to lead the formulation of the order in the southeast region. We need to join forces now in order to guarantee our due interests in order. Li Yin nodded. The special envoy of the Northern Army has always been very taciturn. 760, he suddenly asked, why don't you contact the people from the Apocalypse sect? Hearing this, Luo Ming showed an inexplicable look on his face, shook his head, and smiled. It was a bunch of lunatics, real lunatics. They don't care about any benefits. They are extremely crazy for the belief in the so-called God. The Corso group has never dealt with lunatics, because you can't figure out what these crazy people are thinking. Li Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking of the people from the Apocalypse sect. Those people were wearing hoods, and their faces were pale, although they looked nothing special. For example, the messenger of the Apocalypse sect, Pre-Song Kur, seems to be a very rational person. But only these advanced evolutionaries, only those who can feel the Apocalypse sect. Under their hoods, there is a faint spirit of madness. And this kind of madness, even advanced evolutionists like them feel palpitations. So even Luo Ming, who has always been very arrogant, I don't want to deal with people from the Apocalypse sect. The Apocalypse sect is resident, and the room is dark. In the center of the room, place 13 candles. In the center of the candle is a statue. The statue, a thing only a morbid imagination can create, is a cross between an octopus, a spider, and a twisted woman. The upper body of the woman was naked. Her face was beautiful, extremely delicate, and she had curly red hair. But at first glance, this statue can make people feel disgusted, but can't help but be attracted by it. In the room, a group of followers of the Apocalypse sect were chanting softly. Looked up because the camp was far away. Night falls, and the sky is full of stars. The prosperous age is no longer, and the end is coming. Cage of conflict, God of awakening. After he came, fear spread, and in his name, an era was created. When he returns, the sky will be dark, and the earth will be dark, and the foolish people will rule over all living beings. The strange singing voice wafts in the room, and under the faint candlelight, the statue is cloudy and cloudy. Song Kur was lying on the ground, her eyes closed tightly, her brows were slightly frowned, and the wide burqa could not conceal her proud figure. The two big white legs were constantly twisting, full of inexplicable temptation. Not only her, the believers in the room are all women. All of them are like this. A lewd aura filled every corner of the room. Finally, I don't know how long it took. The singing gradually stopped, and Song Kur slowly opened her eyes. She was sweating profusely, and her whole body was wet, making her look even more extremely alluring. The Mother Goddess sent an oracle to me, and she needs a suitable sacrifice. When the stars return, the Mother Goddess will be able to fully wake up! Exclamation point. When the other believers heard this sentence, their faces showed excitement, and they even cried bitterly. Mother God! The Mother Goddess is finally going to save us. Obviously, in their hearts, Goddess Apocalypse is supreme. They are willing to pay any price for the Mother Goddess to wake up. Song Kur still had a look of pain on her face, even though she was a believer of the Mother Goddess. But receiving a trace of the will of the Mother God is also a kind of training for her. Or rather, torture. In the old days, Song Kur was a female college student and a lover of mysticism. After the Doomsday, she awakened the A-level talent of spiritual resonance, able to mentally influence other people, even animals and zombies. This is an extremely powerful talent, and at this moment, she received the Queen of Heaven sect. After the apocalypse, many sects suddenly emerged among the survivors of mankind. The Apocalypse sect is one of them, and the Apocalypse sect believes in the Goddess of Apocalypse. It is believed that this world was created by Goddess Apocalypse, and the catastrophe of the end is just the punishment of Goddess Apocalypse for human beings. When Mother Goddess Tianqi wakes up, it means that the punishment of Mother Goddess Tianqi team is over, and his believers can also get eternal life. Song Kur didn't really believe in this at first. Although she is a fan of mysticism, she has received higher education for so many years. But when she felt the will of the Goddess of Apocalypse, she immediately became a believer of the Mother Goddess. Goddess Apocalypse is real, and the power and stalwart of the Mother Goddess far exceeded the limit of human imagination. Song Kur got up slowly, and she said in a deep voice, "This time, by establishing order in the southeast region, our Apocalypse sect can also develop believers. If a certain high-level person can perceive the brilliance of the Mother Goddess, it will be of great help to our cause." After all, the figure of Qin Jun appeared in Song Ku's heart, the eldest son of the Qin family, in Song Ku's heart. If Qin Jun can become a follower of the Mother Goddess of Apocalypse, it means that the Apocalypse sect has the support of the Qin family in the Eastern capital. Whether it is for the Mother Goddess or the Apocalypse sect, it is a great thing. A trace of determination flashed in Song Ku's eyes. If only Qin Jun could be pulled together. She is willing to make an honorable sacrifice. In the evening, Don Hope held a dinner party. It is specially for Qin Jun to clean up the dust. In the banquet hall, as the host, Lai Sheng was naturally going to attend. Besides him, there were two twin stars, Lai Yinshi and Huang Xiaozhou, as well as other high-level members of Don Hope. Luo Ming, the representative of the Corso Group, Li Yin, the special envoy of the Northwest Army, Song Kur from the Apocalypse sect, and representatives of other forces also attended. The banquet was considered rich compared to Li Ming. I hope that it is also the overlord of Xinjiang province. This time the dinner is not so much a banquet. Rather, it is the first formal discussion on the establishment of order in the southeast region by various forces. "Hello, Master Qin Jun." Luo Ming smiled and handed over his business card and introduced to me. "Russia is the director of the Second Intelligence Department of the Caso Group. Although I'm in charge of intelligence, if you have anything you want to trade with our Caso Group, you can contact me. Always at your service." Representatives of other forces also came forward to greet Qin Jun one after another. After all, everyone knows that the order in the southeastern region must be dominated by the Qin family in the eastern capital. Thanks to Zhao, it is always right to maintain a good relationship with this behemoth. And when Qin Jun saw Song Kur, he frowned slightly, because he smelled a revived breath from Song Kur, a breath very similar to the almighty yellow. This Song Kur has seen a real pair of gods. At least there was a connection with the gods. Qin Jun immediately had an idea in his heart. After killing Elo, he obtained the almighty seed and planted the world tree. But he still couldn't understand the oracle text on the black obelisk. Because of those words, only real gods can understand them. To understand those words, either Qin Jun became a real god, or Qin Jun needs to enslave a god. Dawn City, the outer city. "Boy Dong, your skin is really itchy." A middle-aged man blew his beard and stared at the young man in front of him and shouted viciously. And the boy in front of him, about 11 or 12 years old, still had a smirk on his face. "Uncle Zhou, didn't you just stole your gun? What's the point of giving it to me for fun?" The middle-aged man was really anxious. "Is the gun so fun? Give it back." The boy took out his pistol nonchalantly, looked around, and even pointed the gun at the middle-aged man as a prank. Startled the middle-aged man. Fortunately, the young man still knew the severity and immediately returned the gun in his hand. The middle-aged man quickly put away the gun and reprimanded, "Dong Lu, next time you do this again, I will really teach you a lesson." Dong Lu's face was indifferent, and he didn't take the middle-aged man's warning to heart. He is not afraid. Seeing the 720 indifference on Dong Lu's face, the middle-aged man sighed in his heart and didn't say much. Dong Lu is an orphan. In the catastrophe of the doomsday, his parents died, and only he and his sister Dong Yi were left to depend on each other. But Dong Yi was lucky, awakened his talent, brought his younger brother Dong Lu, and joined the Dawn Hope organization. Because he is the only younger brother, Dong Yi dotes on Dong Lu very much, to the point of obedience and obedience. Even if Dong Lu made a mistake, Yi would bear it for his younger brother. "He's just a kid." This sentence is what Dong Yi often uses to defend his younger brother. And after hearing this sentence, it is difficult for others to say anything, not to mention being fussy with Dong Lu. After all, Dong Yi is a player under Huang Xiaozhou's command, and the relationship between Huang Xiaozhou, Dong Yi, and Dong Lu's siblings is pretty good. Over time, Dong Lu developed a naughty and mischievous temperament, fearing that the world would not be chaotic. The middle-aged man shook his head, intending to warn him again. In the old days, if you were a brat, you could just be an idiot. At most, it was annoying. But in the Doomsday era, once you bump into someone you shouldn't provoke, the consequences will be extremely serious. Dong Lu returned to his home. His older sister is an evolutionary, so Dong Lu's home in the inner city is considered a beautiful environment, and it is a high-end apartment. Little brother, where did you go? Dong Lu's elder sister, Dong Yi, is considered a beautiful woman with a sweet appearance, but she has many suitors in Liming City. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that Dong Yi likes Huang Xiaozhou. The relationship between Huang Xiaozhou and the Dong family is also good, and he often comes to visit. Although Dong Lu is not afraid of the sky and the earth, he is a naughty brat, but he's the only one who is very convinced of Huang Xiaozhou and admires him very much. It's okay, just walk around the city casually. Dong Lu chuckled and started to cook. There is a major event in the city right now, and people from other forces are present, and fish and dragons are mixed together, so don't go out casually these days. Oh, Dong Lu nodded. He still listened to what his sister said. By the way, sister, who is that person who came in the afternoon, who made such a big show? It's Qin Jun, the young master of the Qin family in the eastern capital, who came to participate in the conference to formulate the order of our southeast, AFC region. Dong Lu couldn't help asking, then he or Brother Huang, who is better? Dong Yi couldn't help hesitating when he heard this. It's no secret that she likes Huang Xiaozhou. But even if beauty is in the eyes of beholders, Dong Yi has to admit that Huang Xiaozhou is not as good as the eldest son of the Qin family in terms of background or strength. At least for now, it's not as good as... She hesitated for a moment, and then said, the eldest son of the Qin family should be more powerful. He is an SSS-level talent, after all, and he has the entire Dongdu as his backing. You, Brother Huang, are still a little worse now. When Dong Lu heard this, he immediately became unhappy. In his heart, Huang Xiaozhou is the most powerful, but he found out that Qin Jun is faster than Huang Xiaozhou. Immediately, a lot of hostility towards Qin Jun arose in his heart. Dong Lu was eating in silence, but he had already started to think in his heart. He wanted to give that Qin Jun an insult and play a prank. 11-year-old Dong Lu didn't know the consequences of what he did, nor did he know the meaning of doing it. He just wanted to vent his anger on Brother Huang. It seems that by doing so, he can live up to his admiration for Huang Xiaozhou. As for the consequences of doing so, Dong Lu didn't care. Anyway, he didn't mean anything malicious, just making a joke, playing a prank. What consequences could there be? While eating on his stomach, Dong Lu was thinking about how to play a prank. One plan after another emerged in his mind. When it comes to pranks, he is an expert. And looking at the appearance of his younger brother Dong Lu, sister Mo Ra, the younger brother, Dong Yuanchuan, may not know who the younger brother is, probably try to play tricks on again. But she didn't say much. In her heart, it is already very tragic for her younger brother to witness the death of his parents, and she only thinks that his younger brother can be happy. Anyway, it was just a prank. For her sake, there would be no one in Liming City with the same knowledge as Dong Lu. Besides, she also knows her younger brother Dong Lu very well. Although he is stubborn, he is actually kind-hearted and will not do anything out of the ordinary. But Dong Yi still warned his younger brother. Don't provoke people from other forces, you know? Especially the young master of the East Capital Qin family. I know. Dong Lu agreed with all his mouth, but as for whether he took it to heart, only God knows. At the banquet, no one focused on eating, because everyone knows that this dinner is the highlight of the order in the southeast region. As for the latter, they are just supplementary details. Lai Sheng coughed and said, everyone, after the end, the original social order will completely collapse. But it's not a problem to continue in such chaos. So I invite you to come here to discuss and formulate order in the southeast region. As soon as this remark came out, the banquet hall was silent, and everyone looked different. Qin Jun, poker-faced, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. And Luo Ming showed a smile on his face, and he crossed his hands, constantly rubbing the ring on his thumb. Major General Li Yin, the special envoy of the Northern Army, closed his eyes and didn't respond much to these words. But Song Kuer from the Apocalypse sect just kept looking at Qin Jun. He seemed very curious about Qin Jun. These envoys of great powers who really had a decisive influence in the southeast region basically had no reaction to Lai Sheng's words, because they know one thing very well. The order of the end is the absence of order. There will be no order now, nor will there be order in the future. If there is really order, it is to compare whose fists are bigger and whose strength is stronger. Those who are powerful can trample on the rules and order at will. These big forces like them sit on the table, and what they preach is to discuss what order to formulate. In fact, the real purpose is to divide the territory, discuss the division of interests in the scramble for the southeast. After all, the southeast region is extremely large, occupying a quarter of the country's area. Moreover, as a traditional economically developed region in the old days, the southeast region has a strong industrial foundation and many large cities. Although these large cities are still occupied by zombies and various monsters. But in the eyes of the major forces, these large cities seem to be treasures that have not yet been excavated. Not just those industries in large cities. More importantly, in these abandoned cities, high-level copies of different spaces often appear. Only the representatives of those small forces showed excited expressions on their faces, clearly interested in order. After all, for them, the order in the southeast region ended the chaos. Even if they could be like the old days, then most of their pressure will be reduced. Looking at the anticipation and excitement on the faces of representatives of those small powers, Qin Jun shook his head slightly and put the teacup back on the table. Weak people are so stupid and pathetic, they actually hope for the conscience of these great powers to discover. The order they want to establish is not the umbrella of these weak forces. On the contrary, the order they established is a tool used to exploit and rule these small forces. This conference is destined to be a game between the strong. Lai Sheng looked at Qin Jun, smiled, and said, Qin Jun, do you have any opinions on the establishment of order in the southeast region? As soon as this remark came out, people all looked toward Qin Jun. Those who can attend today's dinner are basically talented people. They knew very well in their hearts that Qin Jun's attitude represented the attitude of the Qin family in the eastern capital. And the attitude of the Qin family in the eastern capital also expressed the attitude of the strongest force in the southeast region. What Qin Jun said next will likely be the prototype of the order in the southeast region. And this will also affect the fate of countless people. I suggest that the Southeast United Parliament be established to maintain and stabilize order in the Southeast. A smile appeared on Qin Jun's face, and he talked slowly. 0. Seeking flowers. My eastern capital, Qin family, Dawn Hope, Northern Army, Corso Group, and Apocalypse Sect are permanent members of the Southeastern United Council. The leaders of the remaining forces, with the consent of the permanent directors, can serve as ordinary members. Any force should be under the control of the Southeastern United Council. Otherwise, it will be treated as heresy and directly exterminated. Although Qin Jun still had a smile on his face, his words were full of murderous intent, which made people shudder. And as permanent directors, they should shoulder the responsibility of stabilizing the region. My eastern capital, the Qin family, is willing to take responsibility for the stability of the surrounding area of the former eastern capital, the former Xinjiang province, the former Huaihai province, and the former Shujin province. The areas of responsibility of the remaining permanent directors are divided from the remaining areas. As soon as this sentence came out, the people of those small powers still didn't understand why. Luo Ming, Li Yin, and other special envoys from big powers didn't look very good-looking. What Qin Jun said sounds good. What is responsible for regional stability is actually nothing more than grabbing territory. That is to say, the name is nicer, and it is said to maintain stability. That's all right, after all, this is their idea. But they didn't expect Qin Jun's appetite is so big. The surrounding areas of the former eastern capital, the former Xinjiang province, the former Huaihai province, and the former Shuzhen province together account for half of the southeast region. In other words, in this southeast region, Qin Jun will be halfway there once he opens his mouth. And it is still the most elite half of the place, with dense cities and a solid industrial foundation. If the Qin family occupies this territory, there will be a steady stream of resources to be produced. At that time, the strong will become stronger and the weak will become weaker. Even if it is a big force like them, the gap between them and the Qin family will only get bigger and bigger. Looking at the representatives of various forces with uncertain expressions, Qin Jun smiled slightly. After I have finished speaking, who is in favor and who is against 5? After Qin Jun finished speaking, the banquet hall fell into a faint silence. Who is for and who is against? These are just 6 short words, but an extremely powerful aura rushed towards us, suffocating the special envoys of all major forces. For a moment, he was speechless. Luo Ming still had a smile on his face, but there was a gloomy look in his eyes. Although Kozel's board doesn't like to focus too much on expansion. After all, the essence of the Corso Group is still a company, just a doomsday company with hundreds of thousands of employees. Therefore, the Corso Group hopes to maintain a good relationship with other forces. After the order in the southeast region is established, the Corso Group's 663 trading network will be spread out, using trade to influence the southeast region or the whole world. But this does not mean that the Corso Group can back down without limit. It's like the Xinjiang province that Qin Jun mentioned, which borders the headquarters of the Kozel Group. More importantly, Xinjiang province has no big forces that can stand on the table, and it is almost blank. The Kisua Group has already dispatched a lot of manpower and material resources to explore and recover Xinjiang province, and has achieved a lot of results. As a result, Qin Jun wanted to take it away with just one word. If Luo Ming returns with this result, he will probably be taken away by the Internal Audit Office for investigation. Even if the future is completely ruined, not only him, Li Ai and other special envoys were dissatisfied. The Qin family in the eastern capital is too domineering. However, the strength of the Qin family in the eastern capital is indeed strong, with hundreds of thousands of well-trained troops and nearly 1,000 evolutionaries. But they're not vegetarian either. Looking at the gloomy and displeased faces of the envoys of other forces, Qin Jun looked calm and showed no intention of giving in. What makes everyone happy when they take a step back? In this desperate age, like an oven, to be born in this world is to suffer. In the Doomsday Era, what matters is a struggle. Fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and fight with the mermaid. Now the Qin family in the eastern capital is the strongest, so naturally they want to fight more. If now he backs down and abandons his interests because of some bullshit about uniting mankind. After the major forces, such as the Corso Group and the Northern Army, have developed to the extent that they can threaten the Qin family, are these forces sincerely thanking the Qin family in the eastern capital, or will they take the opportunity to challenge the status of the Qin family? The answer is no need to think about it. These forces will be like poisonous snakes, staring at the East Capital Qin's family in the shadows. As long as the Qin family shows signs of decline, these forces will rush forward without hesitation and want to bite them hard. Those naive people who are still imagining the sincere feelings between human beings, the truth, the goodness, and the beauty, are destined to be eliminated by this era. After all, this era is a world like a purgatory oven. Everyone is considering the gains and losses of interests, and perhaps there is still some warmth between people. But before power and power, there are absolutely only calculations and conspiracies. The Qin family in the eastern capital now has the upper hand, so naturally they want to take the lead in the division of the territory, the Tianjin area. There is no need to save face for other forces. There was silence in the banquet hall, and no one spoke. Although the envoys of the major forces are quite dissatisfied, but no one is willing to be the first to oppose it. Shoot the bird. Qin Jun's dominance also made people fearful. If he got out of this way, he might face the Qin family's retaliation. But if you don't do this, are you really going to watch the Qin family annex half of the southeast region? Luo Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and Ji Yin looked at each other. They had secretly reached a tacit understanding before, and they were ready to join forces to resist the pressure brought by the Qin family. It's just that I didn't expect Qin Jun to be so strong. There is no problem in establishing the Southeast United Parliament. Li Yin was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "But Huaihai Province, our northern army must take at least one part of it." And Luo Ming frowned slightly. He originally thought that Li Yin would be stronger. But I didn't expect to make a concession in the end, as long as 1/3 of Huaihai Province. But this is better than before. At least they can still get some benefits. Luo Ming immediately said, "The Corso group will stand on the side of the Northern Army." After finishing speaking, Luo Ming looked towards Song Kuer from the Apocalypse sect. If the Northern Army, the Corso group, and the Apocalypse sect join forces, then even the Qin family in the eastern capital will feel a lot of pressure. But what surprised Luo Ming was that Song Kuer didn't say a word, as if he didn't want to get involved in this matter. This made him really unable to understand. People from the Apocalypse sect just watch the eastern capital Qin family plunder their interests like this. That's why I hate magic sticks. Luo Ming couldn't help cursing in his heart. He really hated such a lunatic. He didn't think about gain or loss at all. 5.4 I have no idea what's going on in these people's minds. In the banquet hall, representatives of other forces also reacted. This is not taking the responsibility of stabilizing the region. It is obvious that these big forces are dividing up the territory. Representatives of many of these forces come from the provinces mentioned by Qin Jun. They sat blankly on the chairs, watching the Kuda forces divide their territory in front of them. Their opinions were not considered at all, because their opinions don't matter at all. The representatives of these small powers suddenly felt like goods. Qin Jun looked at Li Yin, the special envoy of the Northern Army. In fact, Qin Jun, the predecessor of the Northern Army and the senior officials of the Second Northern Army, also knew several people. For example, General Bao Zhonghua, who was executed in the coup. But now Qin Jun, the top leader of the Northern Army, basically didn't listen to what he said. Because after the Doomsday came, changes occurred within the Northern Army, and some evolutionaries who had awakened their talents came to power through a coup. In other words, the high-level officials of the Northern Army were basically low-level officers or even ordinary soldiers in the old days. It's normal not to know Qin Jun. The attitude of the Northern Army and the Corso group is very clear now. They don't want to see the Qin family take half of the territory directly. But they're also unwilling to turn against the Qin family. So both the Northern Army and the Corso group have backed down, and the Qin family should be able to occupy the majority of the southeast region, at least 1/3 of the territory. But Qin Jun still shook his head and said flatly, "What I said will not change. The surrounding areas of the former eastern capital, the former Xinjiang province, the former Huaihai province, and the former Shuzhen province will be the areas under the responsibility of the Qin family in the eastern capital." The smile on Luo Ming's face completely disappeared and became very ugly. He didn't expect that they had all backed down, and Qin Jun would still have to deal with it, still insisting on occupying half of the territory. Just as they don't care about the reaction of those small forces, Qin Jun doesn't care about the attitude and reaction of their Corso group and the Northern Army. Luo Ming narrowed his eyes gradually, and he said coldly, "The Corso group will absolutely not accept it." Li Yin also snorted coldly, patted the table, and stood up. "The Northern Army can't accept it either." "Cannot accept?" There was a smile on Qin Jun's face. He chuckled and said, "You may have misunderstood something. I'm not talking to you. Here's the notification." The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and the whole person exuded an extremely powerful and dangerous aura. This breath is so powerful and terrifying that the air in the banquet hall is almost frozen, and ordinary people and some low-level evolutionists can't even breathe. Suffocating pressure. This is the horror of a level 3 evolutionary, the only level 3 evolutionary in the southeast region. Luo Ming is also a high-level evolutionary, but at this moment he only feels extremely palpitating. I don't even have the courage to do it. Until this moment, people suddenly realized Qin Jun's identity is not just the eldest son of the Qin family. He is also an extremely powerful evolutionary, the #1 powerhouse of the Qin family in the eastern capital. It is also the #1 powerhouse in the southeast region. Although Luo Ming and Li Yin were very unwilling. But in the face of Qin Jun's absolute strength, they can only keep silent. After all, it's impossible for them to really turn against the Qin family. One reason is that even if the Qin family occupies half of the territory, the remaining territory is enough to be digested by big forces, such as the Corso Group and the Northern Army. Secondly, it is also because it is really unbeatable. If these powerful forces join forces, they can still fight the Qin family. But the Apocalypse sect doesn't know what to do, and it seems that they have no interest in profit territory. And Liming Hope also seems to want to stay out of it. Just relying on the Northern Army and the Corso Group, they will never be the opponents of the Qin family in the eastern capital. Seeing that both the Northern Army and the Corso Group were silent, a smile appeared on Qin Jun's face again. In this way, the Qin family in the eastern capital occupies half of the territory in the southeast region, but this is just a plan to slow down the army. The banquet ended in such an unhappy atmosphere. The one Liming hoped for would be in Laisheng and brought Lianxi and Huang Xiaozhou, the twin stars, back to his room. At the banquet tonight, Qin Jun can be said to be a big showman. It can be said to be a confrontation between the Qin family in the eastern capital, the Northern Army, and the Corso Group. But Liming Hope, the host, seemed very silent. Did you understand what happened tonight? The old man smiled and looked at the dawn, hoping for the strongest and most talented two people. They're not establishing order at all, but dividing the territory. Huang Xiaozhou said coldly with no expression on his face. That's right. I knew from the very beginning that this order is just a superficial order, a tool for their big powers to use and exploit small powers forever. Then why do you still hold this meeting? Huang Xiaozhou was a little puzzled. The old man sighed softly, because even a false order is far better than no order. At least, now this bottomless chaos is over. Those small forces will end their mutual annexation, and under this false order, even the situation of ordinary people will be better than before. In the next few days, several parties continued to negotiate and quarrel, and finally determined the general regulations. Then, at Dawn Hope, representatives of Qin Jun 493, Luo Ming, Li Yin, and other major forces signed a joint communique, and in the form of public broadcasting, announced to the world. From now on, the Southeast United Council will be formally established. The headquarters of the Southeastern Union Council is set up in Dawn City. The 5 major forces are the Eastern Capital Qin family, the Northern Army, the Corso Group, the Apocalypse sect, and Dawn Hope. Has a permanent seat in the Southeast United Council. The Southeastern United Council will be the nominally highest organization in the Southeastern region. Any forces that are not recognized by members of the parliament, all shelters or camps are regarded as illegal organizations and wiped out. And any copies of a level or above in the Southeastern region are owned by the Southeastern United Council. Only with the authorization of the Southeastern United Council are they eligible to enter these high-level copies of different spaces. Any unauthorized person who enters a high-level copy of a different space without authorization will be wanted. So to speak of this Southeastern United Council, directly monopolized all resources in the Southeast region. The establishment of the Southeastern United Council marked the reappearance of the supreme governing body on the ruins of the southeastern provinces. All shelters and camps in the southeastern region must be registered with the Statistics Office under the Southeastern United Council and distinguished by numbers. This news was quickly supported by the small forces and the shelter camp, and the vast majority of the survivors wept with joy and excitement at the news. I think they are finally saved. In their view, the Southeastern United Parliament is equivalent to the government. And this government will provide disaster relief, maintain order and rescue refugees like in the old days. But they will not know that the establishment of the Southeast United Council will not only save their desperate situation. On the contrary, their living conditions may only get worse. Because the Southeastern United Parliament seems to be the supreme governing body in the Southeastern region, but in fact it is just an empty shelf. The real meaning is nothing more than a tool used by big forces, such as the Qin family in the eastern capital, the Corso group, and the Northern Army to exploit the shelters of small forces. If these small forces and the countless shelters want to be recognized by the Southeastern United Council, they must hand over a large amount of supplies every year. And where do these materials come from? Isn't it collected by survivors who risked their lives? It can be said that the establishment of the Southeast United Council represents the completion of a top-to-bottom exploitation system. The lowest level is the shelter camp composed of ordinary survivors. They must collect supplies all the time in order to get a chance to survive. In the middle are some forces that are not weak. These forces are insufficient compared to the top, and more than the bottom. Although they have to pay supplies, they can still leave a lot. And the top of the food chain is naturally the Qin family in the eastern capital, the Northern Army, and the Corso group. They can directly collect resources from many small forces below without paying any price. Over time, they accumulate more and more resources. The strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. This unfair distribution of resources has reached an exaggerated level. The strong deserve to sit back and enjoy what they get, while the weak can only be exploited and plundered, taking whatever they want. And the Qin family in the eastern capital is the biggest beneficiary of this chain of exploitation. The Qin family will take half of the supplies collected by the Southeastern United Council. The order established by the strong is destined to only consider the interests of the strong themselves, and everything is for the interests of the strong. But no matter what, just like Lai Sheng, president of Hope Dawn, said, a false order is better than no order. At least the endless annexation and killing of the shelters of various forces is over. Ordinary survivors at least don't have to worry about dying at the hands of their kind. Although the establishment of the Southeast United Council has been notified to the outside world. But that doesn't mean it's over. On the contrary, the more troublesome place is yet to come. For example, the various structures of the Southeast United Council and the specific distribution of benefits. So in the next few days, none of the major forces left Dawn City. Representatives have been arguing at the negotiating table, and it is common to slap their beards and stare. But these details are not what Qin Jun cares about. With an extremely strong posture, he overwhelmed other forces and obtained half of the territory in the southeast region. And this directly established the supreme dominance of the Qin family in the eastern capital in the southeast region, as well as their absolute dominance in the Southeast Joint Council. As for the rest, Qin Jun handed over to more professional talents. As the top noble family in the old days, the Qin family has many bureaucratic talents under its command. Just the right person for this kind of thing. Dawn City, the residence of the Qin family. Huang Xiaozhou, a former student of Qinjiang University, awakened a level talent soar domain boost after the doomsday. Lai Sheng, the leader of Dawn Awakening, used to be Huang Xiaozhou's mentor, and Huang Xiaozhou and Lai Yanshi are alumni and have a good relationship. Together they are known as the twin stars of Dawn Hope. Huang Xiaozhou himself has a very low-key personality, and his attitude towards ordinary people is very gentle. So he is very popular with the civilian class in Dawn City. In front of Qin Jun, Xiehan whispered the general information about Huang Xiaozhou. Although this is the territory of Dawn City, it is not difficult to check a person's information, especially the celebrity Huang Xiaozhou. Not to mention, the Qin family in the eastern capital has already set up an external intelligence department. Even in Liming City, there are people from the Qin family. It's just that the intelligence network and spy network have just been launched, and those secrets have not yet entered the core position. And it can be seen from this that the Qin family in the eastern capital, a powerful family in the old era, continues to be terrifying in the doomsday era. Big forces like the Northern Army Corso Group, and Dawn Hope. Most of the top leaders of these forces were ordinary people in the old days, and they only ascended to high positions after the end of the world. They still have a lot to learn. But the Qin family is different. As a powerful and bureaucratic family in the old days, they are very familiar with how to rule and expand. While other forces are still stabilizing the interior, they have already begun to form external intelligence agencies and has begun to secretly infiltrate other forces. It won't be long before other forces will have no secrets in the eyes of the Qin family. Of course, sooner or later other forces will form, Zhao Qian's, their own intelligence department. For example, the Northern Army, which was formerly an army, and the Caso Group, which is a company system. But the problem is that the formation of the intelligence department cannot be decided immediately. The intelligence department under the Qin family was the secret intelligence agency in the old days, the Imperial Secret Service. All of them are professionals, proficient in cryptography, psychology, and various special skills, plus those camouflage and spiritual talents after the end. The intelligence department of the Qin family will demonstrate extremely powerful abilities. And all of this is a blank for other forces. They have to start from scratch. By the time their intelligence department was formed, it had already been infiltrated by the intelligence personnel of the Qin family. Maybe their intelligence personnel are secretly spies of the Qin family. Yellow flash. There was a half-smile on Qin Jun's face. This third son of Luck seems to be a little trickier than the other two. Although Qin Jun, the first son of Luck, was tolerant enough, he was also a reborn. But just after he was reborn, he was targeted by Qin Jun and killed by Qin Jun just after he awakened his F-level talent. The second Luck's son, Su Chao, is even more useless. He has such a powerful ability as an immortal body, but in the end he puts his energy on pleasure. The two sons of Luck were easily killed by Qin Jun. But Huang Xiaozhou is different. Liming Hope is a big force after all, a permanent member of the Southeast United Council. Even Qin Jun couldn't kill Huang Xiaozhou without any reason. Previously, Qin Jun was concerned with the establishment of order in the southeastern region, but now things are almost done. It's time to think about how to send this son of Luck on his way. At this moment, a servant of the Qin family walked into the room and said respectfully, "Master Song Kir, the priest of the Apocalypse sect, is here, hoping to visit you." Song Kir. Qin Jun frowned slightly, as if a little surprised. To be honest, he didn't want to have anything to do with these sects. Although he has established a World Tree sect now, millions of people in the eastern capital are almost becoming his believers. But in fact, Qin Jun did not need the needs of these people. He is an SSS-level talent, and his talent is comparable to that of a god. He only needs to practice on his own to become stronger step by step, and eventually he can compete head-on with the gods. Qin Jun had obtained Qin Zhong's rebirth memory. After returning from the East Flower Market and encountering the almighty seed Elo, Qin Jun carefully checked Qin Zhong's rebirth memory. From the memory of his rebirth, he knew that in the latter part of the doomsday, gods would indeed appear. Their strength is extremely powerful, and their believers are all over the doomsday world. As long as you believe in them, you can get a gift from God and become an evolutionary. But the blue star of the later generations is not just the gods ruling the world, but those powerful evolutionaries who have practiced to a certain extent. Sai. It is also able to stand against the gods. Qin Jun made himself a god in the minds of the people, in essence to better control the people, and cut off the possibility of these people worshipping other gods. In this apocalypse sect, Qin Jun also knows that it believes in the apocalypse mother goddess. The mother goddess of apocalypse is an extremely powerful evil god in the later generations. She came to Blue Star from another world and coveted the oracle code of the Black Obelisk. In the memory of Qin Zhong's later generations, the goddess of apocalypse even controlled 3 black obelisks. And the almighty Yellow, who was killed by Qin Jun, even controlled 6 black obelisks, and is one of the most powerful gods. But it is a pity that the almighty Yellow was killed by Qin Jun just after waking up. He was as aggrieved as Su Chao. But since people from the Apocalypse sect took the initiative to visit, Qin Jun would not refuse to see him. Soon, Song Kuer in a robe came to the room. She took the initiative to lower her head. "Hello, Master Qin Jun." Qin Jun looked at Song Kuer. Although the priestess was wearing a robe, she could feel her proud figure under the robe. I don't know why, although Song Kuer's body is covered tightly, but it always gives people a kind of extreme temptation. Song Kuer glanced at the thank you letter next to Qin Jun, but didn't speak. The meaning was obvious. Qin Jun frowned slightly, and then motioned for Han to leave. He is now a level 3 evolutionary, so he is not afraid that Song Kuer will have bad intentions. In contrast, he was more interested in Song Kuer's intentions. "Master Qin Jun, do you believe that there are gods in this world?" When there were only her and Qin Jun left in the room, the bed asked impatiently. "Certainly." Qin Jun nodded directly. "Just kidding. He just killed a god a few days ago. It is natural to believe that God really exists." Song Kuer's eyes lit up when she heard the words. She didn't seem to think that Qin Jun actually believed it. This is so rare. The end is coming. The talent is awakening. Everything is so unscientific. The soil of despair began to breed ignorance and worship, and sects were rampant. Especially for ordinary people, it was easier to worship gods. Because no one will save them, they can only hope in the gods. But there are very few strong people like Qin Jun, or high-level people of great forces who believe in gods. Because they themselves are strong enough and don't need gods to save them, naturally they don't believe in gods. Or they don't care if there's a god at all. Originally, Song Kuer had prepared a lot of things, wanting to prove to Qin Jun that there is a god. But when Qin Jun said that he believed in God, Song Kuer was very pleasantly surprised. In this way, it will be much easier for Qin Jun to believe in the goddess of Apocalypse. Yes, there are really gods in this world. Song Kuer's face was radiant, and she said loudly, "It's just that the gods are still sleeping, but the powerful gods have awakened a bit of will. This sliver of will is enough to save us humans. The goddess of Apocalypse, the Lord of the Era, his strength is endless, and we are all his believers." Song Kuer stared at Qin Jun. "Mother Tianqi likes you." Qin Ling. Looking at the crazy Song Kuer, Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a trace of apprehension in his heart. This is the god. They are too powerful. They are the cosmic order itself, high-latitude creatures, and these are existences that humans cannot directly contact. Ordinary people who have been in contact with the will of the gods will become crazy because they cannot bear the will of the gods. It's just that the degree of madness is different. That is to say, the evolutionary is better, but the weaker evolutionary will still be affected. Song Kuer took a step forward and put Qin Jun's hand on his chest. "Master Qin Jun, I am the carrier of the will of the Mother Goddess. Just have S*X with me, and you will be able to communicate with the Mother God." After all, Song Kuer showed a trace of shyness on his face. "I'm still a virgin." Looking at Song Kuer with a charming face, her appearance is enough for any man to refuse. But Qin Jun felt sick for a while. He is not some abstinence defender. On the contrary, he also knows how to enjoy life. In the old days, he played with female stars a lot. After the doomsday came, although he devoted most of his energy to practice. But I also enjoyed the service of Suya and Han. For him, the love between men and women is a very necessary adjustment. But this does not mean that Qin Jun is Su Chao's kind of pig brother who only has women in his mind. A crazy woman like Song Kuer seemed disgusting to Qin Jun. But more importantly, it really takes some courage to have S*X with this kind of believer. This kind of fanatical believer is actually the carrier of gods in a sense. To have S*X with her is to have S*X with the Mother Goddess. Through Chun Zhong's memory, Qin Jun knew that although the Apocalypse Mother Goddess was not the most powerful, her methods were the strangest. Maybe they are copulating, and unknowingly they become the puppet of the Mother Goddess. Qin Jun had no expression on his face, looking at Song Kuer with a charming face. If it were another man, I'm afraid I couldn't bear it anymore, and felt that Song Kuer was a stunner. But Qin Jun felt an extremely sick and crazy aura from Song Kuer. It's like the mother goddess Apocalypse herself. Qin Jun's eyes were indifferent and calm, and the mother goddess Apocalypse should not have woken up yet. Even if a trace of will is awakened, it cannot be reflected in the real world. This Song Kuer has a problem. She is disguising, pretending that she is the will incarnation of goddess Apocalypse, to trick Qin Jun into having S*X with her. Qin Jun's eyes became cold. His hand was still pressed by Song Kuer on the towering chest, and he could feel the softness. With his right hand, he grasped it tightly, causing Song Kuer to frown and let out a soft cry of pain. Then Qin Jun's hand slowly touched her neck, tightly strangled her, with a mocking look on his face. "You said, if I kill you, will goddess Apocalypse resurrect you?" Song Kuer's eyebrows trembled. She opened her eyes and looked at Qin Jun's expressionless face. There was also a smile on his face. "It's worthy of the existence of an SSS-level talent. This hasn't fooled you." Although Song Kuer was still smiling, her demeanor was completely different from the perverted and crazy one before, but extremely calm. In this point alone, he is somewhat similar to Qin Jun. Qin Jun looked at Song Kuer for a long time, then let go, and said calmly, "The truth surprises me. A priest of the Apocalypse sect naturally doesn't believe in the Mother Goddess." Song Kuer smiled. "Becoming a follower of the Mother Goddess costs too much. I don't want to become a lunatic." "What do you want to do?" F***KU. Song Kuer had no expression on his face and directly uttered the words of tiger and wolf. She shrugged and said with a smile, "In fact, I originally wanted to pretend to be the Mother Goddess and come down and make a deal with your East Capital Qin family. So with the help of your strength, help me secretly control the Apocalypse sect. It's just that I didn't expect it, but you still saw it." Hearing this, Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and took a serious look at the bed. This woman looked like a crazy magic stick before, but I didn't expect that inside he would be so calm, scheming, and manly, not like a girl in her 20s. Sure enough, evildoers come out of troubled times. It is really not easy for a woman to stand out from the crowd of crazy gods. Although Qin Jun saw through her true colors, there was no real lie on Song Kuer's face. She smiled and said, "In that case, let's make another deal. Our own transactions." "Oh." Qin Jun smiled slightly. "What deal?" "The Qin family is secretly supporting me to get the entire Apocalypse sect. And I will tell you all about the Apocalypse, including where she sleeps and how she needs to wake up." Hearing this, Qin Jun couldn't help but start to think. Asking for flowers. Although the gods are mysterious and powerful, the reward for hunting the gods is much higher than hunting corpse kings and other things. After killing Elo, Qin Jun got the world tree. So now Qin Jun is very interested in killing gods. Qin Jun suddenly asked, although the goddess of Apocalypse is still sleeping, she should be able to influence the will of believers. "How did you deceive the goddess Tianqi?" "The reason is very simple. I am a god whisperer." Song Kuer smiled happily. "I can understand God's language and read God's words." "The god whisper?" Qin Jun was expressionless, but his heart was filled with turmoil. He immediately thought of the oracle code of the Black Obelisk. Those words that even the gods are mad about. Qin Jun has been suffering from the fact that no one can parse those words, and even he wants to enslave a god. But how can the gods be so easy to enslave? Even sleeping gods are not to be underestimated. But now, the appearance of Song Kuer made Qin Jun discover a new path. Enslaving a god whisperer is much easier than enslaving a god. Qin Jun smiled, nodded, and said, "Yes, I can make this deal with you on behalf of the Qin family in the Eastern Capital." A smile appeared on Qin Jun's face, and he looked into the depths of Song Kuer's eyes with a bit of pity. This Song Kuer is indeed a very extraordinary woman. But in the final analysis, Song Kuer is just a scheming mansion. She wanted to use the Qin family in the Eastern Capital to control the behemoth of the Apocalypse sect and to entrust the control of the mother god of Apocalypse. But what she didn't know was what kind of existence she was dealing with. The Qin family in the eastern capital is actually as dangerous as a sleeping god. Or more dangerous. When Song Ku'er heard this, a happy expression appeared on his face. In her view, her plan has been fully realized. She even winked at Qin Jun and teased, "Also, I didn't lie to you. I'm really a virgin." In the room, Qin Jun and Song Ku'er had a long secret talk. Finally, the two opened the door. Song Ku'er still had a trace of flush on his face and left with a smile. She has just reached a lot of agreements with Qin Jun. The Qin family will secretly support her in stealing the power of the Apocalypse sect until she can completely control the behemoth of the Apocalypse sect. And with the support of the overlord force of the Qin family in the eastern capital, Bed Ku'er has countless manpower and material resources to use. Fight for control of the Apocalypse sect. In return, Song Ku'er will tell the East Capital Qin's family everything about the mother god of Apocalypse. And after she takes control of the Apocalypse sect, she will follow the lead of the Qin family in the Eastern capital. I have to say that this Ronqier is a very powerful woman. 347. She clearly knew that the goddess Apocalypse was real, but she still wanted to get rid of the control of the goddess Apocalypse, and she was unwilling to become a believer in God. It even wants to occupy the magpie's nest and control the behemoth of the Apocalypse sect. This plan seems insane and against God. But in fact, at least the current gods have not yet stepped onto the stage of this world. Although it is said that the goddess of Apocalypse is real, she is still in a deep sleep and cannot affect the real world. It is even more unable to control the situation of the Apocalypse sect. Only under the call of the Apocalypse sect can he respond a little bit and show some miracles. In addition, the current goddess of Apocalypse does not have many calendar regions. In the final analysis, the Apocalypse sect is still a force and organization composed of human beings. It's just that compared to other forces, they fanatically worship the goddess of Apocalypse. Therefore, the deal between Song Ku'er and Dongdu Qin's family is very feasible. With Song Ku'er as an internal response, the Qin family's intelligence network can easily be laid in the Apocalypse sect, slowly infiltrating the Apocalypse sect. With Song Ku'er's scheming and skill, I am afraid that the Apocalypse sect will change its master soon. It's just that when the time comes, the Apocalypse sect will belong to her or to the Qin family. But I can't say. Song Ku'er walked into the long-awaited vehicle and slowly returned to the Apocalypse sect's residence. On the vehicle, a woman with an outstanding appearance asked, "Master Ku'er, has that young Master Qin Jun converted to the embrace of the Mother God?" The woman's right eye is constantly changing golden and green light, obviously also an evolutionary. Her name is Luo Bei. She is a bishop of the Apocalypse sect and also Wei Qir's subordinate. As the sect of the Mother God, almost all the top leaders of the Apocalypse sect are women, and a pretty young woman. Song Ku'er shook her head and said lightly, "Not yet, but Master Qin Jun is very interested in the existence of the Mother God. This is a great place to start." A hint of surprise appeared on Luo Bei's face. "If that's the case, then you have made great contributions, my lord. Maybe you can enter the Apocalypse Conference." The Apocalypse Conference is the decision-making layer of the Apocalypse sect. Song Ku'er has always wanted to enter, but has been stuck by the leader of the Apocalypse sect. It is no secret that the leader of the Apocalypse sect doesn't like Song Ku'er. Song Ku'er smiled slightly, but did not speak. Her eyes were deep. Recalling the lingering relationship with Qin Jun, she sighed inwardly. What a ruthless man. Even in the midst of joy, Qin Jun's eyes were still terrifyingly calm. After the joy, Qin Jun looked at her with the same calm and indifferent eyes as before. Song Ku'er originally thought that after handing over her body to Qin Jun's attitude towards her would be changed. After all, men are always tolerant towards their women, and she still hopes that if she becomes Qin Jun's woman, then Qin Jun can even give up part of the interests of the Qin family to support her. But now it seems that Qin Jun will never give her special treatment just because he took her first blood. But Song Ku'er didn't feel too much about being PR**ST******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Physical intercourse is the purest form of honesty, At least they have the most initial trust. Because of it, it's just that Song Kuer felt a little emotional, as expected of someone from a big family. Song Kuer has seen many people, and after getting a woman, they are very precious, obedient, like a licking dog. But a noble son from a big family like Qin Jun will never influence his judgment and choice of interests just because of the love between men and women. Song Kuer shook her head. Her eyes were deep. In any case, she finally got on the line with the Qin family. In fact, she also knew in her heart that trading with the Qin family was like dancing with wolves, and it was a very dangerous choice. It's hard to say whether the Apocalypse sect belongs to her or to the Qin family. But Song Kuer didn't care. She just wanted to get those resources and materials from the Apocalypse sect for her own practice. She was very clear in her heart, and in the Apocalypse, she could only rely on her own strength. All other positions of power are false. As long as you are strong enough, you can have anything. Looking at the mess on the bed, Qin Jun had a vague smile on his face. Among other things, Song Kuer did not lie. But after taking Song Kuer's first blood, Qin Jun didn't feel any softness in his heart. 4.8 will not give Song Kuer any preferential treatment. In his view, this is just part of the deal. If Song Kuer threatens him or the interests of the Qin family in any way in the future, then he will also mercilessly destroy flowers. However, this matter was only a small episode in the final analysis, and the secret control of the Apocalypse sect also needed to be done after he returned to the Eastern capital. The discussion on the Southeastern United Council is now almost over. In a few days, Qin Jun will return to Dongdu. What Qin Jun needs to consider now is how to kill Huang Xiaozhou reasonably and without risk. After all, he is now in Liming Hope's territory. Dawn City, Inner City. Brother Huang, you haven't come to see me and my sister for a long time. At the Dong family's dining table, Dong Lu complained dissatisfiedly to Huang Xiaozhou. Although in the eyes of others, Dong Lu is just a brat who hates ghosts and gods, with an extremely stubborn personality. But Dong Lu also has people who admire him, and that is Jia Fu. In front of Huang Xiaozhou, Dong Lu is extremely well-behaved. He is simply a little mystery boy. Xiaolu, your big brother Huang is very busy these days. Dong Yi scolded, then looked at Huang Xiaozhou with a very gentle expression and filled the table with several good dishes. Huang Xiaozhou smiled and said, "It's been a long time since I ate the food you cooked. Then you should eat more." Dong Yi made a joke, and the three of them sat at the dinner table and ate happily, feeling like a family of three. But basically, it was Dong Lu who said that Huang Xiaozhou was a silent and introverted person who didn't talk much. Dong Lu babbled a lot and asked, "Brother Huang, when will the eldest son of the Qin family leave? With him at 13, I wouldn't be able to go to many places in the inner city." Dong Lu said angrily. Hearing the name Qin Jun, Huang Xiaozhou frowned slightly and said lightly, "It should be soon, right?" Dong Yi on the side asked, "What's wrong?" Huang Xiaozhou was silent for a moment, then said softly, "I don't like this young master of the Qin family." Huang Xiaozhou was expressionless, with a gloomy expression. Although he and Qin Jun didn't talk much about each other. That is, he greeted Qin Jun once that night and met him once. But he doesn't like Qin Jun, because Qin Jun is the most perfect and reasonable image of a master in this doomsday world. And it is also the image Huang Xiaozhou dislikes the most. Extremely calm, or rather cold. He always only considers the gains and losses of interests. In his eyes, people are just a cold data, and he will not hesitate at all when he needs to sacrifice. This kind of personality cannot be said to be evil, and it is even because of this kind of personality that the Qin family in the Eastern capital can develop rapidly to its current dominance. Perhaps such a person is more suitable to survive in the doomsday. But Huang Xiaozhou still hates such people. In contrast, he prefers to be with ordinary people. These are the existence of ants in Qin Jun's eyes, and they are the most real human beings. When the doomsday comes, there are indeed many people fighting each other, murdering, scheming, and turning against each other in order to compete for supplies. But in the same way, Huang Xiaozhou has also witnessed many brilliance of human nature. Some people are willing to share their only rations with others when they are extremely hungry. The materials collected by men risking their lives are willing to give priority to the elderly, weak, women, and children. Before danger, people work together and unite as one. This is the real power of human beings. Although these ordinary people are very weak in Qin Jun's eyes, like ants. But it is these countless ordinary people who can truly represent human beings. Huang Xiaozhou firmly believed in his heart that only by relying on and uniting with the power of ordinary people can mankind truly survive this doomsday catastrophe. And not just rely on the lucky ones who have awakened their talents. Even if he is the lucky one. But Huang Xiaozhou didn't say much. After all, the strength of the Qin family in the eastern capital is too strong, far stronger than liming hope. It is useless to say more. Although Huang Xiaozhou stopped talking, he didn't like Qin Jun's words, but Dong Lu remembered them in his heart. He lowered his head to pick up the rice. Before that, he was thinking of playing a prank on that arrogant young master of the Qin family. But because of his elder sister Dong Yi's warning, he calmed down for a few days. Now that he heard that his most admired elder brother Huang hated Qin Jun, Lu immediately thought about it. He wants to vent his anger on big brother Huang. In fact, Dong Lu didn't know much about Qin Jun's background. He just knew that Qin Jun was a very powerful evolutionary. But so what? It's not like he hasn't played tricks on the evolutionary before. In Liming City, Dong Lu's notoriety is well known to everyone, and even some evolutionaries have been teased by him and played a lot of pranks. But because Huang Xiaozhou has a good relationship with the Dong family, and they really don't want to have the same knowledge as a child, so they just laughed and reprimanded Dong Lu a few words, and it was over. So much so that now, Lu has developed a character that is not afraid of anything. Although he has no awakening talent, he is just an ordinary child. But under the preferential treatment of people, I have lost myself. Dong Lu even felt that no matter what he did, he would be forgiven. He is His Highness the Prince of Dawn City. It shouldn't be a big deal to play tricks on that young master of the Qin family, right? After dinner in the evening, Huang Xiaozhou left and went home. As for Dong Lu, after holding a few babies in the drawer of his room, he told his sister to go out to play and ran out. Seeing his younger brother leave, Dong Yi helplessly shook his head. She knew very well in her heart that her younger brother must be going to play tricks on others. But she doesn't care about it, after all, as long as her brother can be happy. Anyway, it's just a prank. 260 is harmless, and no one has the same knowledge as him. In the darkness, Dong Lu quietly moved towards the Qin family's residence. Although there are many guards in the Qin family's residence, Dong Lu will not be afraid. With so many prank experiences, he has already practiced the kung fu of sneaking chickens and dogs. There is no sound when walking, and it is even more handy to climb over the wall. Dong Lu smiled and took out a bag of powder from his bosom. After the apocalypse came, the plants also mutated, and many plants had special functions. One of the plants, named nettle grass, was able to extract healing fluid after mutation. The remaining waste is non-toxic, but it does cause red spots all over the body, which last for a week. So this thing has become a classic prop for Dong Lu's pranks, and many people in Liming City have been tricked. Dong Lu just wanted this, to teach Qin Jun a lesson. As for why Qin Jun should be taught a lesson and the consequences of doing so, Dong Lu didn't think at all. He just thought it was fun. Also, he felt that by teasing Qin Jun, he was venting his anger on Brother Huang. Even Dong Lu felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart, as if he was doing something great. Master, do you want to arrest him? In the Qin family's residence, Xie Han stood beside Qin Jun, looking through the window at a black shadow quietly entering the residence. The moment Dong Lu approached the Qin family's residence, he was already discovered by the strong men under Qin Jun's command. Dong Lu always thought that he was very talented, and he also sneaked into the rooms of other evolutionists to play pranks before. But in fact, those evolutionaries all fell down. It's just that the evolutionists in Liming City see Dong Lu's life experience as pitiful, and because of Huang Xiaozhou's relationship. He didn't have the same knowledge as Dong Lu, and even deliberately cooperated to tease this brat. And if there are so many powerful evolutionists in the Qin family's residence, if they could be fooled by an ordinary child, that's the real joke. It's just that Qin Jun stopped them and just watched Dong Lu perform helplessly. Qin Jun said flatly, "It's just an ordinary kid. Let him in. I want to see what he wants to do." Dong Lu touched the room in the Qin family's residence all the way, and none of the evolutionaries seemed to notice him along the way. This made Dong Lu extremely proud. "Snort, what's so great about evolvers? Are you still being fooled by me?" Dong Lu climbed to the second floor along the top of the wall outside the wall and came to Qin Jun's room. Although he didn't know where Qin Jun lived, he also heard that Qin Jun had brought many servants with him this time and decorated the room like a palace. Then the most luxurious room must be Qin Jun's room. He was going to pour the nettle powder on Qin Jun's bed so that he would wait until tomorrow when Qin Jun went to the parliament meeting. There are red dots all over the body. It will definitely kill people. Thinking of this, Dong Lu couldn't help being silly. He was looking forward to this scene so much. It's sure to be fun. Just when Dong Lu quietly touched Qin's room and was about to pour nettle powder on the bed, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "What's your name?" This sentence almost scared Dong Lu out of a heart attack. Scared him straight away. The next moment, the lights suddenly turned on, and Dong Lu was found on the chair in the living room. Sitting, there was a handsome young man with a smile on his face, beating him. And beside the young man, there was a very beautiful woman standing, looking at him coldly. Her eyes made Dong Lu feel cold all over his body, as if falling into an ice cave. Dong Lu was terrified. His mouth grew wide. He was found. Although Dong Lu Tian is not afraid of anything, he is a little flustered now. After all, he was caught doing bad things at this time. Qin Jun looked at Dong Lu, who was almost stunned. The smile on his face remained unchanged, and he asked again, "May I have your name?" Hearing Qin Jun's words, Dong Lu finally reacted and said hesitantly, "My name is Lu." "Dong Lu." Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with a smile, "What did you want to do when you sneaked into my room?" I just want to play a joke on you." "Oh, are you kidding me?" Qin Jun stared at Dong Lu with a wider smile on his face. "Why?" For some reason, although Qin Jun still had a smile on his face, Dong Lu only felt that Qin Jun was more terrifying than a cold thank you letter. "He's just a brat. He doesn't have any scheming plans. I just heard Brother Huang said that I don't like you. So I thought of coming here to play a prank on you. This urticaria just makes people produce red dots, not life-threatening. I didn't mean to harm you, no malice." When Qin Jun heard this, an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. He originally thought it was some kind of conspiracy. Unexpectedly, nature was just a prank by a brat. He could tell that this Dong Lu was just an ordinary kid without any scheming plans. It should be a hot-headed, come here to play a prank. In fact, although Qin Jun is cold and heartless, he is not the kind of murderous maniac. In fact, Qin Jun wants to be tolerant to those around him. As long as his bottom line is not touched, Qin Jun is a very easy person to get along with. Naturally, he wouldn't have the same knowledge as a brat. If it was something else, I'm afraid Qin Jun would just laugh it off and tell Dong Lu to leave. But soon, Qin Jun realized, this is an opportunity. This brat actually has a good relationship with Huang Xiaozhou, and this time he came here to play a prank, just to vent his anger on Huang Xiaozhou. Thinking of this, the smile on Qin Jun's face slowly disappeared. He stared at the flustered Dong Lu and said calmly, "Did Huang Xiaozhou instigate you to come here, or was it ordered by Liming Hope?" Dong Lu was stunned when he heard this. His whole body trembled. This is just a prank on his part. How could it involve Big Brother Huang and Hope Liming? There was a sudden commotion in the Qin family's residence. The strong men of the Qin family stood on guard and directly entered the fighting state. This scene naturally attracted Liming Hope's attention. Soon, the top leaders of Liming Hope came one after another, as well as other forces such as the Northern, Zhao, Qinhao, Army, the Corso Group, and the Apocalypse Sect. What happened to make the Eastern capital Qin family's reaction so general? Lai Sheng, Lai Yanshi, Huang Xiaozhou, and other high-level leaders of Hope, Liming rushed to the Qin family's residence. Surrounded by a group of powerful members of the Qin family, Qin Jun looked coldly at the group of high-level members of Dawn Hope. Beside him, Dong Lu was still trembling. With a look of fear on his face, he almost cried. "Master Qin Jun, what happened?" Lai Sheng glanced at Dong Lu beside Qin Jun. His eyelids twitched, and he asked. Qin Jun was expressionless, pointed at Dong Lu beside him, and said calmly, "This kid sneaked into my room to poison you. Regarding this matter, can I understand that? Is this a provocation by the Liming Hope organization against the Qin family in the eastern capital?" When Qin Jun uttered these words, a chilly aura enveloped the entire sky of Dawn City. It made everyone's hearts tremble, and they felt that the air was almost frozen, making it difficult to breathe. The wind and rain are about to come, and the mountains are full of buildings, and the black clouds are overwhelming the city and want to destroy it. Although this is the base camp of Dawn Hope, it has hundreds of thousands of people and more than 200 evolutionaries, as well as many recruited troops and police officers. As for Qin Jun's side, there were only a few people. But in the face of Qin Jun's anger, or even Qin Jun's slight innocence, everyone will feel great pressure, not only because Qin Jun is a powerful third-level evolutionary, but also because behind Qin Jun is the behemoth of the Qin family in the eastern capital, the true overlord of the southeast. And what Qin Jun said was too serious. Liming hopes to provoke the Qin family in the eastern capital? This is simply the prelude to the beginning of the war. Although Dawn Hope is also a big force in the Southeast region, it is a permanent member of the Southeast United Council. Even the headquarters of the Southeastern United Parliament is located in Dawn City. It seems that Liming Hope and the Eastern Capital Qin family are big forces at the same level. But this by no means means that Liming hopes that 690 will really be able to sit on an equal footing with the Qin family in the Eastern Capital. In fact, everyone is very clear. The Qin family in the Eastern Capital is willing to form a Southeast United Council with other forces to formulate the order in the Southeast region. Just because the Blue Star has mutated now, its surface area is much larger than others. Coupled with the rampage of countless zombies and monsters, it is difficult for the Qin family to annex the entire Southeast region directly. Even if it is annexed, it is difficult to establish an effective ruling system. At least not yet. Therefore, it is the most efficient way to unite other forces to establish a joint parliament. But if the Qin family in the Eastern Capital really wants to attack and annex Liming Hope, then there is only one ending for Liming City. That is destruction. Lai Sheng's eyelids twitched, and he quickly explained. Master Qin Jun, I Liming hope that I have absolutely no intention of provoking you and the East Capital Qin's family. It's all a misunderstanding. Everyone looked at Dong Lu, the culprit, and Dong Lu's face was already pale with fright. With a cry on his face, his body was trembling unceasingly, just beating him. Although he is not afraid of the sky and the earth on weekdays, in the end he is just a young man with a simple mind and no scheming. It never occurred to him that he just wanted to play a prank and play tricks on Qin Jun. As a result, such serious consequences happened, and Dong Lu felt a sense of grievance in his heart. Isn't he just joking about provoking the Qin family in the Eastern Capital? As for it, and Liming Hope's person is no stranger to Dong Lu. This brat is considered a household name in Liming City. I don't know how many people have been pranked by him, already bored with him. Seeing Dong Lu like this now, Liming Hope's people basically guessed that it was almost the same. This brat must have offended Qin Jun. I really want to die, someone said coldly. Dong Lu, what did you do? Dong Lu spoke with a crying voice. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to pour the nettle grass powder on his bed to make him look ugly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone took a breath. Looking at Dong Lu is like looking at a fool. Especially Liming Hope's high-level executives, their eyes almost burst into flames. I can't wait to strangle this brat to death. It's fine if you play pranks on your own people on weekdays because you're still a child and don't have the same knowledge as you. But how dare you pour the powder of nettle grass on Qin Jun's bed? Qin Jun is the young master of the Qin family in the eastern capital, BDBJ, the most powerful evolutionary in the southeastern region. You make him look ugly. No wonder he thinks this is a provocation to the Qin family in the eastern capital. Lai Sheng frowned. The president of Liming Hope was known for his wisdom, but at this moment, he couldn't help being a little silent. In all fairness, Donglu's matter can be big or small. If Qin Jun laughed it off, it would be a child's play, not a big deal. But if you really want to pursue it, it is not unreasonable for Qin Jun to say that this is a provocation against the Qin family in the eastern capital, compared to other people's pure anger towards Donglu. Lai Sheng thought more. He was thinking about what is Qin Jun's purpose of making things bigger? Is it because Qin Jun is really angry about this matter? Or do you want to take advantage of the problem and have no plans? A shadow gradually cast over the old man's heart. If the Qin family in the eastern capital had other plans, then Dong Hope is in danger. Donglu also saw the anger in people's eyes. Those uncles who were kind to him on weekdays were glaring at him at this moment. He began to panic and began to know how to be afraid. At this moment, the boy's face was frighteningly pale, his scalp was numb, and he suddenly hoped that this was just a nightmare. If he was given another chance to do it again, he would never dare to do it again. But unfortunately, some things happen as they happen. Never go back to the past. At this time, Xiaozhou and Dong Yi also rushed over. Seeing Huang Xiaozhou and Dong Yi appear, Dong Lu cried out as if seeing a life-saving straw. "Sister, Brother Huang, help me." In his heart, Sister and Brother Huang are omnipotent beings, especially Brother Huang. Those who were teased by him before were all because of Brother Huang's face. They were not as knowledgeable as him. Surely it will work this time too. Dong Yi saw her younger brother being held under the strong hands of the Qin family, and the panic and fear on his younger brother's face nearly broke her heart. She felt like asking what was going on, and after learning the general situation, she couldn't help feeling dizzy. Dong Lu really got into a catastrophe. She had warned Dong Lu not to run into the East Capital Qin's family before, but in the end this happened. But after all, this is her only brother, the only relative in the world. Dong Yi gritted his teeth and took a step forward. "Master Qin Jun, I am his older sister Dong Yi. I apologize on his behalf. Your lord has a lot. Don't be as knowledgeable as him. After all, he's just a kid. He's still just a kid." Hearing this sentence, Qin Jun couldn't help but a sneer and sarcasm flashed in his eyes. This is really a standard speech for parents to protect their children. Dong Lu's previous pranks were not punished or taught because of his sister's protection. Perhaps he thought that his jokes and pranks will be tolerated by everyone. But this world has never been warm, but cruel. Once in a while, someone will no longer tolerate this bear boy and make Zhilu and his family bear an unbearable price and consequences. And this person is Qin Jun. In fact, Qin Jun is not really having trouble with the child. But it is a pity that knowing the way is an indispensable part of his plan against Huang Xiao. This brat is destined to become a victim. Qin Jun's eyes flashed, and he suddenly asked Dong Lu, "Why did you sprinkle nettle grass powder on my bed?" Dong Lu was a little puzzled. Qin Jun obviously asked before. Why ask again? But now he is panicked and afraid, already in a state of bewilderment. Without even thinking about it, she cried and said everything. "I just heard that Brother Huang doesn't like you, so he wants to come here to tease you and teach you a lesson." As soon as these words came out, Lai Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Broken. Not only Lai Sheng, but everyone gasped and looked towards Huang Xiaozhou. Everyone would know that if Huang Lu hadn't said these words, then there is room for relaxation. Because after all, Dong Lu is just a child. At worst, hand over Dong Lu to the Qin family. But when Dong Lu pulled Huang Xiaozhou out, the nature of the matter became different. Huang Xiaozhou is the twin star of Liming Hope, the absolute core figure, and he is very popular among the common people and some evolutionists in Liming City. In a sense, Huang Xiaozhou can represent the attitude of Liming Hope. If he gets involved in this matter, thinking of the consequences of this incident, Liming Hope's senior executives felt chills, wishing to tear Dong Lu's mouth open. Qin Jun smiled slightly, but the smile was very cold. It seems that Liming Hope is indeed trying to provoke me. Then I don't mind. Let Liming hope to know what is the consequence of provoking my East Capital Qin family. Boom! Behind Qin Jun, a group of evolutionaries took a step forward, making no secret of their murderous intent and fighting intent. They looked arrogantly at the countless powerhouses of Hope of Dawn. Although they were few in number, they looked at Hope of Dawn as if they were looking at ants. Contempt. And these are the confidence brought to them by the Eastern Capital Qin family behind them. Once Qin Jun gives an order, they will tear apart all the enemies in front of them. Although this is the base camp of Dawn Hope, Qin Jun has brought dozens of evolutionists this time, and they are well-equipped and well-trained. If there is a fight, it will be enough for Liming to hope to drink a horse. This scene made Liming Hope's face extremely ugly, and a sense of humiliation arose in his heart. After all, this is Dawn City, their base camp. As a result, Qin Jun's threat of red fruit, waiting for the king to slap all of them in the face, trample the dignity of their Dawn Hope. But after the anger, powerlessness and fear also follow. They really can't afford to offend Qin Jun, and these feelings of powerlessness and fear also made them angry. Anger towards Dong Lu. A word from that brat Dong Lu directly put Liming Hope into an extremely dangerous situation. Dong Lu was also taken aback when he saw people's eyes that wanted to kill him. Did he say the wrong thing? But now Dong Lu's mind is completely muddled. He can only cry and look at Huang Xiaozhou, hoping that brother Huang can save him. Huang Xiaozhou's eyes were extremely solemn, and he glanced at Qin Jun, who was expressionless. There was a sudden chill in his heart, and he felt something was wrong. Although it seems that all this is caused by Dong Lu. But he suddenly and keenly noticed something strange. Dong Lu is just an ordinary brat. How could he sneak into the residence under the noses of all the powerful Qin family? I'm afraid they should have been discovered before they contacted the resident. Now, there's only one possibility. That is, Qin Jun deliberately let Dong Lu enter and want to make use of it. What does Qin Jun want to do? Do you want to take the opportunity to target Dawn Hope? Or do you want to target him? It has to be said that although Huang Xiaozhou looked silent and introverted, he was introverted, and he immediately thought through this kind of strangeness. Seeking flowers, 0. But Huang Xiaozhou didn't think Qin Jun was targeting him. After all, he and Qin Jun had never met face-to-face before. After Qin Jun came to Liming City, he kept a low profile and never had any conflicts with Qin Jun. So Huang Xiaozhou still felt that Qin Jun was targeting Dawn Hope. Huang Xiaozhou said in a deep voice, "This child is pure-hearted, and he did this wrong thing because he listened to me, and everything is my fault." After finishing speaking, Huang Xiaozhou bowed deeply to Qin Jun. When Dong Lu saw this scene, his eyes widened. In his heart, Brother Huang is an omnipotent existence, the most powerful person in the world. In the end, Brother Huang lowered his head in front of Qin Jun, bowed, and admitted his mistake. This scene simply made Dong Lu's admiration for Huang Xiaozhou collapse. This brat was in great pain, regretful and hated. It was all because of his fault that big brother Huang was humiliated. He shouted, "Everything is my fault. 10 people should be responsible for doing things." Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Huang Xiaozhou for a moment. This son of luck is actually very good at heart. He admitted his mistake straightforwardly, but it made it difficult for Qin Jun to make another attack. After all, Qin Jun did not suffer any harm. That nettlegrass powder is also a prank prop. Qin Jun smiled slightly and said lightly, "Forget it, since the yellow flash has apologized. I will not pursue your Dawn Hope. However, I want to bring this child back to Dongdu and discipline him well." This sentence directly raised the hearts of Dong Lu, Huang Xiaozhou, and Dong Yi. But the rest of Liming Hope's people breathed a sigh of relief. If the matter could end like this, it would be considered Qin Jun's magnanimity, giving Liming Hope face. As for Dong Lu, take it away, take it away. Even if you kill him, he is not innocent. Today, the conflict between Liming Hope and the Qin family in the eastern capital that almost broke out was all caused by him. No, Dong Yi screamed. Dong Lu has provoked Qin Jun. If he is taken away, will there be a good end? Dong Yi looked at Huang Xiaozhou expectantly. Now she can only count on him. Huang Xiaozhou gritted his teeth and took a step forward. No way. Seeing Huang Xiaozhou stop him again, the expressions of Liming Hope's people changed. They looked at Huang Xiaozhou incomprehensibly. What are you doing? In their view, Qin Jun is already generous. The death of a brat can resolve Qin Jun's anger, and it is a very cost-effective thing to resolve the conflict between the eastern capital Qin's family and Liming Hope. In the end, Huang Xiaozhou wanted to stop him? Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Sure enough, the smile on Qin Jun's face slowly disappeared, and he became expressionless. His voice became as cold as frost. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Or do you think the Qin family in the eastern capital will only back down? The next moment, an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura emanated from Qin Jun's body, and his eyes turned golden. If it is a god who is high above, it will make everyone feel extremely palpitating. A word from Qin Jun can send them to the abyss. Not to mention Liming Hope. Even the other forces watching the fun from 063 felt that Huang Xiaozhou was going too far. Qin Jun doesn't even plan to meet you guys. As long as a bear child is disposed of, this is already the best solution. Liming hopes to avoid conflict with Qin Jun, and Qin Jun can also vent his anger. In the end, you have to fight hard? Is it really easy to talk to the Qin family in the eastern capital? Luo Ming looked at Huang Xiaozhou incomprehensibly. He felt that this yellow flash, like the gods of the apocalypse sect, was an unreasonable lunatic. Song Kuer has been watching with cold eyes. Although she didn't know Qin Jun's plans and intentions, she was keenly aware that Qin Jun seemed to be targeting Huang Xiaozhou. Her eyes flashed, and she suddenly said indifferently, "Is Liming Hope provoking the Qin family in the eastern capital, or provoking the existing order in the southeast region?" Qin Jun frowned when he heard this, and glanced at Song Kuer. This woman understood his mind very well. This sentence directly placed Liming Hope on the opposite side of the Southeast United Council. Everyone's faces in Liming Hope are almost green. They hurriedly shouted at Huang Xiaozhou, "Xiaozhou, if you die, you will die. These are all his own faults. He deserves it. He asked for it." Huang Xiaozhou's choice made them unable to understand, and even they all felt resentful towards Huang Xiaozhou. "If you want to die, don't drag us into the water." Even the Valkyrie Lai Yinsher frowned. She obviously did not agree with Huang Xiaozhou's approach. Although her attitude towards civilians is also very gentle, Lai Yinsher considers issues more from interests and reality. Huang Xiaozhou's hard defense of Dong Lu seemed irrational to her. "Xiaozhou, forget it. Dong Lu will be handed over to Master Qin Jun." Hearing that even Lai Yinsher persuaded him, Huang Xiaozhou tightly clenched his fist. He knew that giving up Dong Lu was the best way, the most beneficial and the most sensible way. But he can't. If he really gave up on Dong Lu, then he would become what he hated the most. Extremely rational, only considering gains and losses, without any humanity. Yes, Dong Lu is a dispensable ordinary person in the eyes of others, and it is worthwhile to use his life to appease Qin Jun's anger. What's there to hesitate about? But Huang Xiaozhou just didn't want to. In his eyes, every life is worthy of awe. Even the lives of ordinary people are precious. Dong Lu made a mistake today and caused a catastrophe. But sin is not unto death. Huang Xiaozhou looked resolute and said in a deep voice, "Master Qin Jun, Dong Lu caused a big disaster, but the crime is not worthy of death." "Why?" Qin Jun looked at him condescendingly and said indifferently, "It's just an ordinary person." "How? If you want to be an ordinary child, you have to be right with me." Let the whole dawn wish to be buried with him. When Huang Xiaozhou heard the words, endless annihilation suddenly rose in his heart. That's it. That's it. An evolutionary like Qin Jun regards ordinary people as ants, and it doesn't matter if they're crushed to death casually and they don't take it to heart. But this is what Huang Xiaozhou hates the most. He hates Qin Jun's superior look. He hates Qin Jun's attitude of comparing himself to a god. He hates Qin Jun's attitude of not taking people seriously. He hates this cold and bloody world. At this moment, all the dissatisfaction with this world broke out completely. Huang Xiaozhou said coldly, "You are right. I want to fight you for this child. From today, I, Huang Xiaozhou, officially withdraw from the Dawn Hope Organization. Any of my actions have nothing to do with the Dawn Hope Organization." As soon as this statement came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Everyone looked to Huang Xiaozhou in disbelief. He is the twin star of Dawn Hope, and everyone places high hopes on him. Before long, he will become a member of Dawn Hope's decision-making team. Top figures in the Southeastern United Council. It can be said that the future is boundless. But now, he wants to give up all this for a brat, an ordinary person. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with endless shock. This young man with a silent heart. He has 10 hearts like gold. His choices look so stupid to people, but it is even more shocking and admirable. Luo Ming was stunned, then sneered, "Stupid." But having said that, his eyes flickered, and he lowered his head in thought, wondering what he was thinking. And Dong Yi on the side immediately said, "I also quit Dawn Hope." Dong Lu is her only relative, so of course she wants to advance and retreat with Huang Xiaozhou. "I also quit Dawn Hope." A middle-aged man came out. He is Liming Hope's home team director, Zhu Huai. Standing behind Huang Xiaozhou, he met the murderous gaze of the strong man of the Qin family without fear, and he was extremely appraised. "I quit Dawn Hope. I also quit Dawn Hope." More people stood up. Some of them are evolutionaries, but most of them are ordinary people like Dong Lu. These ordinary people don't have any strength, even no weapons, and they stand behind Huang Xiaozhou with their bare hands. Their eyes are firm. They are willing to follow Huang Xiaozhou. Most of these people are ordinary people, and they are in front of Qin Jun and a group of menacing Qin family powerhouses. It seems so weak, but everyone is on them, feeling a power, the power of humanity, who said that after the apocalypse, humanity will no longer exist, and everyone will only consider gains and losses. This scene is the best interpretation of the 4.2 brilliance of human nature. Even powerful evolutionaries like Luo Ming were shocked by this scene. Perhaps this group of people is the real brave. Qin Jun watched this scene expressionlessly. There was neither shock nor anger in his eyes, but calm, extreme calm and indifference. It seemed that this shocking scene could not cause any waves in his heart. "I have to admit, I was surprised," Qin Jun finally said. "It turns out that mortals are not so ignorant. They can only live in low and humble ways. You are indeed kind, brave, warm-hearted. Only..." His breath is getting stronger and stronger, and his body is faintly shining with golden light like a god. His eyes turned golden, looking at everything indifferently, standing high above, overlooking all living beings. "I do not care." Huang Xiaozhou and a group of ordinary people stood up without fear of life and death and power. At this moment, they no longer consider any gains or losses or rational choices. They use their actions to choose justice and justice in their hearts. A crime that does not lead to death is a crime that does not lead to death. Even if you're Qin Jun, you can't ignore people. This scene seems to be an adult fairy tale, shining with the most beautiful brilliance of human nature. Let everyone be shocked by it, even moved by it. With the body of the weak, say no to the strong. If Huang Xiaozhou's behavior reflects the best human nature, is a hymn of human courage, then Qin Jun represents the cruelest and bloodiest fact in this world. Pull everyone back from adult fairy tales to this desperate and cruel real world. Kindness, bravery, enthusiasm. These are certainly the most beautiful things. But these, in addition to only touching yourself, in the face of absolute strength, nothing can be changed. The world is not benevolent and treats everything as a straw dog. The Lord doesn't care. The strong are able to decide the fate of the weak at will, which is not transferred by the will of the weak. This is the rule of this world. Natural selection, the strong survive. It's like a group of antelopes. No matter how united they are, no matter how brave they are, the spirit is commendable, but it does not change the fact that they are weak. In front of lions, they are extremely fragile and vulnerable, doomed to be eaten up by lions. Everyone looked at Qin Jun with an indifferent face, full of fear in their hearts. And this fear is not only about Qin Jun's strength, but also about the strength itself. No matter in which era, 5 stars are the basic rules for the operation of this world. When Qin Jun appeared, what Huang Xiaozhou and those ordinary people did was more like a farce. A farce that will only touch the ego without any meaning. Qin Jun looked indifferently at Huang Xiaozhou, whose expression had become extremely ugly, with a bit of sarcasm in his eyes. Everything that is happening now is working according to his plan. From a moment Dong Lu appeared, a big net against Huang Xiaozhou had already been laid, intertwined with each other. He knew that with Huang Xiaozhou's personality, he would never give up the life of this brat Lu. So he deliberately backed down a step, as long as Dong Lu's life. As a result, if Huang Xiaozhou wanted to protect Dong Lu, he had no choice but to withdraw from Dawn Hope. But now, even if he kills Huang Xiaozhou, the people around him won't say anything. After all, Huang Xiaozhou has withdrawn from Dawn Hope. Moreover, perhaps in the eyes of many people, all of this is Huang Xiaozhou's own fault. There is only one consequence of provoking me. That is destruction. Qin Jun's voice was low, and his whole body was bathed in a golden divine light. His eyes were fixed. The next moment, the void above Huang Xiaozhou's head suddenly collapsed, and an invisible force rushed towards him to suppress him. Huang Xiaozhou's complexion changed, and his heart was filled with a strong sense of crisis. A golden sword field suddenly appeared behind him, and countless golden magic swords shot up into the sky, smashing the void in front of him. Yellow flash. Seeing this, the civilians couldn't help cheering excitedly. In their view, flashing yellow is omnipotent existence. Huang Xiaozhou's speed was so fast that his whole body turned into a vague yellow phantom, and he rushed towards Qin Jun. And around him, golden dharma swords condensed one after another. Incomparably fierce, with sword energy soaring to the sky. It is the A-level talent field increase. Huang Xiaozhou rushed all the way. The void around him was constantly exploring, and invisible forces were constantly suppressing him. But all of this was cut to pieces by Huang Xiaozhou's sword. Boom! The power of collapse and explosion continued to emerge, but they couldn't stop Huang Xiaozhou's speed. He seemed to be a shooting star, shining extremely dazzling light. Yellow flash. Yellow flash. Yellow flash. The civilians following Huang Xiaozhou kept cheering. Huang Xiaozhou in their hearts was unstoppable and invincible. It's their patron saint. Qin Jun had no expression on his face, calmly looking at Huang Xiaozhou, who was rushing towards him. It has to be said that Huang Xiaozhou is very strong, stronger than the previous son of Luck and the Blood Bear in Donghua Market. Blood Bear is also an A-level talent, but he can't even take a move in Qin Jun's hands. Qin Jun's natural awakening, gifted with psychic control, can directly control the world's original power, invisible power, and others are hard to guard against. But Huang Xiaozhou is able to keenly detect the gap to the change of space. Use the sword field boost to counter Qin Jun's psionic control. For this alone, Huang Xiaozhou is worthy of the fall of the strong. Even in Area 570 in the southeast, Huang Xiaozhou can be counted as one of the strongest. But Huang Xiaozhou's strength is only compared with an evolutionary like Blood Bear. In front of Qin Jun, he is still as fragile as paper. Huang Xiaozhou is only an A-level talent, while Qin Jun is a rare SSS-level talent in the world. Huang Xiaozhou's current strength is only the pinnacle of a level 1 evolutionary, while Qin Jun is already a level 3 evolutionary. No matter how much he goes against the sky, he can't go against the sky of Qin Jun. A smile suddenly appeared on Qin Jun's face, and he groaned softly. Take control. The next moment, a terrifying breath emerged from his body. The cheers of the civilians stopped abruptly, and expressions of horror appeared on their faces. Huang Xiaozhou's extremely fast body suddenly stopped in midair, as if time had been frozen. And on his face, there was also a look of pain. He felt that the void around him was frozen, and it was still squeezing towards him, making him unable to move. Huang Xiaozhou frantically urged the expansion of the sword domain, wanting to split this space directly. Huang Xiaozhou screamed. The blood vessels on his body burst suddenly, and he became a blood man. The civilians covered their mouths and looked at Huang Xiaozhou, who fell from midair and almost turned into a man of blood. My heart was full of horror and disbelief. Yellow Flash lost? For a long time, Huang Xiaozhou, like Lai Yinshi, has been the patron saint of Dawn Hope. He is so powerful that those extremely ferocious monsters and frightening zombies are all vulnerable under his sword array. But now, in front of that ruthless young master of Dongdu, the Yellow Flash seems so weak. Looking at Huang Xiaozhou, who has become a blood man, Dong Lu has already cried into a man of tears and screamed. Ah! There is incomparable remorse in this brat's heart. He regrets to the extreme. He killed Brother Huang. He killed everyone. If it weren't for him, Big Brother Huang wouldn't have quit Dawn Hope, let alone going to death step by step like now. Dong Lu slapped himself in the face and kept screaming like crazy. He wished he could die. Why do I have to be so cheap to provoke Qin Jun? If he could do it all over again, he would definitely stay at home obediently. And Dong Lu hated Qin Jun even more. It's just a prank, but Qin Jun still refuses to let go and wants to force Big Brother Huang to death. Huang Xiaozhou fell to the ground. He felt severe pain all over his body. Just now, Qin Jun only used a little bit of his real strength, and he was almost squeezed into a meat paste by the space. Almost all the blood vessels in his skin burst. The strength of this Qin Jun is really terrifying, unfathomable. Is this the SSS-level talent? Huang Xiaozhou gritted his teeth and stood up tremblingly under the extremely complicated eyes of everyone. Still, he stood up and held his head up. He looked at Qin Jun firmly. Just after the fight, Huang Xiaozhou knew that there was a huge gap between his own strength and Qin Jun's. He is no match for Qin Jun at all. If he continues to fight, he will definitely die. Want to escape? At the juncture of life and death, Huang Xiaozhou also felt a little hesitation in his heart. But the next moment, this idea was thrown out of Huang Xiaozhou's mind. He didn't know if he could escape, but he knew that if he escaped, Dong Lu, Dong Yi, Zhu Huai, and those ordinary people who follow him will all die. He can't return. He still has to fight. Huang Xiaozhou's gaze gradually became firmer. He moved and stepped forward again. The sword domain amplification answered his call. The sword light was like a yellow flash, and together with his body, it attacked Qin Jun again. This time, Chuang Xiao's speed is faster than before. It's really like a yellow flash. The speed is comparable to the speed of light. The next moment, he appeared in front of Qin Jun. The sword domain directly enveloped Qin Jun, and countless golden magic swords moved towards Qin Jun to suppress him. The smile on Qin Jun's face remained unchanged, and he snapped his fingers easily. Boom! Huang Xiaozhou's golden sword field collapsed directly, and the countless golden magic swords turned into starlight and shattered loudly. Huang Xiaozhou's body was also hammered by an invisible force, smashing into houses. Huang Xiaozhou kept attacking and falling down. This scene is so tragic. Seeing this, Lai Yinshi couldn't help but want to intercede. Although she couldn't understand Huang Xiaozhou's choice, she couldn't just watch Huang Xiaozhou die. But Lai Sheng at the side held her back. The old man shook his head at Lai Yinshi with solemn eyes, and Lai Yinshi couldn't help but fell silent when he looked at his grandfather's eyes. She knew very well in her heart that under the current situation, Qin Jun would definitely kill Huang Xiaozhou. A person who dared to challenge his majesty. How could Qin Jun tolerate Huang Xiaozhou to live? Not to mention, now Huang Xiaozhou has nothing to do with Liming Hope. If the Fierce Smoke Stone still shows up now, for example, Dawn Hope will also be involved. At that time, if Dawn Hope is destroyed, what will happen to the hundreds of thousands of civilians under its command? Lai Yinshi sighed softly in his heart and stopped talking. Seeing Huang Xiaozhou standing up again, Everyone was shocked by this unyielding will. I was hit again and again, and stood up again and again. A trace of coldness flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. He hates people like Huang Xiaozhou very much. Does he think that with the so-called unyielding will, he can change against the sky and defeat the strong with the weak? Yes, there are indeed examples of the weak overcoming the strong. But a lot of people get one thing wrong. That is to defeat the strong with the weak, and the real reason is whether the weak can defy the sky. It's because the strong one is not strong enough. Kneel down. Qin Jun snorted coldly and covered it with his backhand. In the void above Huang Xiaozhou's head, a golden beam of light suddenly appeared, directly suppressing Huang Xiaozhou, trying to make him kneel down. Huang Xiaozhou immediately felt an incomparably terrifying power and pressure and pressed him to his knees. No, Huang Xiaozhou roared. He would never kneel down in front of Qin Xiang. His eyes were staring like copper bells, covered with bloodshot eyes. The blue veins on his forehead were bulging, and the expansion of the sword domain was pushed to the limit. Zhao De frantically resisted Qin Jun's pressure. The sword field collided with the beam of light, making a sizzling sound, and even the ground under Huang Xiaozhou's feet began to crack, cracking one after another. Countless people around are watching this scene. In this scene of the weak against the strong. Come on! Countless people silently cheered for Huang Xiaozhou in their hearts. In their view, Huang Xiaozhou was their own representative, is the embodiment of their will. They are ordinary people, and they are naturally weak in the last days. In front of the strong, they are obedient and dare not show any disrespect. But they also have unyielding thoughts in their hearts. Who wants to be born AB******ch? And Huang Xiaozhou is all their sustenance for unyielding and beauty in their hearts. Do not yield to the strong. Break me. Huang Xiaozhou pushed the expansion of the sword domain to the limit, and he also pushed all his potential to the limit. If it was a different person, I am afraid that he would have been crushed by this terrifying pressure. But Huang Xiaozhou just didn't want to give in. His eyes were determined to the extreme, as if they were steel. No matter how fierce the raging fire is, it cannot refine him. Amidst Huang Xiaozhou's furious roar, the beam of light that kept pressing down suddenly stopped, and Huang Xiaozhou's sword domain began to rise, even breaking the golden beam of light into cracks. Level 2 evolutionary, someone exclaimed, and everyone looked to Huang Xiaozhou in disbelief. At the juncture of life and death, Huang Xiaozhou actually broke through the realm and became a level 2 evolutionary. This is simply impossible, but this miracle actually happened before people's eyes. At this moment, the hearts of hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in Liming City were filled with inexplicable power. They felt a force from Huang Xiaozhou. Unyielding strength. Is a miracle really about to happen? Those who followed Huang Xiaozhou have already started cheering. Even Qin Jun was a little surprised. He also didn't expect Huang Xiaozhou to be able to break through the realm and struggle a bit. But it's just a few surprises. Even if you break through and become a level 2 evolutionary, what will change? Nothing can be changed. A trace of pity flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. He chuckled softly, and his eyes suddenly froze. The next moment, the beam of light suddenly burst into an incomparably dazzling light. Huang Xiaozhou's golden sword field was suddenly suppressed, as if it was crushing the dead, and it shattered into an energy field and disappeared. The terrifying pressure directly pushed Huang Xiaozhou to his knees on the ground. There is no chance of resistance. Even Huang Xiaozhou's whole body was crushed, pressed firmly to the ground. He couldn't even raise his head. It's like an ant showing its teeth and claws in front of giants. But as long as the giant is a little serious, there is no hope of turning around. The cheers of the crowd came to an abrupt end, and complex expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Fear, unwillingness, pain, sadness, sorrow. At the moment Huang Xiaozhou became a level 2 evolutionary, they felt that a miracle had happened. The weak overcome the strong. As long as there is an unyielding will, the weak can defeat the strong. But this joy and excitement only lasted for a second. Then he was crushed mercilessly by Qin Jun. So what if you have an indomitable will? So what if you break through to level 2 evolutionary? So what if a miracle happens? As long as Qin Jun is a little serious, you have to kneel down. You have to lower your so-called unyielding head. This is power. From the very beginning, Huang Xiaozhou was crushed by Qin Jun in all directions, leaving no room for resistance. The gap is so big that everyone despairs. At this moment, the hopes in the hearts of the people collapsed, and the unyielding and fighting will among them began to disappear. In the end, they also lowered their heads slowly, not daring to look directly at Qin Jun anymore. It was like a flock of sheep filled with awe of power. The strong will not be disobedient after all. Huang Xiaozhou was pressed to the ground by a terrifying force. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't stand up. In fact, he doesn't even have the strength to lift a finger now. He lost, flat out. In the face of the absolute power gap, any will is futile. No. Seeing Huang Xiaozhou's miserable appearance, he screamed. In fact, she has always liked Huang Xiaozhou. Now Huang Xiaozhou has fallen to this level because of protecting her younger brother. She is filled with regret. If it wasn't for her doting on Dong Lu all the time, Dong Lu would develop a lawless temperament. Is there no such thing as today? But she hates Qin Jun even more. I kill you. Dong Yi rushed towards Qin Jun. A dagger appeared in her hand, and her body turned into phantoms. Obviously, she was an agility talent. But Qin Jun didn't even look at it. Such ants don't need him to take action at all. In the void behind Dong Yi suddenly surged, and a graceful figure suddenly appeared. Wang Ji directly cut Dong Yi's neck with a dagger, and she still had a smile on her face. A weak chicken like you is also worthy of a young master. With the same agility talent, Wang Ji's strength is countless times stronger than Dong Yi's. He directly killed Dong Yi instantly. No. Seeing Brother Huang's life and death being crushed, his own sister was killed directly. Dong Lu screamed, collapsed on the ground in despair and pain, almost passed out. How he wished it was a nightmare. But no one cares about this brat anymore. The strong men of the Qin family stepped forward with a blank face and made their moves one after another. In front of Li Ming Hope's strong men, they started those who followed Huang Xiaozhou. Even these people belonged to Dawn Hope half an hour ago. And Qin Jun walked up to Huang Xiaozhou step by step. This son of luck was pressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure at this moment. He could only turn his face sideways and stare at Qin Jun. In addition to the extreme hatred in the eyes, there is also a deep unyielding. Yes, until this moment, Huang Xiaozhou's heart is still full of unyielding, unwilling to succumb to fate. Qin Jun smiled slightly and crushed Huang Xiaozhou's head with one foot. What if the heart is still unyielding? He doesn't care what Huang Xiaozhou thinks. The sound of the system's notification also rang in Qin Jun's ears. Ding! Complete the elimination of Huang Xiaozhou's threat. Reward for completing the task. The villain is worth 35 points. Ding! Task evaluation. SS level of completion. Open character unassigned points. In this way, this bloody farce ended. Huang Xiaozhou, Dong Yi, and many evolutionaries and civilians who followed Huang Xiaozhou were all slaughtered by the strong Qin family. Blood almost permeated the entire land of Dawn City. The sky over Dawn City is shrouded in unresolved dark clouds, entrenched in people's hearts. As for the powerhouses of Liming Hope, looking at Huang Xiaozhou's bones, their expressions were full of complexities. Just a few hours ago, Huang Xiaozhou was one of them, the twin stars of Liming Hope. But now it's dead. Yellow flashes are also a thing of the past. Huang Xiaozhou's popularity in Liming Hope has not been low, and many people have a good impression of him. Now that Huang Xiaozhou was killed by Qin Jun, they couldn't help feeling a little sad and sad. But he couldn't feel any hatred towards Qin Jun. After all, Qin Jun didn't seem to have done anything wrong in this matter. If you want to blame, you can only blame Huang Xiaozhou Tiangu version. For an ordinary brat, he risked his own life. In front of Qin Jun, a system panel also appeared. Host, Qin Jun. Physical strength, 4. Transcendence talent. S-level talent psionic control. SSS-level talent devour. Devour talent. A-level talent giant bear transformation. S-level talent shadow control. A-level talent sword field increase. Transcendence level, 3. Villain value, 75 points. Talent tree, enabled. Among other things, Qin Jun's original talent plus the devouring talent. That list of S-level and A-level talents is enough to make one's scalp tingle. But what Qin Jun really focused on was the talent tree. This should be a new function opened by the system, and it is the second envoy function outside the system all. Qin Jun glanced at it for a while and saw that there were many extremely heaven-defying talent characteristics in the newly opened talent tree. But now is not the time for research. Qin Jun glanced at Liming Hope's person and couldn't help but feel a little regretful in his heart. Although there are many people who follow Huang Xiaozhou, most of them are ordinary people without awakening talent. There are actually more than 20 real evolutionaries. Pity. Qin Jun forced Huang Xiaozhou out of Dawn Hope, not just to kill him. At the same time, Qin Jun also wanted to take the opportunity to throw Liming Hope into chaos. Huang Xiaozhou's status and popularity in Liming Hope are extremely high, comparable to Liming Hope's true successor, Lai Yanshi. If he is forced to rebel, many people will follow Huang Xiaozhou. At least it will make people in Liming Hope panic. At that time, Dawn Hope will become a piece of fat. Even Qin Jun was able to directly unite with the Apocalypse sect, the Kaso group, and the Northern Army to carve up and annex Dawn Hope. After all, this cake in the southeast region is better enjoyed by 4 people than by 5 people. And it's not over yet. Once Dawn hopes to be divided, those precious populations and evolutionaries will inevitably be subject to other forces. And when the time comes, the secret agents of the Qin family, hidden in Liming Hope, can also naturally enter other forces. This is Qin Jun's entire plan. From a bare child, one weight after another, directly calculated the 4 major forces and 5. But it is a pity that there are not many evolutionaries who follow Huang Xiaozhou. Although Liming hopes that people's hearts are floating now, his strength has not lost much. Compared with the emotional civilians, the evolved ones who have awakened their talents are much more rational. But Qin Jun is just a pity. After all, his biggest purpose is to kill Huang Xiaozhou, and the others are just incidental. Let Dawn hope to exist a little longer. Anyway, after the establishment of the Southeast United Council, the gap between these forces and the Qin family in the eastern capital will only grow wider. Qin Jun shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. He turned around and glanced at Dong Lu, who was paralyzed on the ground. This brat was full of resentment now, and was staring at him, his eyes full of resentment. It's hard to imagine that such a look would appear from a child's eyes. Asking for flowers. But this is understandable. After all, I watched my sister and the most respected brother die in front of my eyes. It is extremely cruel for an adult, let alone a child. Qin Jun just glanced at it and didn't care about it. Someone will deal with this brat. Although this bear child is just an ordinary person, there's no threat. But the Qin family will never let go of any possible threat. Qin Jun looked at Lai Sheng, the president of Liming Hope. This wise old man looked calm at the moment. It seemed that Huang Xiaozhou's death could not cause any waves in his heart. I'm sorry, Liejiao. A smile appeared on Qin Jun's face, and he nodded politely. He became a handsome, polite, and gentle son of a family again. But no one will forget that it was he who forced Xiaozhou to death just now with an extremely strong posture. There was also a smile on Lai Sheng's face, and he said with a smile, all this is Huang Xiaozhou's fault. After all, he is directing the people under his command to clean up the battlefield. Soon, the bones were restrained and the blood was washed away. Except for a few collapsed houses, everything was the same as before, as if nothing happened. But did it really not happen? The arrogance of the strong and the vulnerability of the weak are deeply imprinted in the hearts and memories of everyone. From now on, I am afraid that no weak will dare to disobey the will of the strong. Soon, a grand banquet ceremony will be held to celebrate the formal establishment of the Southeast United Parliament. As for Huang Xiaozhou, I'm afraid he will be forgotten by the people of Liming City in a short time. After all, in these desperate times, just surviving is exhausting enough. There's really not much spare energy to remember the dead. After returning to the Qin family's residence, Qin Jun screened off the others, and he was the only one left in the room. He immediately summoned the system again and began to study the system carefully. After all, Qin Jun was very interested in this newly opened talent tree function. System. Qin Jun muttered in his heart, and soon the system panel appeared in front of Qin Jun. Qin Jun already knew those data, so he directly opened the talent tree interface, and a dazzling talent tree interface appeared in front of his eyes. The first level of psionic system, psionic enhancement 0/3. Fighting first level, body strengthening 0/3. The first layer of perception system, mental strengthening 0/3. The talent tree is divided into 67 branches, and the first layer needs to be strengthened for 3 layers before the second layer of talent can be activated. And the further back, the more powerful the characteristics provided by the talent tree. For example, the 4th tier talent of the fighting system directly has the characteristic of the god of fighting, which can directly predict the enemy's next attack route in close combat. And the 5th level of the psionic system is able to point out the characteristic of elemental amplification, which directly allows Qin Jun to control the original elemental power of the world. This can be called an S-level talent. As for the talent of the perception department, it is also very powerful. The talent of the 5th floor, God Resistance, can make Qin Jun resist the mind control and collision of any god. As for talent points, you need villain points to exchange them. Every 10 villain points can be exchanged for 1 talent point. Qin Jun thought for a moment and chose to exchange 6 talent points directly, and firstly filled up the first-tier talents of the psionics and fighting systems. The reason is also very simple. Qin Jun's main combat talent now is S-level psionic control, and psionic enhancement can directly increase psionic control, and the power is several times stronger than before. The physical strengthening of the fighting system can make Qin Jun's physical body very strong, not to mention bullet resistance. Even rockets can't pierce Qin Jun's skin, although by controlling the shadow, Qin Jun is now considered immortal. But strengthening the physical body is still the foundation of standing, and it is always good to have an extra layer of insurance. As for the strengthening of the perception system, there is no rush now. After all, the gods are still sleeping. As for those spiritual evolutionists, the gap in strength is too great to affect Qin Jun at all. After the talent point, Qin Jun immediately felt the changes in his body. He slightly stretched out his hand to grab it, and the void in front of him collapsed directly. He felt that his whole body was full of strength. It is even possible to smash a corpse king with 1 punch without using spiritual power, just relying on physical strength. These 6 talent points directly increased Qin Jun's strength several times. Qin Jun breathed a sigh of relief slowly. There was some unsatisfactory expression in his eyes, and longing was born in his heart. The desire for villain value. This villain value can be exchanged for various treasures in the system mall, and can also be exchanged for talent points. Unfortunately, you can only get villain points by hunting the Son of Luck. Thinking of this, an inexplicable look flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. The speed of obtaining villain value is still too slow. With the determination of various details about the Southeastern United Council, as well as the specific allocation of various resources, it was finally time to leave Dawn City. As the headquarters of the Southeastern United Council, it is conceivable that Dawn City will be an important free city in the southeastern region in the future. But there will be even more mixed fish and dragons, and spies for various forces will fill every corner of Dawn City. When Qin Jun left, Lai Yanshi, the Valkyrie of Liming City, personally saw him off. "Goodbye, Master Qin Jun. Lai Yinshi's expression was a bit complicated because she and Huang Xiaozhou greeted Qin Jun just half a month ago. And now, Gemini is the only one left. But Lai Yinshi didn't have much hostility towards Qin Jun in his heart. After all, in her opinion, neither Qin Jun nor Huang Xiaozhou was wrong. One is protecting the dignity of the Qin family, and the other is protecting humanity. If you insist on saying whose fault it should be Huang Xiaozhou's fault. The fault is that Huang Xiaozhou has not gotten used to and adapted to the rules of the Doomsday era. Goodbye, Miss Lai. Qin Jun smiled slightly and said goodbye to Lai Yinsher. But both of them knew that they would have a lot of communication in the future, and they would have many opportunities to meet each other. Not long after the Qin family's convoy left Dawn City, they saw the long-awaited apocalypse sect on the side of the road. Song Ku'er was leaning against the side of the car pretty, and the breeze blew up her burqa, revealing a hint of snow white faintly. There was an alluring charm all over her body. Master Qin Jun, I still have something to discuss with you. Qin Jun glanced at Song Ku'er with a smile on his face. This woman is not simple. Before in Liming City, she forced Huang Xiaozhou to the opposite side of the major forces in the southeast. Only then can Huang Xiaozhou make up his mind to break away from Dawn Hope. Although whether she said that sentence or not, it would not change Huang Xiaozhou's fate of being killed in the end. But at least Qin Jun was quite satisfied and appreciated. Qin Jun beckoned and let Song Ku'er into the car, and the driver and Xie Han got out of the car very consciously. Leave the space for two 5.8 people to discuss big things in secret. As soon as he entered the car door, Song Ku'er wrapped around Qin Jun's waist like a water snake, and the fragrance and hormones filled the car. With an inexplicable smile on Qin Jun's face, he teased, "Did you have something to discuss with me?" "Certainly." Song Ku'er stuck out her tongue and licked Qin Jun's ear. "But before that, I think." Qin Jun smiled slightly, closed his eyes slowly, and began to enjoy the all-round services of this stunner. Soon, the two luxurious limousines began to shake slightly, and all the powerful members of the Qin family guarded their surroundings expressionlessly. It seemed that nothing was wrong with the vehicle. I don't know how long it took, but the vehicle finally stopped shaking and calmed down. Wang Ji stared at the car quietly, with envy and unwillingness on her face, wishing that the woman in the car was her. The letter of thanks is calm, without any jealousy or dissatisfaction. This is not to say that Xie Han doesn't love Qin Jun, but that she is already satisfied with being by Qin Jun's side. Even in the old days, it was impossible for Qin Jun to exist with only one woman, not to mention the end times. In the carriage, Song Ku'er cleaned up Qin Jun's body. I have to say, although Song Ku'er was only a virgin before, but she is naturally charming and has a very high talent for this kind of thing. Qin Jun enjoys the lingering with Qin Jun very much. It is really the ultimate pleasure for men and women. Song Ku'er huddled in Qin Jun's arms like a kitten, with a satisfied look on her face. "Master, don't forget the deal between us." Song Ku'er showed a pitiful and lovely look on her face, and her big watery eyes looked at Qin Jun hazily. This kind of obsequiousness is enough to make any man feel impulsive and ruthlessly trample Song Ku'er. But Qin Jun's eyes are very calm. Although he enjoys Song Ku'er's service, it will never affect his judgment and measurement of interests. In fact, he doesn't have any feelings for Song Ku'er now. Just treat Song Ku'er as a transaction partner and a tool for pleasure. At least the latter, Ronku, is very qualified. Of course not. You tell me everything about the goddess of apocalypse, and I will help you control the apocalypse sect. After you return to the apocalypse sect, someone in the sect will contact you. When Song Ku'er heard this, a slight smile appeared on his face. She understood the meaning of Qin Jun's words. There are already spies from the Qin family in the apocalypse sect. How long until the end? The apocalypse sect has only been established for less than 3 months, and the Qin family has already begun to infiltrate. For a moment, Song Ku'er couldn't help but feel palpitations about the Qin family in the eastern capital, because she knew that the apocalypse sect would never be the only force infiltrated by the Qin family. It wasn't until this time that she really felt the gap between other forces and the Qin family. This gap is not just a gap in strength background. There's also a conceptual gap. Although the Apocalypse sect is quite powerful now, its internal organization is still very rough, and the intelligence department is even more blank. But soon, a smile appeared on Song Kuder's face. Because the stronger the Qin family in the eastern capital, the more support she can get. And it is precisely because of the strength of the Qin family in the eastern capital that she feels more secure in betraying the goddess of Tianqi. Otherwise, betraying a god is really stressful. Song Kuder suddenly asked, "How are you going to deal with that goddess of apocalypse?" Qin Jun smiled slightly. His eyes were dark. He looked at the bed and said softly, "Eat him." Looking at Qin Jun's deep, bottomless eyes like an abyss, Song Kuder suddenly felt a chill. She smiled unconsciously on her face, and the smile was very stiff. "Eat the goddess of apocalypse? Just kidding." Qin Jun laughed, and she blinked her glasses. "I lied to you." Song Kuder was relieved when she heard this, but she looked at Qin Jun's calm expression. There was another palpitation in my heart. What Qin Jun said just now, was it really a joke? Song Kuder shrank into Qin Jun's arms unconsciously, with a hint of surrender on her face. This terrible man must not disobey his will. After surrendering and palpitations, Ronku felt an inexplicable affection for Qin Jun again. It is no longer pure physical pleasure and interest exchange between men and women. In the Doomsday era, perhaps only such a terrifying man can give her a real sense of security. After parting with Song Kuder, Qin Jun was on his way back to the eastern capital. After Song Kuder returns to the Apocalypse sect, he will immediately cooperate with the Qin family spies lurking in the Apocalypse sect to infiltrate. With Song Kuder as an internal response, the spies of the Qin family will make rapid progress within the Apocalypse sect. And after Song Kuder and the Qin family control the Apocalypse sect, Song Kuder will enter the ultimate treasure house of the Apocalypse sect. Dedicate everything about the goddess of apocalypse stored there to Qin Jun as a gift on the spot. Killed the almighty seed, allowing Qin Jun to get the world tree. Don't know what the goddess of apocalypse will bring? Qin Jun is looking forward to it. The Godslayer thing, it sounds shocking, but it is really addicting to do it. A few days later, Qin Jun returned to Dongdu, where he had been away for nearly 2 months. Compared with 2 months ago, Dongdu appears to be more prosperous. Even the civilians on the street are no longer numb and dull, but have more smiles on their faces. With the establishment of the Southeastern United Council, the Qin family in the eastern capital will exploit all the resources in the southeastern region, and the current resources are no longer in short supply for the eastern capital. And the oppression of the Dongdu people by the Dongdu 537 authorities is also decreasing. After all, in the case of loose resources, no one wants to sit on the powder keg. Coupled with the rampage of the World Tree sect, the people have sustenance in their hearts and a channel for upward promotion. People in Dongdu are full of happiness now, and when they saw Qin Jun, they all cheered, with fanaticism and admiration all over their faces. In their hearts, Qin Jun is their god. Suya immediately appeared to greet Qin Jun. Now Suya is wearing a military uniform, looking heroic. Because she is now considered a high-level executive in the intelligence department, she has the appearance of a strong woman. Did something happen to Dongdu these days when I was gone? When Suya heard this, she couldn't help showing some hesitation on her face. There are 2 pieces of news, good news and bad news. Hearing this, Qin Jun couldn't help frowning, say, "The good news is that the Institute of Evolution has made the latest breakthrough in the research on genetic medicine. As long as the subject has enough affinity for the genetic medicine, we can now use the genetic medicine to create an evolutionary." What about the bad news? There was an accident in the second research institute, and the number 1 prototype test subject escaped. With the plundering of resources in the southeastern region by the Qin family in the eastern capital, their strength and background have become stronger and stronger. Many talents in scientific research and technology were recruited by the Qin family in the eastern capital one after another. Of course, tough measures are indispensable, but most of them came here voluntarily. After all, Dongdu can be said to be one of the few free cities that can still maintain the standard of living in the old days after the end of the world. The Qin family in the eastern capital can give these scientific researchers the treatment that other forces cannot. So now the Evolution Research Institute in Dongdu has also expanded into 3 research institutes. Among them, the second research institute is dedicated to the research of genetic agents and artificial evolutionaries, and has made great progress. Through the research on the Black Obelisk, the second research institute has researched the 7th batch of genetic medicine. This kind of genetic medicine can directly evolve the structure and cell level of the human body, become a genetic evolutionary. It can be said that the successful research of this gene medicine also represents that the Qin family in the eastern capital can truly manufacture evolutionaries in large quantities. Compared with talent seeds, this kind of genetic medicine is more controllable, because as long as there are materials, it can be manufactured all the time. However, talent seeds can only rely on sweeping copies in different spaces, and the output is limited. Coupled with the world tree, there will only be more and more evolutionaries under the Qin family. In the end, it is not a dream to directly build an army of evolutionaries. However, unlike World Tree, the evolutionary created by World Tree is only loyal to Qin Jun himself. However, the evolutionary created by the Research Institute's genetic medicine and brainwashing treatment is loyal to the Qin family in the eastern capital. But this is not a problem. After all, Qin Jun is the young master of the Qin family in the eastern capital and the future heir of the Qin family. Being loyal to the Qin family in the eastern capital is equivalent to being loyal to Qin Jun. Dongdu, the second research institute. As a newly established research institute, the second research institute was established in the northern urban area of Dongdu. When Qin Jun came to the second research institute, he saw that the gate of the second research institute was directly blasted with a big hole, and the ground was covered with. And now there are heavily guarded troops and evolutionists at every exit of the second research institute. There was a serious and murderous atmosphere. However, this serious atmosphere did not affect the entire eastern capital. After all, in front of the Qin family in the eastern capital, this incident was just an accident, not a big deal. The second research institute, this is a very large underground bunker. The silver-white floor looks very cool and cold under the white light. Various protective doors and heavily armed guards make this place look heavily guarded. Experiment D. 151. The final assessment failed. Transfer to cleaning sequence. In a laboratory, a 12-13-year-old boy was lying on the ground, unconscious, with scars on his body. The mechanical female voice announced without emotion, while several staff members in white coats outside the glass window were recording with expressionless faces. Even if they all know, go into the cleansing case. It means that the boy will be washed away as waste, and his skin tissue and body organs will be used again in the era of Doomsday Wasteland. These are resources. The E14 subject passed the third assessment and entered the observation sequence. The E455 subject passed the first assessment and entered the observation sequence. Experiment B03 failed the second assessment, cleaning sequence. This scene is very common. Human experiments are being carried out in various laboratories, bloody and cruel. Most of these experimental subjects are teenagers and girls between the ages of 15 and 25. They came from all over the world, were selected by the Qin family, and forcibly plundered in various ways to the Research Institute to accept human experiments. They are all conducting various experiments. There are combat assessments, ability tests, and camouflage teaching. There are even girls who are learning how to please men. The second Research Institute is developing well. Qin Jun observed each laboratory with great interest and praised them. Although there was an accident, the second Research Institute was able to get on the right track in a short period of time, which is indeed considered good. And beside him, there are a group of high-level executives of the Research Institute. These high-level officials are usually high-ranking figures in the Second Research Institute. One thought can control the lives and outcomes of hundreds or thousands of subjects. But now, they all still have a look of fear on their faces. Because just as they can decide the fate of those experimental subjects, Qin Jun can also decide their fate. A middle-aged man in a white coat nodded and bowed, with a frightened and flattering look on his face. These are all well-leading families. His name is Zhou Gu, and he is the person in charge of the Second Research Institute. Qin Jun smiled slightly, took the information and looked at it carefully, and asked, "Is the genetic medicine ready for mass production?" Zhou Gu nodded. "Yes, although the genetic medicines of the previous generations are powerful, good, but very unstable. Many experimental subjects showed rejection reactions. Although they awakened powerful abilities, other problems soon appeared. For example, the spirit falls into madness, or the body mutates, or even zombifies. After several generations of changes, although the medicinal power of the 7th generation genetic medicine has been weakened, its stability has been greatly improved. As long as the drug resistance can pass the test, the experimental subject can be injected with genetic medicine and become an evolutionary. And we can also brainwash the experimental subjects, cast ideological stamps on them, and make them loyal to the family forever." Qin Jun nodded in satisfaction. He closed the information book with a cold smile on his face and said lightly, "Then, let's talk about the number 1 prototype experimental body." The air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, fine cold sweat appeared on Zhou Gu's forehead, and his eyes were full of fear. Obviously, at this moment, the person in charge of the Second Research Institute is in extreme tension and fear. After all, the person in charge, cannot escape the blame for such a big incident. Seeing the panic on Zhou Gu's face, Qin Jun smiled slightly. "Director Zhou, don't be nervous. The Second Research Institute can have today. You have contributed a lot, and I will not punish you." Hearing Qin Jun's words, Zhou Gu felt a little relieved, and quickly took out a stack of materials and handed them to Qin Jun with both hands. Then introduced, "This number 1 prototype test body is codenamed Witch. It is the most outstanding and perfect existence among all experimental subjects. She passed all the assessments, all of which received S-level evaluations. In just a few months, all the courses and training were completed. More importantly, what she received was the 1st generation genetic medicine, which has the greatest potential but is also the most unstable. At the beginning, we simply regarded her as the observation carrier of the 1st generation genetic medicine to observe the rejection reaction of the human body to the 1st generation genetic medicine. 140, but I didn't expect that she would carry it over without any abnormality." Qin Jun listened expressionlessly while flipping through the materials. Name, Yili. Gender, female. Age, 21 years old. Gene medicine, the 1st generation of type 01. Physical assessment, S. Agile assessment, S. Ability assessment, S. Camouflage assessment, S. Mental assessment, S. That series of S is shocking enough. This is simply a perfect humanoid weapon. Also, her obedience has always been very high, accepting various experiments and assessments without any resistance. We have always placed high hopes on her. This may be the strongest evolutionary we have created with genetic medicine. Her talent is even comparable to S rank. But when we were about to reform her, she suddenly defected. She killed our 5 researchers, broke into the laboratory, and opened all the protective doors through the camouflage talent along the way. Our guards immediately dispatched to suppress her, but none of them were her opponents. She escaped. Qin Jun looked at the screen and called up the monitoring screen of that night. In the monitoring screen, a girl with a graceful figure, with an extremely strange figure, looms in the void. Every shot took away the life of a guard. Not even the evolved is her single enemy. In just a few minutes, she fled to the gate, and a black-purple ray shot out from her eyes, piercing through the gate. Then it disappeared into the night. How about casualties? 5 researchers, More than 40 guards and 6 evolutionaries died. Qin Jun frowned. Is there anyone injured? No, the whole government is dead. Qin Jun chuckled lightly and said flatly, What a ruthless method. He ordered, The pensions of those who died in the line of duty must not be less. Those who have died, if they have family members, they will be given talent seeds. Xiehan nodded, and the guards in the distance showed excited expressions on their faces when they heard it. Although the Qin family's rule is high-handed and ruthless, there are still countless people willing to follow. The biggest reason is that the Qin family has clear rewards and punishments for their own people. Of course, they will be punished if they make mistakes, but they will definitely be rewarded for meritorious deeds. According to the rules of the Qin family, for all soldiers and public officials who died in the line of duty, their families will receive free resources for 10 years. And the family members of the dead evolutionaries will also receive talent seeds and become new evolutionaries. This will undoubtedly, Bessie, make the evolutionists under the Qin family work hard for the Qin family from now on, without any worries. Then Qin Jun glanced at Zhou Gu. The escape of experimental number 1 will have a big impact on us? Big. Zhou Gu nodded. She is the only body that can perfectly accept the first-generation genetic medicine, and the serum and various data are of great research significance. If we can capture her back, we'll sell research on this. How to increase the power of genetic medicine while ensuring stability. And this can also research the genetic medicine you use, young master, so that the efficiency of the genetic medicine will be higher. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. In fact, he was just here to take a look, and he didn't want to intervene in this matter too much. After all, in the final analysis, that sorceress is also an experimental subject. In front of the Qin family in the eastern capital is an ant. Naturally, the people below are worried. But now Qin Jun is interested. After all, this experimental body is related to his strength. Have you already started to act? It has already begun. Current intelligence shows that she has now left the southeast region and appeared in the northern region. We've dispatched a team of genetic enhancers to hunt her down. I have to say, it's about this time. The choice of the Second Research Institute is still very rational and cold. These genetic enhancers are also humanoid weapons manufactured by the Second Research Institute. On the one hand, it can hunt down the witch. On the one hand, it can also evaluate and assess the combat power of these genetic enhancers. When Qin Jun heard this, his face was expressionless, but there was an intuition in his heart. Hunting down and recovering the number 1 prototype experiment body may not be so smooth. Maybe he still needs to go out in person. The border of the northern region, Shattatown. After the apocalypse came, the surface changed drastically. Compared with the southeast region, where most of the wilderness is wild jungle. Most of the surface of the northern region has turned into a desert. The earth has fallen into dry cracks, and the air is filled with a scorching smell. Sandtown is an inconspicuous, small gathering place in the northern region, with only a few thousand people and only 3 evolutionaries. And they are all F-level, low-level evolvers. Sandtown was originally a small town, and after the end of the world, the survivors established a gathering point here. It is also an extremely inconspicuous one among the countless gathering points in the northern region. But now a group of dangerous guests ushered in this gathering point. It's here. A young man with slightly curly hair and a handsome appearance looked at the dusty town in front of him with disgust. Behind him, a group of men in black followed, all exuding a dangerous aura. In contrast, this young man is harmless to humans and animals. But this group of men in black obviously respect this young man very much. The young man's name is Xiao Hai, and he is a genetic enhancer of the Second Research Institute of Dongdu. He is the best among all the experimental subjects and has received the 3rd generation of genetic medicine. He also passed all the assessments in the Second Research Institute, and all of them were S-level evaluations. In the Institute's sequence ranking, he ranked second only to the witch Yi Li. A man in black whispered, "Our people have confirmed that it should be here. There's a couple in this small town. They adopted a daughter with amnesia a few days ago, who is very similar to a witch in age and appearance. After our analysis, that woman has an 80% possibility of being a witch. A smile appeared on Xiao Hai's face. I didn't expect Our Lady Witch. It's really hard for her to hide in such a place where no shit like a mouse. After all, he raised his legs and walked towards Town, and the men in black behind him followed suit. The people in Town looked at them in awe. Although they didn't know the identities of Xiao Hai and the others, they were just those new modified off-road vehicles parked outside the town. It is enough to prove that the background of these people is not ordinary. In a corner of Town, there are a few private houses. At night, the lights are dim, and only a few candles give off a dim light. After all, although such a small gathering point has a generator, the power is also very precious. Ordinary people's homes can only be powered on for a few tens of minutes a day. Xiao Hai waved his hand, and the men in black behind him quietly surrounded the private house. People are guarding every corner and exit, and nothing can get through. With a smile on Xiao Hai's face, he led the people to push open the courtyard door of this private house, and saw a family having dinner in the house. When the family saw someone coming in, the host called out, "Who?" But when he saw the gun in the hands of the man in black, he immediately shut up with a look of horror on his face. Xiao Hai led people into the house. In addition to the middle-aged man, there was a woman and a girl in the room. It looks like a normal family of three. The men in black came up behind the three of them and pointed their pistols at their heads. No one dared to speak out. It seems that the family has been scared silly. Xiao Hai smiled and bent down, stretching his head to look at the girl carefully. He looked at it for a long time, then turned his head and asked the man in black, "Is it her?" The man in black was also looking at the girl's appearance and said with some uncertainty, "It should be." The appearance of the girl and the witch is exactly the same, but the feeling is very different. They're not the same person at all. In the Second Research Institute, the witch Yi Li's aura is extremely powerful, and she defies all sentient beings. All the experimenters at the same time were vulnerable in her hands. And Yi Li's methods are also very ruthless, even to the point of cruelty. So she was also dubbed the title of witch. But this girl, although she looks exactly like a witch, her face is full of fear and nervousness. No matter how you look at it, she's just an ordinary girl. Xiao Hai sneered. He glanced at the dinner on the table. The division was rough. Just some brown rice and some wild vegetables, not even soup. But even these are not bad dinners for ordinary people. At least they don't have to eat nasty bugs or anything like that. Xiao Hai frowned. These things look like pig food. He chuckled lightly. I never thought that the witch would actually be willing to eat such pig food in order to escape. With a look of confusion and fear on her face, the girl asked, "What factory? Are you talking about me? You got the wrong person. My name is Sun Yin, not a girl." Xiao Hai stared blankly at the expression on the girl's face. As a gene enhancer, he had received a lot of training in the Second Research Institute. Torture and psychology are also his excellent abilities. Asking for flowers, and the micro-expressions on the young girl's face at this moment, as well as the scaling of her eyes and pupils, are impeccable without any flaws. In other words, the teenage girl wasn't lying. At least it seems so. It's rare to say, they identified the wrong person. Is this really a coincidence? Xiao Hai pursed his lips, rubbed his fingers against his chin, and suddenly took out his pistol and blasted the middle-aged man's head off with one shot. OPG! The girl and the woman screamed at the same time, as if they never thought that Xiao Hai would directly kill someone. Old grandson! The woman cried her heart out and lay down on the middle-aged man's bones. And Xiao Hai remained expressionless and shot the woman too. In just a few seconds, the couple became dead under the gun. Xiao Hai, on the other hand, kept staring at the girl's expression and reaction. The girl almost cried into tears. She had absolutely no ability to stop Xiao Hai. She threw herself in front of the couple, with deep sadness and pain on her face, exactly the reaction an ordinary girl should have. If she is a witch, it is an insult to the witch. Xiao Hai moved a chair and sat down, seeming to appreciate the girl's reaction. He turned his head and chatted with the man in black next to him. It doesn't look like she really is. The people in black in the room also put down their guard. If the girl is really a witch, she must have the ability to stop Xiao Hai. Unless she didn't want to stop. Xiao Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Staring at the girl carefully, he suddenly stretched out his pistol and shot the girl in the head. The bullet stopped a centimeter away from the girl's eyebrows, and it stopped as if time stood still. Really, the original pain and sadness on the girl's face disappeared, replaced by impatience and indifference. It seems that something very annoying happened. I've already reached this point in acting. Do you still insist on stalking me? The girl smiled and looked up at Xiao Hai. An extremely dangerous breath emanated from her body.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.